Good morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Preferences Committee's inquiry into the management of defence estate assets. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. I am Senator Collins, Chair of the committee, and I am joined in the room by I'm joined online by Deputy Chair Senator Ciccone and joined in the room by Senator Shoebridge. Also joining us online, perhaps a little bit later, will be Senators Lambie, McLaughlin and Whittaker. I know Senator Whittaker has joined us online already. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript has been made. And I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones, please. I now welcome Ms Jan Mason and Mr Jim Miller, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, Senator. Jan Laurel Mason, and I appear as an independent co-lead for the Defence Estate Audit.
Yeah, good morning all. James Ian Miller, and I'm similarly appearing as co-lead of the Independent Defence Estate Audit Report.
Mr Miller, you have been put down as Jim today.
Jim is fine.
Okay. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Chair, we don't have an opening statement. You have access to our report, I think, and we're happy to answer questions in relation to it.
Very good. Let's get started. So, Ms Mason and Mr Miller, when explaining the audit methodology, you've stated, and I quote, "This was not intended to be a traditional audit conducted to the accounting standards normally used to measure performance or financial results. Rather, it has been designed to provide an independent assessment of Defence's estate and infrastructure to ensure it was fit for purpose." Now, given that the purpose of Defence land is to defend Australia, can you please give the committee an outline of your military background and whether or not you've worn a uniform?
Senator, I haven't had any military background, although I have had exposure to the Department of Defence when I was a Deputy Secretary in the Department of Finance, and I also previously was Managing Director of Defence Housing Australia. So certainly have had some experience with defence.
Yeah, similarly, I've not worn a uniform, but again, I've had exposure to defence in previous professional roles.
And what roles were they, Mr Miller?
So I worked at Macquarie and we were involved in some of the defence public-private partnership procurements.
Which ones? Sorry. Yeah.
Defence HQ, the Joint Operations Facility.
You said some though. Like you said plural.
Yeah, so there's that was the other one. That was the one that we were directly involved. There is another project which we were involved because it was a project that was put out to market, but I wasn't directly involved in terms of being involved in the delivery of that project.
What was that one?
It was defence accommodation, on-site accommodation.
So you've had experience, both of you have had experience primarily in housing for defence, is that correct? So one from the private sector, one from the Department of Finance, is that correct?
Well, certainly my experience with the Defence Housing Australia was in relation to the housing of Defence Force personnel. That's correct.
Okay, so that is the perspective from which you have, that's the experience that you've had.
I think it's
coming
much
into this
broader
audit.
perspective than that, Chair, because we were asked to independently look at the Defence Strategic Review and the alignment of the recommendations of the Defence Strategic Review and the estate to make sure that, or to test the extent to which they were aligned.
Thank you.
And obviously we relied on material provided by the Department of Defence in undertaking our work.
Yeah, I think similarly we've had a broad experience across a range, from my perspective, across a range of infrastructure. I have also done audits of state property holdings. In this case, New South Wales. I was involved in the audit of that process. So there's, over a long professional career, I've had a number of elements that are relevant to considering this particular role.
Thank you. So we've established that you don't have a military background, but can you please state to the committee your auditing qualifications? This is an audit review. Can you please state to the committee your auditing qualifications?
Yeah, I think that's the purpose of the qualification that you read out at the start. It's not an accounting audit. I'm not an accounting auditor, but I have done reviews of this nature in the past.
And I have previously been a member of the Internal Audit Committee of the Department of Finance. But as my colleague Mr Miller has said, this wasn't undertaken as a traditional audit. It was more of the nature of a review.
Well, if it was of the nature of a review, why is it not called a review?
It's really a decision for government how they label it. It was very clear in the terms of reference on what we were meant to do, and we've gone out and we've set out you've got the terms of reference, and we've obviously set out in detail in our report how we've responded to those terms of reference.
Did you give advice to the government that this wasn't actually an audit, and so therefore you should change the title of the review?
From my perspective, we're more focused on what the terms of reference are and being sure that we can satisfy the terms of reference.
So can you tell me, I mean, it's a big report. You produced it quite quickly, I think within 6 months or so, was it? So did you have staff helping you pull the report, and who supplied the staff?
The staff were provided by the Department of Defence.
Okay, so the Department of Defence were writing the audit into themselves?
No. It is our report. It's our independent report. The role of the departmental staff was to do things like facilitate our visits to various locations, gather the materials that we requested to go about our work, and to also facilitate publication of the report. But it is our report and we wrote it.
Yeah.
So you wrote the entire thing?
Yes.
Why is there no statement of independence? Usually, I understand this, you've identified that this is not a usual audit report, but it says that it is an audit. The government has identified that it's an audit, and in every audit, usually you would have a statement of independence. You've called it an independent report, so where's the statement of independence?
Through the statement that we've made. It's an independent report. Jan and I have written the report. We stand behind the report in our individual capacities.
You call it an audit in your, you call it an audit process. It's how you actually describe it as an audit process. This wasn't and you signed that. Was it an audit process?
Was it defined as a capital A audit in our terms of reference? No, it wasn't. So have we gone...
It says capital A audit in your forward.
No, what I mean by that is it defined as an accounting audit under the Australian accounting standards, which is what you're referring to. No, it wasn't. Audit is a term that's used, it can be used as a generic term, and we have explained very clearly what we've done to satisfy the terms of reference.
You say it's not a capital A audit?
In an accounting sense, we've said that in the report and again this morning.
So why, on page 9 of the report, just barely 2 centimetres above your signature, do you call it a capital A audit?
I've explained that.
Well, no, you've said it, you've told us it's not a capital A audit, but then your forward calls it a you actually use capital A audit.
And I've explained what I mean by capital A audit, accounting audit, for clarity. Would you like me to go through it again?
But you say it's not a capital A accounting audit.
I explained what I meant by capital A audit being an accounting audit under Australian accounting standards, which is what you may be referring to, and we've been clear that it is not that.
But yet your forward describes it as a capital A audit. The entire thing is called a defence audit. You sign the document describing it as a capital A audit, and then you tell us something completely different here in the evidence.
I think our report is clear, Senator, that we did not claim that it was an audit done to accounting standards. It's certainly a piece of review work that has been done with care and consideration. We sought the material that we thought we needed to form views. These are views that are not new in nature. They have been expressed in previous reports. Unfortunately, not acted upon previously.
That's right. I will draw you back to the report that you authored, you put your name to, that does say Defence Estate Audit Report, terms of reference that you've referred to, the Defence Estate Independent Audit. I think we've established now it is not an audit. I just want to come back to that independent question again. Do you have any conflicts of interest? We haven't had any conflicts of interest that have been identified in the audit report, so do you have any conflicts of interest that you'd like to state today?
Certainly, I provided a statement regarding conflicts of interest to the Department of Defence, and there were no material conflicts.
And similar to me. So we're very clear with our disclosures.
Mr Miller, what's your current employment?
Self-employed. I sit on a number of boards. I undertake various roles.
Do you have any contracts at the moment with Department of Defence?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that would be a relevant conflict to share today?
This report has been done previously, and sorry, if you're referring to when we've done the report, all the conflicts were declared, but I have an ongoing role with Defence which started subsequent to the completion of this report and indeed the release of this report.
And what's the ongoing, what's the role entail now?
So there's 2 roles at the moment. One is we are formally engaged to respond to things like this as part of the Defence Estate Audit
Both of you?
report. Yes, we are.
You have it. Okay, so is this from the original contract, or is that?
It's a subsequent contract.
A subsequent contract.
Related, obviously, to the first contract.
So, and what does it entail? Is it?
It's basically to respond to things like this, to facilitate how do we be involved in responding to the requests from the Senate committee.
So for how long does that contract run?
It's for a term of 6 months, I think, from memory. So, you know, but it's an as-required basis.
What's the value to each of you of the contract?
It's determined by how much we're used. The terms, as I understand, are publicly available in the format the government publicly discloses these arrangements.
So you're not getting a regular income from that? It is just, there was no contract, there was no financial gain from that? It's just a contract to say you need to stand ready to appear?
We will be paid for time that we spend on issues that the Department of Defence asks us to do work on.
So you submit a
my
timesheet.
memory is, I don't have the contract with me, but my memory is that the contract was for up to 10 or 11 days of work, something of that order. So not substantial and certainly not intended to be ongoing.
Do you remember how much the contract was for?
I'm sorry, I don't, but I'm sure the departmental officials who will be appearing this afternoon would be able to answer that question for you.
I mean, you signed the contract and
Yes.
you signed it only recently. This idea that you don't know how much the contract is for, one that you signed only, a handful of months ago, seems pretty disingenuous.
Well,
When I sign contracts, I normally know what's in the contract. If I sign contracts that I'm doing work, I normally know how much I'm being paid. It doesn't seem unreasonable you tell us.
Especially for 11 days work, I would have
Senator,
thought.
I think I said it's up to 11 days of work, so we don't know what the value of the contract will be.
You must know the basis upon which you're being remunerated.
Yes.
Please tell us.
So the basis is reimbursement of approved expenses and a daily rate, and I'm going from memory of something like $2,750 a day plus GST.
Thank you.
And that's the same for both of you?
I genuinely can't recall what my contract is, but you're welcome to refer to the department and they can provide those details.
Well, I would ask you, if you can't remember how much the contract you signed only barely a month ago or 2 months ago, if you can't remember how much it was for, you take that on notice and you don't rely upon another witness, but you tell us on notice. And the good news is you'll be paid $2,750 a day to do that work. Will you please take it on notice?
Chair, can I just make the point here? Sorry, can I just put a point of order here, Chair? I mean, I've been listening very patiently about the questions that both you and Senator Shoebridge have been asking. But it's getting to a point where I think we're starting to badger the witnesses. And given your opening statement about respect for witnesses and your role as Chair to make sure that there's orderly proceedings, can I just remind Senators that we get back to just asking these two witnesses who are here for, 45 minutes about the audit rather than their own personal experience and other, I think, quite frankly, witch hunt questions that are going and wasting the committee's time. And I'm mindful that other senators have questions. And I just feel like we are actually straying away from the whole point of having these two individuals before the committee today. I just don't think the line of question at the moment, particularly that of Senator Shoebridge, is something that would be considered, parliamentary, or at least something that a standard senator would be asking. And I just think everyone needs to be mindful about how we are putting these questions to the witnesses today. Just be more respectful to the witnesses, please.
Well, Chair, can I just... It's an extraordinary intervention from the Deputy Chair. When witnesses come before this committee, they have an obligation to overtly describe any conflict of interest. We only found out through your questioning that they're being paid by Defence to be here today. Now, surely that should have been volunteered by these witnesses, and we're now trying to find out how much they're being paid by Defence, and we're apparently going to get some of that answer on notice from Mr Miller. This should have been volunteered at the outset, and I find it is frustrating when you have witnesses who have an obligation to tell us about conflicts. If they don't even tell us they're being paid by Defence in the evidence they're giving today, no wonder there is going to be a back and forth about that. So I'm not going to get lectured to. I'm not going to get lectured to by the Deputy Chair about our job.
You're just on a witch hunt.
I'm not going to get lectured by the Deputy Chair about my job, about finding out conflicts of interest.
We have a right to ask about conflicts of interest, especially given this is an apparently independent audit. And so we will be scrutinising the independence of this process. Mr Miller, you also stated that you had a second contract with Defence. What's the nature of that contract?
I'm a member of the National Shipbuilder Expert Advisory Panel, which is I became a member of in February of this year.
So the Shipbuilder Advisory Panel. Okay. And did you provide a statement of conflict of interest to the department when you tendered for the role?
Yes.
Can you please provide to the committee on notice the conflicts of interest statements that you provided? Thank you. So, can we now turn to the sample list of 70 sites, please? I'd just like to understand who compiled that list. You said in your audit report that there were 70 sites on the sample list. So who compiled the 70 sites?
It was a combination of sites that we requested to see and also sites that departmental officials thought it would be useful for us to see. So what we sought to do was to go to various locations that in every state and territory to make sure that we saw a representative sample, and certainly to go to a lot of the larger bases.
So how many of them were sites that the Department of Defence had requested you to see?
Oh, I don't recall. I mean, we were able to see any sites that we requested to see, and we did.
So we sat down and we had a discussion. We wanted to go to every state and territory. We wanted to see things that were working well, things that perhaps had not been used. There's clearly been a long history of investigation into the defence estate, so we were able to use that information to see where previous properties had been suggested for divestment and had not been divested. So they provided opportunities to go and see, well, okay, why has that happened? Where are they at? What is the state of those facilities? So there were a range of considerations to come up with all of those elements.
Okay, so the Department of Defence helped you compile that list of 70 sites to divest, to assess. My understanding is that just 3 of those sites were, you concluded that...
No, take a step back. There's 30,000 built structures in the defence estate, so we had to, by definition, pick a sample to go and see. So as we've disclosed, we went to 70 different sites, but that's...
You went to all 70?
Yes, that's the... Well, sorry, as between Jan and I didn't go to some of them, but there was one of us there for all 70 sites. For example, I didn't go to the Northern Territory sites. I was travelling on another commitment at that date, as an example. But we didn't say they're the 70 sites and then whittled it to 67. They were 70 sites to inform our decision making, some of which we saw were recommended for divestment, but some of them weren't. They were more to give us an understanding of the nature of the estate along the lines that I discussed previously.
Mr Miller, do you see where the conflict starts to kick in here between an audit of an estate that is overseen by the Department of Defence and your evidence that the Department of Defence is sending you information about the sites to inform your decision-making and the sites that you go to see?
Senator, we gave parameters to the Department of Defence, as my colleague has said. We said we wanted to see a variety of sites. So we gave them the parameters. We were able to go to any site that we wished to go to, and we were satisfied with the sites that we saw.
Did you go to all of the rifle ranges that you've recommended to divest? No. Did you go to any?
We did go to one facility, but not that we recommended to divest.
And yet all of the other rifle ranges that were on the list you recommended to divest without having seen them?
Senator, it's fairly common in doing this sort of review or audit work to not only rely on what you see for yourself, but also to look at documents and...
So desk research.
Yeah, to consider documents that we've been provided with as well. So we sought material, and in some cases the material had to be compiled by the Department of Defence, and they needed to reach out to different groups within the department to gather the information that we were after.
Sorry, just to be clear, between you went to 71 sites, and then between you recommended that 68 of those 71 be divested?
No.
No, The 70 sites we went to were a representative sample of the defence estate, and then we made recommendations as to, of the defence estate, not just the 70 sites, but of the defence estate, which sites we recommended for divestment.
So how many sites did you recommend for divestment without having actually seen the site?
I couldn't tell you offhand, but as in physically going to the site?
Yes.
I couldn't tell you offhand.
Can you please provide that on notice?
Sure.
Are we talking a large number here, you know, sort of proportion, half of them, three-quarters of them, just a quarter?
We'd have to go through it.
Well, perhaps the best thing would be if you could give us a list of the 70 sites that between the two of you attended, so as we can wash it against this list of 68 that you've recommended selling. Can you provide that on notice, please?
Yeah.
Can you also please provide the dates that you went, the length of time that you were at these sites, and how many you actually returned to, having seen the site, had more conversations and gone back to them again to reassess your conclusions or whatever it may be. A question on Lancer Barracks in Parramatta. Did you visit Lancer Barracks?
We did.
Did you visit, what sort of time of day did you visit Lancer Barracks? Do you remember the day it was? What sort of day of the week?
It was during the week. We had a tour of the museum there. There were obviously members on site because it's a facility that has ADF people on site.
So it's used and active. Did you attend?
Senator, there are functions that are undertaken at that site, and
Yes.
that's all set out in the audit work.
One of the biggest functions that it has is the reserves and cadets. Did you attend on a Tuesday night when the place was fully alive with?
No.
No?
But the department was able to provide us with data on the usage of various sites and how many people attend when they are in use. So that information was certainly available to us.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess this is where the issues start to arise, Ms Mason, because we have evidence from people who use Lancer Barracks that have said that the facts of that utilisation are not actually fully correct, that it has been underestimated in terms of its utilisation. So could it be that the information that you were given when you were doing your desk research on that particular part of the utilisation was not complete?
I'm not sure, Senator. We, in some cases, did rely on material that was provided to us by the Department of Defence. You might want to, if you've got different figures, you might want to test those with the department. But certainly, the fact that we've recommended particular sites for sale doesn't mean they haven't been used. What we're rather looking at is whether they're key to capability, either current or future capability. And the other issue that we considered was whether the activities that were currently undertaken at some of those sites could be undertaken elsewhere on the defence estate. Because I think it's fairly widely accepted that the estate is larger than it needs to be, and that Defence's resources would be more efficiently used if there was some consolidation of those sites into a smaller number, and that those smaller number of sites had the correct buildings and equipment to facilitate the sort of work that Defence needs to do. And that's what we're asked to look at, the alignment between the capability requirements specified in the Defence Strategic Review and now subsequently in National Defence Strategies, which will be updated every couple of years. We've made it clear that our report should be treated as a living document and should be revisited on a regular basis to make sure that it remains current. So that work, I think, will be done and continue to be done into the future. It's not a set and forget, and a lot of the sites that we've recommended for divestment and the points that we've generally made in the report are points that have been made previously but unfortunately not addressed. And what we've ended up with, I think, as a consequence, is a downward spiral where Defence's resources have been cannibalised by needing to invest in securing and maintaining sites that Defence does not actually need for its current or future capabilities.
Okay, Ms Mason, you just talked about your document as being a living
Yes.
document, and yet nowhere in this audit report have I seen any mentions of these sites that you recommend to sell as being the living memory of the military history. So I would like to better understand.
Correct, Senator. To be honest, we've been very respectful of the history of the sites, and we call that out, and in a number of places in the report.
So, all right, well then let's talk about the respect for historical significance. Recommendation number 5 is that all sites be prefaced as defence base, followed with a name that identifies geographic, locational, historic function. So would Gallipoli Barracks based in Enoggera be renamed? Is that what you're trying to suggest?
There's a couple of elements to that, the renaming of the bases recommendation. First and primary is to the extent that some of the bases were named after particular services, but now indeed are relevant for all of the services, the defence services, then there should be appropriate, in our view and our judgment, appropriate recognition of that. Not from a naming perspective, but to actually reflect what they're doing and part of the change that Defence is going through in terms of greater integration between the services. That's what's really behind that recommendation.
Could I just quickly go back to one point? Ms Mason, you said that you had the original contract for, it's described as audit services. I assume that $286,000 contract that you signed that started in August 2023 is for this report. Is that right?
Yes,
I'm going off the AusTender website here.
That was for the work that we did to produce the report that was delivered to government in December 2023. And as we've mentioned earlier today, there was a second contract that was signed, I think earlier you said signed a couple of months ago. It was actually signed sometime last year, from my memory.
2025, AusTender says.
Yeah, and you were suggesting that we were trying to not disclose to the committee the value of that contract. And my colleague made the point earlier that all contracts are actually disclosed through the AusTender system, so there's certainly no lack of transparency in relation to that. Rather, we didn't anticipate answering questions about the value of our contract. We were rather anticipating questions about the content of the report.
That on AusTender has it for $50,000, that contract. But then you haven't told us about another contract you have inside Defence. Do you want to tell us about that third contract that you had? With the Australian Submarine Agency?
I did have a contract with the Australian Submarine Agency which commenced after the completion of the report and has concluded.
And that was for another $86,000?
Possibly.
And then...
I might make the point that the values disclosed on AusTender are the maximum value of contracts. So it assumes that all of the days provided for in the contract are actually used, and some of it relates to reimbursement of expenses. So I don't know, and I honestly can't tell you off the top of my head what value I would have received for that contract, but I suspect it was not the maximum value.
And then, Mr Miller, just to close the door on your contracts, the one that's described as audit services, which has got a value of $297,000 for it, I'm assuming that was the contract for this Defence report, the state report?
That's correct.
And then there's another $75,000 contract that you're currently on for strategic planning consultation services. Is that the one that you were describing that is remunerating you today?
I suspect so. I don't have it in front of me, but you've got the AusTender website, and that's
It doesn't
good.
describe it beyond strategic
strategic
planning consultation services. And then you spoke of another contract that you signed in, was it in February of this year? Is that the business administration services contract?
How it's described, perhaps, Senator, if you can give me some more information, I can respond more fully.
It's said to be a $315,000 contract that you signed in February of this year for 1 year.
That would relate to the National Shipbuilding Expert Advisory Panel. and that's how it's described there.
Okay. You see, I would have expected someone, particularly if they've been doing audits and they're aware of audits and the need for clarity about this, I would have expected you, Mr. Miller, to have told us at the outset that if you're giving evidence about your relationship with Defence, you're giving evidence about the work you do with Defence, I would have expected you to tell me you currently have a $315,000 contract online with Defence.
With respect, Senator, there's two things that are relevant. One is what we're talking about today is a report that we completed in 2023, and the report is publicly available, and we've come to answer questions on that report. Secondly, the contracts that we have with Defence are publicly available, as you've correctly found, and as we have talked about. So, with respect, Senator, I think we've done our part.
Yeah. It's actually not my job to find out if you have conflicts of interest with Defence, and if you're sitting here telling us evidence about Defence and your relationship with Defence and the work you've done with Defence. It's actually not my job to have people online provide me with this material in real time in the hearing. It's actually your job to tell us that at the outset, Senator, because it's relevant to how people assess your evidence if you currently have a $315,000 contract with the entity you are defending.
Senator, it's been provided publicly is my point.
Mr. Miller and Ms Mason, I just want to take it back to Lance Barracks. I just am wondering whether you took into consideration any activities beyond the defence activities that take place at that particular site in regards to the contribution to national security.
We took into account what we were told about the activities that take place at that site, and we spoke with people who were posted to that site. We also, as Mr Miller said earlier, spent quite some time going through the museum on the site and looking at some of the artefacts, the larger pieces of equipment that are also stored on the site.
So did you take into account the interagency activities that take place there, including counter-terrorism activities?
We were briefed by the people who were posted to the site as to the nature of the activities there, and we had the benefit of working with the Secretariat within Defence to understand what was done there, and obviously Defence has had the benefit of looking at that fully and responding to our report.
Did you have any market valuations done of that particular site?
Yes, we did.
Prior to the assessment, or did that inform your assessment?
It was actually after the assessment.
So
but it informed our report and formed part of our report, and we've given the aggregate figures.
And Senator, the valuations that were undertaken in relation to the sites that we've recommended for divestment took account of the need to respect and preserve the heritage that applied to those sites.
But they were, we found out, it wasn't clear from your report or audit, but we found out from answers to questions on notice that these were desktop evaluations. People didn't go actually onto the sites, that these were desktop evaluations. Is that right?
The methodology adopted for the valuations would be a matter for the valuers, and I think doing desktop valuations is a reasonably common practice in the industry from my knowledge.
Unless you're going into incredibly distinct, unique sites which wouldn't have an obvious parallel. For example, Victoria Barracks in Sydney or Victoria Barracks in Melbourne. It's not like you can go online and compare them to other historic central city barracks that have been for sale. That's normally what a desktop analysis does. You do an analysis of comparable sites. There's no comparable sites to these.
I think in part, comparable sites would be looked at when valuations are undertaken, but there are other factors that are taken into account by valuers. And again, I'm not a valuer, but my understanding is they would also take into account potential uses for the site.
Well, I think the public would be horrified that these extraordinarily unique, culturally important historical sites have been put on the chopping block for sale and nobody even visited the site to get a valuation. They did it desktop. I think the public would be horrified. I was when I found out about it.
Can you give us the estimation of that valuation, please?
No, Senator.
For Lancer Barracks?
Yes.
Yeah. The individual valuations adjusting for heritage value have not been publicly provided.
And there's reason for that, Senator, because they will be subject to further detailed work by the Department of Finance, and I know that they're appearing before you this afternoon. They are doing detailed due diligence work, updating any valuations, doing community consultations and looking into the detailed factors that Senator Shoebridge has pointed to. That's all being done as part of implementation of the decisions that have been taken by government based on our report.
Because you can understand that a market evaluation of a block of land right in the middle of Parramatta would be quite inflated had they not seen that there are actually heritage buildings there, or should be heritage.
Senator, just to be clear on that, there was a specific allowance in the valuations for heritage aspects of the sites.
Okay, so
in all of the valuations that were done.
You've got your terms of reference 10C requires you to present cost estimates to underpin recommendations, including assessments of value for money and sustainability. Nowhere in the audit report are there any kind of cost estimations except the big value dollar that you estimate to get from selling off all these sites. So I'm just wondering, what is the cost of your recommendations beyond what you'll get from the developers? So let's start with the relocation costs.
Senator, the detailed relocation costs would be a matter for the Department of Defence, and the cost estimates that we provided in our report are commercially sensitive, and we do actually mention that in the public version of the report, that they're quite, they are commercially sensitive. The Department of Finance will be taken to market most of the properties. The Department of Defence will continue with sale processes for some of the properties where those sale processes were already underway, and the actual outcome delivered for the Commonwealth in financial proceeds will be dependent on market responses to those offerings. So to disclose an estimate, and it would only be an estimate because the market will actually determine the real value, could potentially damage the proceeds that would otherwise be returned to the Commonwealth. And so it's reasonably common that would not be disclosed.
So did you get a cost estimate for every site that was listed for divestment, for selling?
Correct. In fact, there were three components. There was a cost estimate net of heritage costs and remediation costs. There was an ongoing maintenance cost that was related to the sites, and a future capital expenditure cost if the sites weren't divested, and the aggregate figures are disclosed in the reports.
Were there any impact or financial assessments done on the impact on recruitment, on the impact on retention, on the increased travel costs for having to get troops to where they need to be if you're going to send them an hour away?
I understand that the work done by the Department of Defence has considered the impact on people, and that has taken quite some time. Defence, I think, will be in a better position to talk about that this afternoon, that they've carefully considered the impact on people.
Okay. Thank you so much.
It's not considered that there would be a large impact on recruitment in terms of implementing the recommendations of our report. It was rather considered that retention would be the factor that would be more impacted.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to pass call to Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Chair. And good morning to Ms Mason and Mr Miller. Thank you for appearing today. Mr Miller, Ms Mason, I think earlier in one of the responses that you gave to the committee, you referred to some of the recommendations in the audit report and being not new, but in effect not acted upon. And I just wanted to ask if you and Mr Miller were also able to provide the committee with some examples of where such advice had been provided to government previously and not acted upon.
Senator, I think these matters have been covered in previous strategic reviews and white papers. We would probably need to take on notice. We did look at the previous review activity that had been undertaken before we actually got underway with our own work, and we did find that a lot of it was not new, and in fact a lot of the department's resources have been cannibalised by needing to spend significant resources on maintaining and securing sites that are not currently required and are not expected to be required in the future. So,
how far back are you talking about? Are we talking years or a decade?
A long time. I think we
set out in the report,
Yeah.
There's been reviews going back to the 80s and more recently, but there hasn't been a material change in the defence footprint since this century, since the 2000s.
It goes back, I think, to 1986.
Yeah.
Okay, so this has been a very long-standing issue around these sites. So your report also highlights that taxpayer dollars have been spent on sustainment and maintenance of these abandoned sites for some time now. Had these recommendations also been acted on previously, and could they have potentially freed up, I guess, ADF or defence resources for much more critical priorities?
The short answer is yes, and in fact, the delays in implementing previous recommendations have probably increased the cost of now dealing with things like remediation. A lot of these sites have been allowed to continue to deteriorate even though they are not required and not used. Further to that, the Commonwealth Property Management framework, which has been in place for some decades, requires that Commonwealth agencies divest themselves of sites that are not required for Commonwealth purposes, and that's a requirement that's set out in resource management guidelines, and the Department of Finance officials this afternoon, I'm sure, can go through that with you, but Commonwealth agencies, including Defence, are required to divest of sites that they don't need, and it's not appropriate under that framework for Commonwealth agencies to land bank or arguably, in the case of Defence, hoard properties that are not required for defence purposes.
Yeah, it's fair to say that I think all government agencies, defence or otherwise, have to adhere to the same rules that the Commonwealth sets. I also wanted just to draw quickly to your report. You also talk about the history and the heritage being not publicly accessible on current defence estates, and I was hoping you might be able to expand on how your recommendations would help make access to these military history a lot more open to the public. I mean, I've been fortunate to go to a couple of parts of defence sites that are not open. I know, like particularly in Victoria, Barracks in Victoria, in Melbourne here, where, as I would understand it, a lot of these sites where the war room would potentially be heritage listed and therefore open to the public to actually access. I'm assuming these are the kinds of sites you had in mind when you put forward your recommendations to government about opening this heritage to the public.
Correct, Senator. In many cases, and I guess the Victoria Barracks Melbourne is one such example, because Defence is currently occupying that site and it is a secure facility, then public access to it is of necessity limited, and that's the case in certain other sites as well. So where public access is available at all, it is constricted. If these sites are disposed of and the heritage that exists within them protected, then it is expected by us that it will be more accessible to the public. So that's certainly one of the benefits of implementing the report.
The report also, I think, goes to the importance of aligning defence estate with the much broader strategic aims, obviously the DSR and other reviews that this government has undertaken. Can you just talk me through that just a little bit more, please?
One of the key things that we did was we formed our own view on the sites for divestment. We then mapped that against Defence's strategic sites, so Defence, and that's how they consider the sites from a strategic perspective to say how do they match up. For example, are we recommending divestment of sites that are of a strategic nature for Defence? And so that was a very useful process for us to understand after we had gone through our visits and review the materials and so forth to come up with our final list.
And in terms of the stakeholders you both had to engage with as part of this audit, what were the types of stakeholders and how was the feedback, from them when you incorporate them into your recommendations?
So we had a number of stakeholder groups within Defence. We met with over 50 senior executives. We also met with various members of government, both within the Defence and other arms of government, relevant arms of government, as well as other members of Parliament. We met with some of the stakeholders groups. And we met with some, and obviously as part of touring the sites, we were able to meet with the people on the sites who, as we've talked about, were able to give us background to the site, its uses, and so forth as part of those trips.
And just to be absolutely clear here, some of these issues have been obviously on the cards with government or the Commonwealth for some time, and even not just as part of this audit that was established, but going into previous governments. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Yeah, all right.
Chair,
I'm going to just leave. Sorry.
I was just going to say they are quite long-standing issues, and I just really want to reinforce the point made by Mr Miller that we formed our views about the sites that we wanted to recommend for divestment, and we did test that against work that was separately done within the Department of Defence to identify sites that they considered to be strategically important. And when we tested that, we found that we were not going to be selling off any sites that Defence had identified as strategically important, either currently or in their expected future.
All right. Well, I'm going to leave my questions there, but thank you for, clarifying some of those points. It's been an ongoing issue by the sounds of it that governments on both sides have had to deal with, and now we've got a government that's decided to do something and putting that money back into defence. But can I thank you too for your service, and thank you in terms of the work you have done here, despite some of the early commentary. I just think it's important that people with audit experience and people with your expertise have been tasked to do this job. So thank you to two of you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
You say in your report that the framework requires that properties that have no alternate efficient government use must be sold on the open market at full market value, unless the Finance Minister says otherwise. Yeah. Which other government agencies or departments did you consult with about the land?
Department of Finance, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, DQ,
which, sorry?
Treasury, climate change.
You said Department of Finance,
yeah,
Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Yes.
Neither of those have
Treasury.
Big land holdings. Treasury.
The Department of Finance does.
All right.
Have land holdings, yeah.
Treasury.
Yeah.
Finance, PM&C, Treasury. Who else?
DQ.
DQ.
Department of Climate Change, etc.
Change, yeah. Health, education, housing. Did you talk to any of those? The government departments responsible for things like health, education, or housing?
Not that I recall. I'd need to check my list, but we certainly did consult with other government departments. Is your question about whether we consulted with other departments that had land holdings? Or?
No. You've recommended the sale of all of these properties.
Yes, correct.
And you say that you've applied the framework.
Yes.
But of course, part of the framework is to look at whether or not they would have another use for government.
Correct. And the Department of Finance, I think, will be doing that as part of the implementation. That's one of the steps in the divestment process.
But you've already recommended sale of them.
Correct.
You haven't even spoken with the government departments that are responsible for housing or education or health. How could you possibly know that there's no efficient or proper use of any of these properties?
We haven't formed that view, Senator. We've recommended
they'll be sold.
Senator, we've recommended these properties for divestment from Defence, part of the divestment process that's set out under the Commonwealth Property Management Principles is that other departments are approached to see if they do have an alternate use for it, Commonwealth use for it. So that is part of the process, and that is part of what I imagine the Department of Finance will go through.
Your report is being used to say that Defence is going to net some $1.6 billion. Mm-hmm. You can only net $1.6 billion if you flog off every one of these sites. You can't have it both ways.
Senator,
you can't say you're going to get $1.6 billion net, but actually a number of these sites might be used by health or education or department. You can't have it both ways, can you?
Senator, we've I think, as Ms Mason has explained, your question was relating to the application of the framework, and we have gone through and said these sites are not needed for defence. That does not preclude a future assessment under the framework for whether other departments would have a use for the site.
But to be clear, you spoke with Finance, Treasury, Prime Minister and Cabinet, and you said DQ. Were you asking them if they had alternate uses for the site?
In terms of under the framework, Senator, all government departments have an option, my words, to review whether they have a use for the site if it's been determined to be for divestment under the framework. That's my understanding of the framework.
I'm asking you.
So
You asked about consultation about the sites. I'm asking you if you asked any of those departments that you identified. I think it was you, Ms Mason, identified them. Did you ask them about alternatives?
I think the point that we're trying to make is we were looking were they needed for defence, and the framework then would take that decision and apply the framework or in a way that would answer your question.
So Ms Mason, is Mr Miller right when you gave those answers? You were asking the Department of Climate Change about whether or not these had defence uses. You're asking Treasury about whether or not they had defence. Is Mr Miller right?
I think what Mr Miller has said is correct. We spoke with these departments about the work that we were undertaking and sought any views they might have. We didn't actually seek to restrict them to one particular issue. So we invited departments that we thought might have an interest in the work that we were undertaking and potentially might have views about it. Alternate Commonwealth uses will be considered as part of the divestment process. Of course, if any of these properties are going to be used for another Commonwealth purpose, then the proceeds, you're quite correct in saying the proceeds would be affected. We have estimated, and it is only an estimate, that the net proceeds could be in the order of $1.8 billion. If any of them are to be retained, or if there's any concessional sales, and again that's a possibility under the framework, but any concessional sales would also negatively affect the possible proceeds. But that would all be weighed up, and the Finance Minister needs to approve any divestment that's not at full market value. The Finance Minister needs to actually approve that.
And just because of time, my final question is, you said you spoke to stakeholders. Now, that's when you said other government departments. We've got the list of other government departments and the nature of that consultation. Apart from that, they were internal defence stakeholders. Is that right?
No. Not only. But if I could just come back to the departments we did speak with. I've mentioned PM&C, Finance. We also spoke with Foreign Affairs and Trade. We also spoke with Environment, Climate Change, Energy and Water, Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, and the Treasury.
Did you, perhaps you can, on notice, provide us with a list of all of the external stakeholders you spoke to, unless you're able to tell us now?
We can take that on notice.
Did you speak with the veterans community?
We spoke to members of the veterans community.
Individuals, but no organisations?
No, some were representing organisations. I can't recall. We've taken it on notice. We'll come back to you.
Did you speak to any of the local councils who obviously have a deep interest and close community concern? For example, the City of Sydney. Did you speak to them?
I don't believe we did.
No.
Well, did you? And you obviously had no public consultation, no broader public consultation. You didn't seek the views of the public.
I think the fact that we were undertaking the work was something that was publicly announced by the government, but we didn't seek public submissions. No.
And some people reached out.
I'm quite engaged in the space. I had no idea that it was you two beavering away and doing this. Was there a public Was there a public website or an email or something?
Yeah, there was. Yeah,
And
there was.
where was that found?
On the Department of Defence website.
And did it seek public submissions?
How was it expressed on the website? We'd have to go back and look at the website, but it was public on the website that we were doing the work.
Yes.
Did you call for public submissions? I think the answer is no, but I'm just giving you the opportunity to clarify.
I don't recall that we did, Senator, although we did receive some submissions.
We did.
So,
well, you see, you would know if you called for public submissions because you did the audit/review/thing. Did you call for public submissions?
I don't believe, I've already answered that, Senator. I don't believe that we did explicitly seek public submissions, but we did receive some. So we took account of those as well.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I'll pass the call to Senator Lambie, who is now online.
Oh, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. I just have a couple of quick questions. First of all, did you speak to the National RSL?
I'd take that on notice. I don't believe so.
Okay. And the other one is, could you please provide the committee with a list that Defence gave you, what they were prepared to give up?
There wasn't a list.
I believe there is a list floating around, and I believe you people have got it. You are one of a few that have it. Can you please provide that initial list that Defence gave you and what they were prepared, which leased buildings and which for sale buildings or land that they were prepared to give up originally, please?
Senator, I'm not aware of a list as you described it. There was obviously previous reports that have been done that we've referred to in our documents which listed different sites and so forth, but I don't think that's what you're referring to.
So are you telling me Defence, because they're so gun-ho, have not given you a list when you guys were doing this stuff, didn't provide you with a list with what they were prepared to give up?
Correct.
Wow. So how much say did Defence have in all of this?
I don't recall any such list, Senator. And just to further answer your question, Defence had undertaken, and in fact when we commenced our work, had some divestments already underway. Some of those have been long-standing, for instance, Maribyrnong in Victoria. So they were already divesting some of the sites that they didn't require, if that's what you're talking about. And the work that we did informed discussion within Defence. So Defence looked at our report once they received it, and they basically validated what we had to say, looked at how it might be implemented, looked at the impact on people, looked at the impact on third parties and capability, and I think there were about 6 factors that they took into account in examining the impact of our report. You'll note also that in the report there is a forward from all of the signed off by all of the senior Defence people expressing their commitment to the implementation of the report. So it was considered at the most senior levels within Defence.
Okay, so they're happy with everything that's been... Defence is more than happy to give all that up, are they? That's great. I'm sure we'll be looking forward to speaking to them later on today. Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Senator...
Thank you, Senator Lambie.
I would just comment on Senator Lambie's statement there that it's certainly not the case that everybody in Defence is happy with what's been recommended, and I think in our report we acknowledge that there is and will continue to be a mixture of views about the report. Some of the decisions that the government's taken based on the report are difficult. They're difficult decisions for government to make, and they're difficult decisions for Defence people to accept. But I think when you're looking at priorities and you're looking at appropriate resourcing of Defence's activities, they're hard decisions that the government and the Defence Department have been willing to take.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions to put on notice. You just gave evidence that you didn't list any sites for divestment that were strategically important, but HMAS Glenbrook in 2024 had a skiff installed. Now that's a medium works project which would cost anywhere between $5 and $75 million. So why is it after a year after doing your audit report that assesses that site as not being strategically important, that they've installed a skiff?
I'm not aware of the skiff, Senator.
Are you aware of the strategic importance of that particular site?
We visited Glenbrook, and so yes, we had a tour of the facilities. We understood the facilities. We'd obviously made a recommendation to divest it. We'd note that government has accepted that recommendation.
Yeah, and also I'd comment that all groups within the Department of Defence, I understand, were involved in looking at the report and looking at the implications for their own activities. So
obviously Defence didn't agree with your assessment on that particular site.
I can't speak for Defence.
Okay, I just want to also give you an opportunity to correct your evidence. You said before about the site renaming that it would just be for sites where a multi-service site, but the recommendation in your audit report says that all sites be prefaced as defence-based, followed by the geographic location. You also said the terms of reference, the audit will be required to present cost estimates to underpin these recommendations. So can you provide on notice the cost estimates that you have for renaming all of the defence spaces, please? And
Senator, with respect, I clarified with the comments that the basis for that recommendation was to allow for the fact that there would be multiple services operating on site. I didn't say in all circumstances the sites were multi-purpose. So I just wanted to be clear with you, if you're restating our evidence, what I meant by my comment.
And I would add that that recommendation goes to culture, that what the Defence Department and the then CDF, and I think the current CDF as well, but we were dealing with the CDF that was in place at the time, we're looking for an integrated approach to defence. And so the recommendation to take a different approach to base naming was intended to actually support that cultural change that is necessary to ensure an integrated approach.
cultural change away from calling bases by their HMS prefix?
To acknowledge that in many cases the services are operating together from a defence base, and so to actually facilitate that shared use of bases, we recommended that the naming be changed when opportunities arise.
So in that cultural change, sorry if I can just ask a clarifying question, in that cultural change, there's no recognition of the cultural significance of those names? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No, there's not.
No,
there's
I'm
no
saying that's not. I'm not saying there is no recognition. So it will be matter for Defence and to decide what the names should be, and I think the new names, Defence Base, whatever, can capture a title or a name that has significance for Defence and its people.
And that's an important clarification.
So Defence Base, taking out all references to any historical, cultural, significant link?
No, that's not what we're saying. I think Ms Mason has explained the context in which we'd made that recommendation.
That all bases, I mean, the recommendation says that all bases will be renamed with Defence Base geographic location.
No, I don't think it does say that. I think it talks about...
I can read it out to you, Ms Mason.
Geographic location or... just going to find it.
Recommendation number 5, Defence adopt... Paragraph 2, all sites be prefaced as Defence Base, followed with a name that identifies the geographic location
or historic function.
Function. Well, the three examples that you've given here are Defence Base Arakaea, Defence Base Harmon and Defence Base Amberley.
Yeah. They're examples.
Yeah, they're examples.
Okay, but that means that you would get rid of, for example, HMS Stirling or HMS Cuttable, and you would have...
Well, it could be Defence Base Stirling, Defence Base Cuttable. You know,
are you aware of what HMS stands for,
Yes.
Ms Mason? Are you aware of the historical and cultural and political links that has?
Well, Senator, I think the Department of Defence is aiming for a more integrated approach it's likely in the future that there will be multiple services operating from particular defence bases, and the naming convention that we have recommended is intended to support the cultural change that will see more efficient use of defence facilities. Because I can tell you, when we did our work, we found quite a lot of inefficiency that resulted from things like separate messes, different parade grounds, two different parade grounds within 200 metres of each other, when one parade ground would have been sufficient, and this was on a site where the site was constrained and they were looking for basically real estate to construct new facilities. There was examples of multiple gyms when there didn't need to be. And so what we've tried to do is make recommendations that support the more efficient use of Commonwealth resources, the more efficient use of defence resources, to give the defence personnel the facilities and equipment and culture needed to advance the defence of our nation.
And Senator, sorry, just to add to what Ms Mason had said, we do call out the historic function. We'd emphasise that point. We'd also call out recommendation 6, which talked about the accountability for the designated senior person on site to be reporting to Defence Headquarters rather than being single service. And that's an important part of the cultural change that we and others had identified, but we certainly called out in our report.
I've heard a lot about, and this is my final comment, we'll have to move on because we are running over time, but I've heard a lot about efficiencies here and cultural change. And you brought up just before about 2 parade grounds sitting next to each other that makes one of them redundant. Do you have any comprehension whatsoever about the history, the significance, the cultural links of those parade grounds? That what makes those troops stand tall on those parade grounds is the soldiers that have walked before them on that parade ground. And you look at that parade ground and you call it an inefficiency. The contempt that shows to our past and serving and future troops is incredible.
Senator, I can assure you there is no disrespect existing or intended or implied in relation to our defence personnel. Quite the reverse. Mr Miller and I are both of the view that it is important that our defence people have the facilities, equipment and support that they need to do their jobs. And that is the sentiment that underpins our report. There is no disrespect.
Thank you.
Senator, we and follow on from Ms Mason's report, discussion there, we've been incredibly respectful when we've gone on site. We've been incredibly respectful of hearing the views of others, and views that you have stated there, we have heard from others directly and with passion and vigour, equal to the passion and vigour that you describe. We are deeply aware of that. And we have tried to factor that into our analysis and be cognisant that the Defence Force as it stands, or the Defence Estate as it stands today, is unsustainable, and so change is required, and we have tried to be cognisant of the range of issues that go along with that change, and that's what is underpinning our report.
Thank you. Or perhaps more funding is required. But anyway, thank you for appearing as a witness today. The committee would appreciate it if responses to questions on notice are provided by Monday the 18th of May 2026. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Senator.
I now welcome RSL Australia to present online.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Peter Charles Tinley. I'm the National President of RSL Australia.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me to appear today to represent RSL Australia and to acknowledge the contributions to the RSL Australia submission, particularly from our state branches, the Defence Reserve Association, Legacy Australia, and the many thousands in our veteran community and beyond who respond to our call to share their views on the planned divestment of defence properties. I'd like to stress that we all, RSL Australia included, understand the rationale for auditing properties held and divesting properties that no longer hold strategic or operational value, are straining resources that could better be used elsewhere and or could have better benefit to the community in other hands. However, in our view and in the view of the sector, those divestments must be considered within today's environment of new and evolving strategic challenges, must demonstrate a net financial gain to defence, and must provide a greater benefit to the community by being divested than by being retained. Our submission proposed a principles-based approach to divestment that we believe is measured, fair, grounded in transparency, and that will deliver the best outcomes for defence, serving members including reserves and cadet members, veterans, their families, and the broader Australian community. Members participating in government consultations that are currently underway across the country to progress divestments indicate that many of the concerns raised in our submission were not considered in the audit of the government's response. That includes the logistics and costs of moving reserve and cadet activities to smaller estates that cannot accommodate the vehicles and machinery routinely used for practice and training, the costs and practicalities of remediating sites once used for testing and training with artillery, bombs and other weapons, or the reasons that previous attempts to divest some of the same sites were not successful. I look forward to the opportunity to expand on our position in answering your questions directly.
Thank you so much. Senator Ciccone, I might pass the call to you first.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chair, and good to see Peter. Thank you for appearing today. Look, can I just start? I can see from your submission that there is a key focus on ensuring that heritage listed and significant sites are protected. Could you please, for the benefit of the committee, expand on this for us?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And hello to you too. The heritage piece here is something worthy of deep consideration, and I appreciate the previous line of questioning from the committee to the department there. This is lived heritage, and one of the things I would always highlight in these areas is we take iconic sites like Victoria Barracks in Paddington. That is not just heritage by virtue of the built form. It's heritage by virtue of the fact that it is a purpose-designed building occupied by the same tenant since its construction. The heritage is a lived heritage and something that we should be very careful about divesting or destroying.
And on that, though, do you think that the ADF, Defence, Department of Defence, are best placed to preserve that heritage and having access to the heritage, or do you think some other organisations could fulfil that role?
Well, Senator, we've observed over many years about the cost of maintaining heritage buildings. We understand that. We also understand the intrinsic value to both the culture of the Defence Force, but also the community in which these sites are nested to ensure that they actually pay respect to it all. I would say Defence is the best agency to make sure the heritage value of these purpose-designed buildings is maintained. I would draw your attention to, and I'm sure the committee's heard this before, to North Head in Sydney. Was divested many years ago, and it has been empty ever since, despite many attempts. And it's a heritage building from Federation on, or before Federation, that has really just fallen into disrepair. I'll also point to Portsea, the officer training school. You can't even get in there now, and it's been closed for many, many years. So I think that some of that is evidence that Defence is the best, generally, I will say this, the best tenant and the best one able to hold heritage.
I was going to think that you'd say the RSL Australia, their branches might want to pick up the heritage role, because I'm sure you guys will do a good job. I just know in the Victorian example, Heritage Victoria or other organisations and trusts actually do a great job of protecting not just the heritage, but allowing people in the public to go and visit that heritage. And I guess my next line of question was really going to go, like, do you then think, though, that the defence, its core business, its core objective really should be about protecting Australians and national interests and not worrying about heritage buildings or buildings that are being left to ruins, but rather having other entities or other organisations deal with that?
I think if we had a broad understanding what national interest is, we would also apply the same concerns to, for example, strategic fuel supplies. The Defence Force is particularly interested in a wide range of matters, and the Australian community as a whole of nation defence requires resilience. Part of that resilience is heritage. Whilst there's some practical issues around these sites, they do need the investment. The issue you make in relation to other agencies that are better equipped to actually manage these things may be true, but they don't come with the resources to actually in place them. They just provide regulation and guidance for those people who would spend the money to maintain those heritage sites.
But clearly Defence isn't doing that at the moment. But I know you also, I think that there was a question asked, I think, earlier with our previous witness around engagement and consultation. Now, can I just get some clarity here? Has Defence had engagement with you about their announcements with respect to the estate?
No, we've had no engagement with Defence in relation to. It would be inappropriate actually for us to engage with the Defence once this process became public. We think that the process is now public. We've only just seen it to the extent when it did come out. We had advice that it was happening, the audit was happening, but no particular detail.
All right. I'll just leave the questions there. I'm just mindful of time, but if we get something else later on, I might loop back in. But good to see you, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. I'll now pass to Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair, very much. Good morning, Pete. How are you?
Good, thanks, Senator.
That's good. Okay, so I just wanted to rehash about the defence. So as far as you know, the sub-branches yourself, whilst this has been going on, have had no contact from Defence at all?
There is no formal contact with Defence. Obviously, everybody's got their connections depending on their age and cohort.
Okay. What is the RSL's view on Defence's handling or treatment of assets or equipment which have historical values, such as elements of the Fleet Air Museum, a lost Spectacle Island, the naval place fell into disrepair, Air Force Museum at Point Cook, etc. Whether or not Defence values its history and the role its museums can fill within the communities. Do you have anything to say about that?
I think when we consider Defence capability, we have to take a very broad view of it. It includes maintaining our heritage, and this is a point we would make to the government, whilst not exactly a core issue, but a fundamentally important one nonetheless, that it must ensure that we are running a defence budget that is inclusive of all of those things so we can have the money to maintain and enhance these sites. They don't cost a lot to maintain; they cost a lot to renovate. And if you leave them in the state of some of them, like Portsea and North Head, then it's just going to come back to a government somewhere to actually fix that up.
Okay, I just want to move on with cadet relocations. I am terribly worried about the reduction in cadets and the relocations. Apparently, a lot of these cadet ones are closing, and they're saying that they will work within the community or the schools to establish them. I haven't heard any school. I've rang a few last week in Tasmania to see whether they've heard anything or had any contact from anyone reference running cadets in their schools. Not that I know of that anyone's been rung. Do you know anything about that?
This is what concerns us. If we have a principles-based approach to this, we're talking about future force posturing. It has to include the cadets. There's over 40,000 cadets across Australia. They're a fundamental underpinning of recruitment for the ADF, and they are a showcase to the community about how serious we take those who wish to make a career in defence and how we support them. And take to your state specifically, Senator, the fact that these cadets won't even have a rifle range to use is something that tells me they haven't looked at this from the principles of force posture.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I think Tasmania's being skinned, basically. Does the RSL have any comments in relation to the level of rigour that was applied in assessing the strategic use of these sites?
No, I don't believe so. We have to take it on face value. I suspect, and I'll make a commentary here that, it's commentary rather than evidence in terms of empirical evidence. It does appear to me that this is a bureaucratic move in order to demonstrate effectiveness and efficiencies, where we're paying hundreds of billions of dollars for submarines, which I completely support, but we want to have a demonstration of effectiveness and efficiencies. Now, these audits have been going on for some time. The defence estate has often been looked at as being inefficient, but I've seen so many times where these things have come about and then all of a sudden we have to purchase more capability. The other issue I want to raise, if you indulge me, is that they've talked about what will happen to ensure that there are sites for cadets and reserves, how long it'll take to actually produce them. In my own state here in Western Australia, Irwin Barracks in Karrakatta is a vast Army Reserve depot. It's been touted as being one for the auctioneer's gavel, but the new site that they're proposing is on the eastern side of the city, with a minimum cost of $200 million, and in a state where it's very difficult to get construction done. When will that actually come to pass? So the full end-to-end strategy here is not quite clear to us. We think it should be going back to a principles-based approach where we actually look at these things on the basis of future need, not just current need. And if they're not effective, spend the money to make sure they are.
I just have one more question. Is the RSL a bit concerned about the close? Because a lot of them are Army Reserves and cadets. There's on one side they're talking about wanting to lift numbers in our forces, yet on the other one they're saying, oh, well, let the schools and that take over cadets and wherever we can find to put them in the community, which is just rubbish because they've obviously done no runaround on that. I can tell you that right now, unless they can prove to me or show me some paperwork that they've done that, I don't believe a word that they're saying. And also I would have thought concentrating on our reserves and making our reserves bigger would have been a good thing for our forces. So I don't understand what's going on here. It's like you want to shut them down, but there's no entry unless you want to go. Seems to me the only way to entry is full time. That is where they're going. And I don't see how this is going to help with numbers at all.
Yeah, thank you for that. I do find it odd, again, going back to the principle of force posture and understanding future use. We also have to look at the recent history of the use. The Defence Reserves in Australia have done a magnificent job over the last 25 years. And when we consider since the tragedy of 9/11 and our entry into Afghanistan, the reserves have stepped up and taken over missions like Butterworth, Solomon Islands when it was running, Timor when it was running. They stepped in where the regular Defence Force had to withdraw from. And if it wasn't for them, we would have lost presence and capability in those spaces. They also backfilled and did enormous amounts of continuous full-time service and even deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq. So that's the use, the lens by which I look at how the reserves are used. They are a magnificent addition to the defence capability in Australia. And I think if we don't have them in the forefront of our mind, how we're going to attract, retain and employ the reserves, then we are actually hollowing out our capabilities.
I have no further questions at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Lambie. I have a few questions for you, President Tinley. You gave evidence in your submission that the veteran community, and I quote here, the veteran community, which has a direct and recognised connection to many of these sites, has a legitimate interest in how these decisions are made. You noted that there was no formal contact made with the veteran community. So how do you think the veteran community feels about that? Do you feel like, do they feel like they've been listened to? What's the...
Sorry, beg your pardon.
No, please go.
The short answer is no. This came out, has been going since, I'm advised, in some form or another since 2015. We know that. And the audit was always kept quite secret for reasons of the obvious profile that it would and attention would take. The only formal interaction we had with this is when I was called to the Minister's office for a briefing. I can't get the exact date. It was just not long after an announcement for a briefing, and I do appreciate that briefing. And then I offered the full support of the RSL, 150,000 members and 1,100 sub-branches right across the country to facilitate community engagement. That was thankfully accepted. We're yet to actually engage on a national level, but I understand the department is moving around the country in their consultation using RSL sub-branches.
Okay. So, what's the top-line message here that you'd like to share with the government on behalf of your members?
Thank you. My point would be, let's tap the brakes. Let's have a really careful look at this from a principles-based, where we talk about future force posture and the value of heritage and lived heritage with some of these sites. Obviously, Paddington in Sydney is one obvious example. The Maribyrnong site, which was raised in previous evidence you've just heard this morning, that's been on the block for years, for many, many years. And the reality is the efficiencies that are going to be achieved out of the Defence Estate audit and the net benefit to the Defence actually going to materialise? At what time will it materialise? Do you start putting this stuff on a time scale? How long would it take to decontaminate Maribyrnong, for example? How long would it take to decant certain sites? How long would it take to build an alternate barracks to Irwin Barracks? We're not going to see a genuine return within 10 years. And I think this needs to be put through that lens. And I'm not suggesting for a second that some of those sites aren't redundant and should be divested. That's entirely appropriate. But what we need to do is understand the full breadth of their future impact if we do divest them now. Because once you've done it, you won't be able to get them back.
Can't turn that decision back. Do you think they made any sort of assessments on the impact of veteran well-being when they're selling off all these important historic sites, or perhaps even the community and veteran connections to these sites?
I do have to say there is a deep sense of sadness with some of these sites. There's blood and tears spent on these sites. The parade grounds, countless hours of soldiers marching around and the likes. That they have this lived heritage, as I say, that value. And it's sentimental, but it's fundamentally important to how we consider ourselves and our heritage and our contribution to the national capability. Dare I say, for some, they've even said it's a moral injury to them to actually get rid of some of these sites.
Well, speaking of moral injuries, President Tinley, part of the report, and I quote, said, large central portions of operational defence facilities are being inhibited from their primary purposes of generating military capability by preserving past relics which serve no purpose and are inaccessible to the wider community. Do you think that preserving past relics inhibits our military capability?
No, not at all. I reject that comment outright. I think there's either one or two things happening there. They're underinvested. How do they become relics? And there's been underinvestment in them. Or that community access has not been something that's been considered. I've seen open days everywhere. I've seen the capacity for the community to get involved, and for example, Paddington Barracks has long been a site for international rugby teams doing their their tour of training and so on, and other organisations, community sports played there. Many things have gone on in Victoria Barracks in their own open days. So access and capacity to actually invite the public in to see it is good. If it's a relic, it's underinvested. And I would again centre and circle on Paddington and say, well, we've got Defence Plaza there, which is not our capacity. Why not invest in the heritage building to make sure that we can actually save money by getting rid of the CBD lease of that building, the Defence Plaza in Sydney? That's just one example of why I don't understand the logic of this.
I'm with you on that, President. So in your submission, one of your members said, and I quote, "Defence have been wonderful stewards of the defence land portfolio. Many sites are currently underutilised. However, they stand ready to be used if mobilisation of our nation is needed." That is what defence is about, being prepared for the worst case scenario. So if I can just contrast this quote from one of your members with the auditors, who said, and I quote, "There are also strong contingency-based sentiments that legacy sites should be retained just in case a future use case emerges. Such sentiments are both costly and unproductive." Now, you mentioned before about this audit not having a principles-based approach. I dare say that it is not embedded in any kind of land, air or sea doctrine. So what do you think? Do you think that having defence bases just in case we need them is unproductive, as they say?
Well, it's such a general sort of commentary. You'd have to talk about site by site. And what is the cost of actually trying to recover alternate sites in the future if we do need them? Some sites, absolutely. And in the days of aggregated or concentrated bases, where as opposed to single unit bases, that's a very good example of where you might divest a piece of land that is of too small a nature to actually help. Again, once you've looked at things like cadets and the reserves, I think that future use is something that we would always have a lens over. Does that extend to an island sitting in Sydney Harbour? I don't know, but we need to have that conversation to make sure that there isn't some future need. And if somebody can predict the future, good luck to them. If you told me in 2000 that I was going to be 2 weeks away from being in Afghanistan, I would have laughed when we had our entire focus on Southeast Asia and a large part of our focus on Southeast Asia, yet there we were for 20 years. So if somebody can predict where we're going to be in the next 20 years, good luck to them.
Well, let's talk about that, your comment about the future use and always having a lens sitting over that. Can you comment on the use of or the future requirements for traditional services? I mean, we've seen in this audit report that a lot of the rifle ranges have been earmarked for selling off without the auditors even having been to see these sites or speak to the people who use these ranges. Can you comment on the continuing need to use sites for training soldiers on how to use weapons? Soldiers and other troops?
I can indeed. And the point with Senator Lambie's input there, questions there around Tasmania being the classic example, going from 20 sites under this audit to one with no rifle range. That underscores the very point that we're making, that they have not looked at this through the lens of force posture. Otherwise, you would only need anybody that's ever worn a uniform, ever, regardless of the service, would say, a whole state in this federation without a military rifle range, that beggars belief. So I think that's evidence. I'd make the wider point here, and I said this to the government. I said, I see this list as the start of a negotiation. I don't see this list as being a fait accompli. And we're already going to see, I bet you London to a brick, that the rationale of having a rifle range in it will hold sway than the administratively driven audit that's currently going on.
So, given that evidence, do you feel that the auditors have fully investigated the use of the sites they've recommended to sell?
No, I don't think they have fully. I think it would be helpful for the committee's report, and I'm sure you will, understand from the Defence generally as a department, what input they had into this, and they are the carriers of the capability. They are the people that are best placed to comment on which sites would be of strategic value in a force posture sense. And I am very clear that the sites that were put up by Army, for example, not one of the 47 sites that they nominated was picked up by the audit. So it's not like they haven't been willing to do it. They've been very much participants in the whole discussion.
Thank you. And the auditors have earmarked a lot of metropolitan sites to sell. What sort of limitations do you think this would put on our capabilities should the worst case scenario arise?
Well, I just addressed the underlying point of your question too, Senator, that they've picked metro sites because they've gone for the highest best value. And they'll always sell higher than a rural site or a regional site. So I think, and again, I go back to my point, once you've sold it, particularly in a constrained environment like the urban environment of Sydney, for example, or Brisbane or Melbourne, then it's going to be very difficult to claw that back.
Well, thank you very much, President. Is there anything else you'd like to add to your testimony today?
No, I might take a look at some of the evidence as it's come through and formally write to the committee if that's okay with you.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you for appearing as a witness today, and the committee would appreciate if responses to questions on notice are provided by Monday, the 18th of May, 2026. Thank you very much for your time and your evidence.
Thank you.
I now welcome online representatives from the Royal United Services Institute for Defence and Security Studies Australia. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Oh, sorry, sir. You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now, please?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name's Major General Paul Irving. I'm the President of the Royal United Services Institute for Defence and Security Studies Australia, that during my evidence I'll refer to as RUSI Australia. And appearing with me is Colonel Andrew Kirby, who's the President of Queensland RUSI.
Thank you very much, and I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks we'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. In relation to my opening comments, the RUSI Australia is particularly interested in the recommendations in the Defence Estate Audit that Victoria Barracks Melbourne and Victoria Barracks Brisbane should be disposed of. The Royal United Services Institute for Defence and Security Studies Victoria, known as RUSI Victoria, is located in the 1860s cell block in Victoria Barracks, Melbourne, which is a standalone building near St Kilda Road. the Royal United Service Institute for Defence and Security Studies Queensland, that I refer to as RUSI Queensland, is located in RUSI Hall in Victoria Barracks, Brisbane, and has been in RUSI Hall probably since the inception of RUSI Queensland in 1892. RUSI Australia is not arguing that Defence cannot dispose of surplus land, but in our view, the Defence Estate Audit raises two significant issues that have not been addressed in the audit report. The first is, what are the Commonwealth Government's responsibilities and stewardship obligations in relation to nationally significant heritage assets such as Victoria Barracks, Melbourne, Brisbane and Sydney, and other locations such as the Lancer Barracks at Parramatta? The second issue, that if a colony transferred a defence base to the Commonwealth on the creation of the Commonwealth in 1901, and the Commonwealth Government no longer requires that defence base for defence purposes, can the Commonwealth Government sell that base, or should the Commonwealth Government transfer that base back to the respective state? Whilst I've articulated Vic Barracks, Melbourne should be retained for public use, as a minimum we would seek that the RUSI Victoria's nationally significant Monash Memorial Defence Library that is located in the 1860s cell block and the 1860s building opposite the cell block that is currently used as a chapel should be retained for public use. There is currently a nearby gate leading to St Kilda Road that could be opened permanently to allow public access to these buildings. And I do apologise, but I will forward separately to the inquiry a photograph of the two buildings. I apologise today that the President of RUSI Victoria, Major General Mike O'Brien, cannot attend to give evidence today. He is currently on transit from Turkey back to Australia. In relation to an earlier question from the inquiry as to access to the audit report by external bodies, the President of RUSI Victoria, Major General Mike O'Brien, did write to government seeking to have input into the audit of the Defence Estate, was essentially told that it was a closed audit and therefore we could not have any input into that audit. And the same situation, I assume, applies to any other organisation that sought to have input into the audit. In my submission, I would seek that RUSI Hall be kept in public ownership, and I might ask the President of RUSI Queensland, Mr. Colonel Andrew Kirby, to give his opening comments to the inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Chair, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'm speaking as President of RUSI Queensland and in no other capacity or affiliation. Our mission is to promote informed public understanding of defence and national security and contribute to the national conversation on these issues. If I could make two brief points. Firstly, at a strategic level, the Defence Estate Review is both, we believe, necessary and appropriate. Rationalising underutilised infrastructure is consistent with ensuring the estate supports future capability. However, these decisions have second-order effects. The ADF is the only instrument of government tasked to apply lethal force on behalf of our state, and has done so deliberately and professionally on recent operations in our region, Iraq and Afghanistan. Doing so requires a clear and reciprocal social licence. Now, for much of its history, Defence, particularly Army, has been a visible presence within Australian society, and that is a visibility that has underpinned social licence. We're concerned that as the estate becomes more consolidated and in many cases more remote, that everyday presence risks diminishing. It's not a question of buildings, but a question of how Defence maintains its connection to the society that it serves. Secondly, what this means in practice. In Queensland, RUSI's mission of public awareness plays a small but we believe vital role in sustaining that social licence. For 130 years, we have utilised RUSI Hall at Victoria Barracks, Brisbane as a venue from which to raise public awareness of national security issues. Now, in recent years, security, access and general maintenance requirements have added challenges to this mission. The Estate Review provides a welcome but narrow window of opportunity to reinvigorate this mission and create future public utility. For instance, as General Irvine mentioned, RUSI Hall could be considered as a community accessible space, a hub for public education, civic dialogue and engagement on defence and national security. Importantly, we are exploring governance models such as trusts or state-backed arrangements that remove ongoing liability from defence while preserving public value and access. If I could leave the committee with two takeaways. First, we think that defence should treat the generation of social licence as a core consideration in a state transition, requiring deliberate planning and resourcing. Second, that selected elements of the estate should be considered not just as assets, but as ongoing interfaces with the Australian public, supported by sustainable, non-defence governance models in the transition process. Thank you, and I'm more than happy to take your questions.
Well, thank you very much, Colonel Kirby and Major General Irvine. You mentioned that defence is the best to provide stewardship of the heritage of these sites, Mr. Irvine. Is that something that you would agree with, that defence would be the best steward of their history?
I do, but there are maybe other organisations, both within the Commonwealth and state government, that could be excellent stewards of those facilities and the history of those facilities. You know, for example, in New South Wales, an Historic Houses Trust. But I think the best way to maintain those facilities is actually having members of the Australian Defence Force parading and working there. And for example, you heard the situation with the President of the RSL. Here we have a Victoria Barracks in Sydney that's probably not fully utilised, and yet Defence is renting a high-rise building in the CBD in Sydney to put public servants when those public servants could work, and other members of the military could work quite well at Victoria Barracks. And I should add, Defence actually puts a bus on every morning and all day to go from Hyde Park, Sydney to Victoria Barracks and to Garden Island to facilitate people working in those locations. So we just seem to not look at the whole picture. There is nothing in the audit report that talks about the cost of renting. And I know I moved the RUSI New South Wales Library from Defence Plaza in Sydney in 2018 into the Anzac Memorial because they were very keen to have a military library, and we have an excellent military library. And I think the Defence was paying something like $95 to $100 a square metre rent in 2018.
It seems extraordinary, doesn't it, that Defence Plaza Sydney didn't seem to be assessed for its real estate value, given its position in the city of Sydney and having views over Hyde Park. An apartment block ready to go, you would have thought.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, in the audit report, it talks about the very low usage rate within that building and gives statistics accordingly. Yet there's no recommendation that they should move the people there into another location.
There certainly wasn't. So you also mentioned transferring these sites back to respective state. Do you think there would be sufficient protections in that from the state governments to maintain the heritage and the purpose of those estates, those sites?
If I might respond to that, Senator, I think it probably does vary on a federated state-by-state basis, but from the Queensland perspective, we've had very positive discussions with the state government, including with Economic Development Queensland. And from what I have seen in the state of Queensland, EDQ is actually managing quite effectively the transition of a number of non-defence related historic assets, old university buildings, old dental hospital, etc. So I think there are some very positive models which can be explored, but I would like to see them explored by the government and by the Defence State Review team before we get to the point of transition or point of sale.
On that point, Colonel, we heard that this was a closed audit. Do you think something so significant that to affect the ADF should have been opened up or should be opened up again and subject to a consultative process?
I think the audit the Minister when he released it outlined why they had chosen the particular mechanism they did, so I wouldn't relitigate that. But certainly, as you're seeing now, and I think as President Tinley identified, there is significant community interest in, and I would say social equity in a lot of the facilities. Not all of them, but certainly some of them, and it would be prudent, I think, to engage the public a little further before final decisions are made on some sites that are, in the case of VBB, over 150 years old. Once they're gone, we're not getting them back.
Senator, can I just add a comment to that? One of the advantages with the open consultation in relation to the audit might have been able to put to bed some false assumptions in the audit report. One very important false assumption, which affects nearly all Army Reserve and Cadet depots, is that there's a move away from Army Reserve units parading at night to parading on 9-day blocks and 16-day blocks. I can assure you from my very lengthy service in the Army Reserve that we have been using 9-day blocks and 16-day blocks for training for a long, long time. What cannot be avoided, however, is that an Army Reserve depot and unit has exactly the same requirements for audits and stock takes and other administrative requirements as a regular Army unit. And the only way they can do that is parading at nights to do that. And so the assumption that's built into that report that they're not parading at nights and therefore they can close the depots down is false.
Well, Major General, it's not the first time that we've heard that there are false assumptions in this report, especially on the utilisation of these sites, and I think perhaps spending more time on these sites and seeing it in the full life cycle of the month would help these auditors to fully understand what these sites are used for, and also the interagency use of these sites as well that go beyond defence. Colonel, what risks do you see or does RUSI see in making permanent, irreversible divestment decisions in this era of heightened strategic uncertainty?
Well, I think, Senator, you've already touched on probably the core terms there, which are irreversible decisions. I think there are probably three that I would lay out. The first has been ably covered by the panel and I think came up in your earlier sessions about future risk in terms of scaling mobilisation. And many of these sites are playing integral in a lot of domestic operations. Victoria Barracks Brisbane, for instance, was a significant staging base for, I think it was the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting many years ago. We have the Olympics coming here in 2032. So there is the question about scaling and mobilisation, but I think that the department's probably better placed to answer that more fully. But I think the other one, and it is to my opening remarks, is that loss of social licence and social engagement. Consolidating on some super bases that are more remote from the community certainly makes sense in terms of training facilities. You can invest deeply in some quite technological and expensive facilities and infrastructure there. But what it means is that you no longer see soldiers, sailors and aviators in the community every day picking up a coffee, picking up their children, etc., and maintaining that relationship and that contact with society. And again, that's also a thing that I believe is core to RUSI's mission, which is about maintaining that social licence through public awareness and engagement.
Those community connections are so important, aren't they? Well, thank you so much. I'm going to pass the call now to Senator Lambie.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have to say I totally agree with your Army Reserve. I'm not sure they sent anybody in that's got any idea on Army Reservists, but the 9 and 16-day blocks you're talking about, without parading on Tuesday nights, they are kidding themselves. Would I be right to say that?
Yes, you would.
Yeah, I would have thought so. So I don't know whether none of these military blokes have done reserves or done reserve time or what's going on, but completely wrong in that. I actually got to do some service, full-time service in Army Reserve for 20 months, and I don't think what they've done is taken into consideration that these guys also have jobs, full-time jobs during the day, and they need stability. They need to know that when they show up on a Tuesday night, that's when they're doing their training, and weekends. And without those Tuesday nights and weekends, those Army Reservists do not exist. Mm-hmm. They can't just do 9 and 16-day blocks. It's just not, the training is not going to be adamant. for what they need to protect themselves or anybody else.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I just have some questions for you. I was just wondering, I know that you, Colonel, you were saying something that you, one of you had gone out to the audit team said, no, we don't want to speak to you as yet, or no, we don't want you involved. Is that correct? Did I hear that right?
I'll need to check and I will provide advice.
Can you double check? Yeah,
I will check. It was the President of RUSI Victoria, Major General Mike O'Brien, formally wrote and sought to have input into the, formally sought to have input into the audit, but was told it was an internal audit and no consultation would be entered into. I'll provide a copy of that letter to you.
That'd be wonderful, and if we could have the copy of that reply, if they gave a verbal, a written reply, that would be even better. Thanking you. Now, I do notice that you've got residencies at 2 sites that are being proposed for divestment. How effective does RUSI believe those sites being utilised? Example, like you said, I think you were talking about the one in Sydney, which I was talking to someone the other day, was we've got Victoria Barracks there, which is about, I believe, about 65% utilised. And why are those people in the city not working out there at Victoria Barracks?
Senator, if I could, if I could offer probably just a response from RUSI Queensland's perspective as a long-standing tenant of Victoria Barracks. We've faced escalating challenges in utilising the facility because most of our members have no current Defence Connection security clearances and therefore base access, so they are essentially visitors. It has been increasingly difficult to use the facility, understandably, as security has necessarily increased since September 11 and many other world events. But what we have noticed is there has been a long-term narrative that Victoria Barracks Brisbane was not going to be held forever. It's been talked about divestment on a number of occasions, and that has then been the basis or the rationale for denying people office space, desk space, the opportunity to use it. So it has become a self-fulfilling prophecy that if for 20 years you do not allow people to utilise the space, then when you do an audit and you say, well, nobody's utilising the space, you've kind of created a self-fulfilling argument.
Okay, yeah, okay. I've got plenty of veterans hubs that could be using that space too instead of having brand new buildings and costing the government a fortune. That's the other thing. So, and they can always change the security in those places. They can cut off some of it if they want it that secure and open out some of the others. I mean, if they're, you know, they spend money like no tomorrow defence, they can do that. They can change the way each side is if they need to. We all know that. Do you have anything further to add to that?
No, I agree. You know, when you talk about Victoria Barracks Melbourne, it's probably underutilised too. But then we've got a defence base, as I understand it, a high-rise building in Melbourne, which is, again is rented. So what's the purpose? Is it to ensure that that the bases are underutilised so that you can then run an argument that they need to be disposed of?
I don't know. I thought it was a bit of a security issue having them in. I mean, if you're not using your own buildings on the outside, which I thought would have been more secure if anything come this way, that you wouldn't want something going into one of those high-rise buildings, to be honest with you. But anyway, obviously they don't think like that these days. Do you have any idea, because obviously you've got 2 buildings that they're coming after that you're in, do you have any idea where you'll be relocating to?
In relation to RUSI Victoria, they're certainly in discussions with a number of organisations to see whether it's possible to move. Of course, they have a significant library of over 35,000 items, and it's the #1 military library in Victoria. So it's not an easy. It's not just picking up a few people. It's a significant issue to try and move a library.
And I'm assuming that, sorry, Colonel, I'm assuming that nobody's come to speak to you about that you may have to move, and these are what your options are. How does this work?
No one's come from defence. No one has come from defence, but we have taken initiatives on our own back to look at alternatives. But unsuccessful to date.
To add to your question, I must enforce that the senior ADF officers both Victoria Barracks and Gallipoli Barracks, which is the next closest barracks, have been incredibly supportive at a tactical or a local level, looking at support and arrangements for us to potentially transition to another defence base. The First Assistant Secretary of the transition team did conduct a town hall, ironically in RUSI Hall, on Victoria Barracks, and I think there was a general offer of some sort of support going forward, but we've had no specific correspondence since that, probably 4 months ago.
Okay, and will it be like an all lump it situation? You won't have a choice. You'll just be told where to go. Is that how it works?
I think the thing that I would probably be most looking for as potentially a recommendation from the committee here would be simply to encourage greater engagement and discussion as the planning is undertaken for divestment or disposal, if that's what goes ahead. Because I think there are some great options that we have certainly surfaced speaking with Brisbane Council and with the state government, and if we could get those connections happening with the Commonwealth and the Department of Defence, I think there is the potential for quite a smooth and indeed improved transition process. But we just want to ensure that those discussions occur between appropriate levels of government.
Okay.
Senator Lambie, can I give you a recent example?
Yes, please.
RUSI South Australia, that was located on Keswick Barracks in Adelaide, was asked to move by Defence because they needed the building, and they got no support from Defence in relation to that move, which included a fairly extensive library. They had to do it on their own bat with their own resources without any support from Defence.
Yeah, great support from Defence as per usual. Okay, is there anything else further that you want to add, either one of you? I've finished with my line of question, but is there anything that I should have asked you maybe?
No, I'm very comfortable with the questions,
Okay.
Senator Lambie. Thank you.
Thank you, Major General. Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you, Chair, for me. Thank you.
Senator Lambie. Well, thank you, Major General and Colonel, for appearing as witnesses today. The committee would appreciate if responses to questions on notice are provided by Monday, the 18th of May 2026. You're now released. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you very much.
I now welcome representatives from the Navy League of Australia and online from the Royal Australian Armoured Corps Association, the New South Wales Lancers Association and the New South Wales Lancers Memorial Museum. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And Mr Schweikart, I'll start with you.
Excuse me. Mark Schweikart, President, Navy League of Australia. We're appearing essentially as an affected stakeholder in the estate audit.
Thank you very much. Brigadier?
Brigadier Philip Bridie. I'm an executive member of the Association.
Thank you. And Major General Krause?
Good morning, Senator. Major General Michael Krause. I'm the Vice President of Royal Australian Armoured Corps Association, and I'm also the Honorary Colonel of the Royal Australian Armoured Corps.
Thank you very much. Brigadier Major General, I'm interested in your submission. Oh, Mr. Len, sorry, Mr. Coles. My apologies. Oh, yeah, sorry, I was looking online. Yes. Mr. Coles, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name's Len Coles. I'm the President of the Royal New South Wales Museum, located in Parramatta, and I'm also the President of the Lancer Association, which is a welfare and betterment fund that was established well before the regiment actually went to World War II. I'm interested and would like to raise a number of points, and I'll be brief. I'm concerned about the regiment itself, which is the oldest regiment in the Australian Army. It's home of the Light Horse. It's the most decorated regiment in the Australian Army. the barracks are the oldest barracks in Australia, except for a little barracks in Tasmania. And more significantly, the regiment has served from the Boer War, before Federation, all the way through the First World War, the Second World War, and has continued to serve both in members of the regiment have served in operations in Afghanistan and Iraq. We have members serve in Bougainville and Butterworth. But in the aid to civil powers role, the regiment has performed major activities during COVID and during bushfires and during floods. Why I talk about the regiment instead of the museum, I just wish to make one comment, and that is relocation of the regiment from its current position to Holsworthy would basically undermine the recruiting base. It is a regional regiment. It's been in Parramatta, and that's our major area of recruitment. So that would be the first point I'd like to raise. The second point I'd like to raise is the fact that we have a close link with Parramatta. The history goes right back where we had farmers, teachers, bankers got together and went to the Boer War. There is a very strong link. The barracks have been seen as a major part of Parramatta's history. They were originally built to house British troops before Federation to protect the seat of power, which was Parramatta in those days. The buildings are heritage listed. However, I now wish to move to the third area, and that's the museum. The museum is charged with clearly preserving the history of our regiment and cavalry. Now remember, we are the oldest regiment in the Australian Army. We have participated in the First World War and in the Second World War and subsequent battles. The museum is made up of three major areas. The first one is the museum itself. It's a two-storey Georgian building which was moved from 2 kilometres away, brick by brick, and these are sandstone blocks of about 300 kilos each. And the World War II veterans had it built, and that's where they started keeping the collection. In 1985, during our 100th centenary, myself as a squadron commander and the commanding officer had it dedicated as a war memorial. So it's a consecrated war memorial. There we have a lot of memorabilia covering the Boer War right through to the current situation where our members have served. We then have another part which is our vehicle collection, and I've passed a couple of posters and pictures around. That collection is significant because one of the items that we have is the Matilda tank, which was the first Australian tank to land in New Guinea and Borneo during the Second World War, and it was our regiment which actually took that action. The museum recovered the vehicle, spent 6 years rebuilding it, and now it's part of our display. We have other vehicles, Centurion tank, Ferret Scout cars, but we also have a vast collection of memorabilia and weapons, which is an excellent thing, but it creates a problem for us considering relocation. It is clear to us that there are some areas that are suitable for disposal because either through lack of use or negligence, or neglect I should say, they're underutilised. But the barracks, the oldest barracks in Australia, cannot ever be considered as a commercial fundraiser. That's sacrilege. With my hat as president of the Lancer Association, which is the veteran side of things, I have been inundated with veterans who have been incensed, particularly since they know that our parade ground, which is older than Victoria Barracks parade ground, our parade ground has the ashes of at least a dozen soldiers. It is bad enough the building is considered and our collection has been considered, but the parade ground. Thank you. I'm very proud. I've spent 52 years there. I've spent full-time service, reserve service, and been a volunteer since 1992. And it distresses me greatly that it's even being considered. I understand, thank you very much, I understand progress and so on, but there are limits, and I just hope it doesn't happen in my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coles, and I appreciate your very moving testimony today. I'd now like to invite the other witnesses to make an opening statement if they wish to make one.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm a victim of 50 calibre machine gun fire, so could I ask the Chair please to...
I think it was, thank you, and really appreciate the passion and the commitment that you have. And yeah, thanks, Mr.
Yeah. I'll go.
Chair, do you want me to start?
Yep.
Sure, yep, thank you.
Chair, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the Royal Australian Armoured Wales Branch, jointly by our President, Brigadier Robert Lording, our Deputy President, who's online, Major General Michael Krause and myself. Our position is clear. Lancer Barracks is not surplus defence land. It is a functioning, strategically located defence asset that directly supports Army Reserve capability, cadets, officer training, ADF recruiting, heritage stewardship and emergency response operations. And if I may add also New South Wales Police capability. Lancer Barracks is the home of the 1st 15th Royal New South Wales Lancers, a regiment that's been based on this site for approximately 135 years. Supports, as per your report, 100 to 150 reservists, 100 to 150 cadets, a Sydney University Regiment detachment and the Parramatta Defence Recruiting Office. It is also the home of the Royal New South Wales Lancers Museum and Association that Len so eloquently covered before, which preserves nationally significant RAAC heritage. Our central concern is that defence divestment would degrade in three critical ways. Firstly, it would undermine Army Reserve viability in Western Sydney. Reservists join units and depots, not corps. Their ability to serve depends on proximity to home, work and study, and on reliable public transport. Travel to Holsworthy is typically a 45 to 90-minute each-way journey in peak periods. History shows that when reserve units are moved beyond their catchment, numbers collapse and regeneration takes years, if it occurs at all. In Western Sydney. Second, divestment would significantly weaken ADF recruiting. Lancer Barracks provides a visible, permanent defence presence in the geographic centre of Sydney. As Major General Krause has noted, you can't be what you can't see. Holsworthy is remote, not visible, not accessible, as has been noted by some of the senators before. Removing defence from Parramatta would reduce Army Reserve, RAAC and cadet recruiting at a time to grow. Third, divestment would sever RAAC heritage and identity. Lancer Barracks, as Len stated, is the oldest continually occupied military site in mainland Australia. It contains 2 Commonwealth heritage listings, a consecrated memorial space and a nationally significant armoured collection. These elements cannot be relocated without permanent loss. The site was transferred, not sold to the Commonwealth at Federation for defence purposes. As Major General Irving has covered before, it was not acquired as a commercial asset and fixed the basis of that transfer. Finally, Lancer Barracks has repeatedly served as a proven operational hub during emergencies, including bushfires, floods, COVID-19 operations, counter-terrorism activity, and notably the 2022 Holsworthy flooding, when Lancer Barracks provided continuity of operations. In short, divestment would reduce capability, diminish recruiting, sever heritage, and remove defence from the centre of with no viable alternative identified. We respectfully submit that Lancer Barracks should be retained, recognised as a strategic defence asset and excluded from the divestment program. Major General Krause and I are happy to take the committee's questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Brigadier. Mr Schweikert, would you like to make an opening statement?
I'm not sure if my old boss, Mick Krause, wants to say anything first, but if he doesn't...
Yeah, look, I might... Look, I just want, first of all, Senator, thanks for the opportunity. You're going to hear a lot today about history and past and heritage, all that type of stuff, and that is really, really important. I just want to emphasise the present and the future, because our reserve units have real-time tasks now given to them by government. The recently released Defence Strategic Review actually tasks our reserve units with operational responsibility. In the case of 1st 15th Hunter of New South Wales, who are in Lancer Barracks, they have a real-time task to perform. And there seems to be at least a contradiction between what they're being asked to do in the Defence Strategic Review and the suggestion that they'll divest the barracks, because as noted already, any suggestion of moving the Lancers to facilities that don't exist in a remote part of Sydney that is not seen can only reduce the capability at the very time that they're being asked to increase their capability. So my concern is about the capability generated by the Lancers. They generated from the barracks, and as mentioned by Phil, it's very, very visible. People join regiments, cadets join regiments, and I just note with interest that the review team visited the barracks during the day on a weekday. Anyone who has any knowledge of reserves or cadets know that they parade on a weekend and at night. So they either are ignorant or perhaps have already pre-formed ideas. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Major General. Mr Schweikert.
Thank you. Yes, I come from a different perspective in that I'm, I guess, directly affected, or the Navy League of Australia is directly affected by the divestment decision regarding the TS Sheen site in Devonport in Tasmania. The Navy League of Australia has been operating in Australia for 125 years, and one of the things we did in the 1920s to actually engender a spirit or understanding of the sea was start the naval cadet movement. Over the years, since from then till about 1973, the government has slowly taken over the cadets from the Navy League. They used to be called Navy League cadets in one stage. In 1973, the government decided to take all cadet units away. We actually operate a lot of depots, training facilities. We had provided funding and all that sort of thing for them. But in 73, that was Defence that took that in. In 69, we actually bought this particular property in Devonport in Tasmania. We leased it to Defence. And we leased it to Defence exclusively and at a discounted rate in order to support the cadets there. It was formerly TS Mersey and was recently renamed TS Sheen in honour of Lady Seaman Teddy Sheen, VC, the Tasmania's first and only VC winner. We actually charge it at a discounted price to Defence and have it exclusively for Defence in order to support the cadets there. I look at this audit from a holistic perspective as well in Tasmania, and I would say for Tasmanians, this audit represents the most consequential Australian military withdrawal from an island since the evacuation of Crete in 1941. From a recruitment perspective, Tasmania is essentially going to be left withering on the vine. I find it ironic that at the moment, I think it's Army has more star-ranked officers from Tasmania than any other state. I suspect in 30 years that will not be the case. With regards to the process for divestment, we received no warning, no consultation, no transparency. No one at the unit even knew this was coming themselves. Seeing the previous speakers in regards to how they did the audit, I feel for the Minister in the bad advice that he has been given regarding this. We believe that they've made a lot of mistakes in the audit, which is why we've actually, rather than get cranky and call names and throw our toys out of the cot, we've actually proposed a solution that meets the terms of references for the audit. We offered a solution to co-locate all the Devonport cadets in the one site. It's a 2-hectare site. The current depot only operates on about 5 to 10% of the site. I could put 2 other cadet units there very easily. In fact, if you had an aid to the civil authority sort of task you need to do, I could land 6 Blackhawks or 6 Seahawks or 4 Chinooks in that site with a facility that is secure, that has a commercial kitchen, accommodation, bunk accommodation for 16 people, as well as classrooms, lecture rooms, the lot. It's ready to go for all that if you wish. I look at this and say, well, this is Tasmania's robo-debt moment. It's short-sighted, lacks insight, spreadsheet decision-making. I mean, robo-debt averaged incomes. The estate audit is averaging assumptions. Robo-debt ignored advice or evidence. The estate audit is ignoring communities. Robo-debt harmed people. The estate audit will harm the next generation of cadets and reservists, particularly in Tasmania. After the decision was announced, which we had no idea was coming, I went and actually spoke and sat down with SEG and said, why? It doesn't make any sense for us. And I'm not sure if I was being gaslit or if it was basic bad advice to SEG as well. I was told that the site is costing Defence over $300,000 per annum in operational costs. Well, it's a lease site. We pay for that. So I don't understand where that's coming from. I've asked for a copy of the receipts and I'm still waiting. If I don't get it in the next couple of weeks, I'll make an FOI request. We were told that the building won't pass its next OH&S inspection. News to us too. We've owned it since 1969. Yet we've been given no building reports or indication that there was anything wrong. In fact, we've just spent $17,000 replacing all the window frames on the building. Why would we do that if they know it was about to be condemned? They said the loft in the building, if you look at our submission, there is like a loft on the building which overlooks the river. That's a bit of a safety feature, also accommodation space. They said the loft had been condemned and closed, but no one's informed the unit of that. When I was there 4 weeks ago, the loft was fine, and I went through it. To be fair, though, last year, a cadet instructor was in the loft and was coming down from the stairs and fell and broke his arm. He didn't claim that it was the building's fault. He said it was his fault. But it was rather interesting in that the cadet instructor was actually an Army cadet instructor, not a Navy cadet instructor. So our solution is that all the cadet units go to here to actually do co-located in the one site. It's happening already by osmosis. We've spoken to locals down there. There is nowhere for the cadet units in Devonport to go. I've spoken to SEG. Where are you going to put them? Oh, we'll find somewhere. How much is it going to cost? We don't know. As I said, it's really difficult to work out what's going on here. Page 113 of the report says sites subject to further investigation, and Sheen is listed as one of those. Yet I've been told by SEG that will not be happening. They will not consider the proposal that we've given them on its merit. We've asked the questions in the proposal, say, well, if this actually costs you more money, who's going to be held accountable for that? The whole point is to try and save money, but if it's not doing that, then what's going to happen? So we've proposed a solution for this particular site. We want to work with Defence on this, but at this stage, Defence doesn't seem to want to work with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now pass the call to Senator Lambie.
Oh, thank you very much. And I think I'll come back to you, Mr. Is it Mark? Yes. Mark Schwalk. I'm not sure. How do you pronounce your last name again? That's very rude of me.
Schweikert.
Schweikert. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, 44 transport. What's wrong with them all controlling in there? Tell me that. You know much about 44 transport? I worked down there full time, 20 months. So where you are in East Devonport, where you're talking about, there's plenty of room over at 44, or there isn't? Out of curiosity, because I can tell you now, 44 is hardly open. It's Army Reserves weekends, Tuesday nights if they're lucky, and if the Army wants to chuck money into them. Otherwise, they're sitting around. And there's about 5 or 6 of us that are skeleton staff that sit there for the rest of the week, and we run Army cadets out of there. So I can tell you now, that would be lucky if that's utilised 30% of its time, minus the skeleton reserves, the skeleton full-time staff is at 44. So do you realise that, do you think that these people that were doing all this actually don't understand the structures of the military, full stop? Because that's what I seem to be getting here.
If that's a question directed to me, I would suggest so. Listening to the previous advice from the examiner or the auditors, they don't understand military. They don't understand, for example, simple parade ground type of understanding of what a parade ground is, for instance, and the fact they want to rename all these sites as well. I mean, we have HMAS Harmon in Canberra. That's been a multi-user depot for Army, Navy and cadets for a very long time. It doesn't need to be renamed to identify it as a multi-user depot. And people understand that already. And it's essentially, it's a ship. You go aboard. They actually use those terms. When you come to HMAS Harmon, you go aboard. I would say the auditors don't have much understanding of defence. They've come from a very non-defence background, which is why I said in my opening statement, I really feel for the Minister in that he's got some very bad advice here, very bad advice.
No, we all know that's just the Minister doesn't know that. And can anyone to tell me whether or not they come across when they were going around doing their audit, did they have an actual building surveyor with them? Or are they just pulling this, hello, this building's no good, this program's no good? Where are they pulling this out from? Where does this come from?
So
does anyone know?
So in regards to the Sheen side, I've spoken to the cadet staff there, the cadets, the parents, that sort of thing. They don't recall anyone visiting the site in the last year or two.
Okay. I want to come to the Royal Australian Armoured Corps, and I don't mind which one. You guys are getting a few knocks in the last 12 months, aren't you?
Senator, we're a resilient corps, you know that.
I know you're a resilient corps, and I know you've got big tanks around you, but geez, they're mucking you around defence. I feel for you, I can assure you. I wanted to speak to you about the just on the. Can one of you comment on the handling or treatment of the assets or equipment which has historical value? And may I please get you to Mr. Crass? Can you explain? I have not, excuse my ignorance. I had not heard of the ashes before on the parade ground. Can you fully explain that to us a little bit more?
Senator, that's probably best directed to Len. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Len Coles.
we have a, if I understand your question properly, we have a collection of vehicles which reflects the regiment's history, and we're fortunate enough to actually have a vehicle that the regiment used in the Second World War, alongside another vehicle we're restoring, which is a bridge layer, of which there's only 4 left in the world. We want to have...
Mr Coles, I think...
sorry.
All of that is...
the ashes.
Oh, sorry, the ashes, sorry. As I said, I'm suffering from 50 cal.
You said that, sorry.
And
I'll speak a bit more, it's okay. I just want to know about the ashes.
Okay, very, very simple. In 1962, one of our regimental 2ICs passed away, and he made a request that his ashes be scattered on the parade ground. And we went through the protocols, and the military was not in favour of it, even though it's a very old British custom. So, being cavalry, we basically said, thank you, and we all had a midnight meeting and scattered his ashes. Since then, I personally have scattered the ashes of 6 other Lancers who were friends of mine. And unfortunately, we have had quite a number of unofficial scatterings, but so much so that now on a wall where we have our battle honours, we are now putting up plaques with their period of service. It would distress me greatly if I couldn't be on the parade ground.
Okay, I understand that now. Thank you for that. That's fair. That's a fair call. Is any of the association going to the community session that is proposed on the 6th of May?
Yes,
we'll both be there.
Okay.
Yes, there'll be.
Just one other thing. I think it was raised by the team that these are some kind of secret buildings that no one ever gets access to. The museum at the Lancer Barracks is open every Sunday to the public between 10 and 1600. There's no secrets behind there, and it actually proves as a magnificent point of interest, and it also has direct relationship to recruiting.
Madam Chair, following on General Krause, we have the highest visitation rate of any historic site in Parramatta. Last year, we had 1,200 visitors. To date, we've got 250 visitors. We represent 80% of visitors to any of the other historic sites like Elizabeth Farm, Hampden Cottage, Old Parliament House, any of those. And more significantly, we are not just open on Sundays. At least every week we have either a school group, a probus group, retirement village, RSL groups, even motor car clubs coming down. Our visitation rates are very high. And to say that they're locked up to the public, yes, they are. There is this obsession that the walls are there only for 5 hours a week. That's not correct. And whilst there is a great deal of pressure for public space because of the large number of apartments that are being built, I cheerfully remind different groups that there's a school playground next door, which for some reason is closed, and half a block away there's 200 acres of reserve. So to say that the parade ground has to be a public space so kids can play, I find that galling. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I did notice that public space not far away. I found that a little bit like you did. I couldn't understand that. So I now want to go to the Navy League, if I can.
Yes, Senator.
Does the Navy League do you hold any other assets that are being leased to Defence at this point in time? Have you got more?
Yes, we have one other, and that's in Fremantle. That's TS Perth, and TS Perth has been gifted to the West Australian Government. It's under a trust. We've also just recently established the HMAS Perth Memorial at that particular depot site, which is now on the National Register of Memorials.
Okay. Okay. And how engaging was Defence Estate with the Navy League?
We've only ever dealt with an agent in Tasmania, I think it'll potentially Melbourne, and they're the ones that tell us what they need, which is how we knew, for example, to spend $17,000 on window frames just recently.
Okay. But certainly the council certainly hasn't condemned the East Devonport one or anything like that you know of?
No, councils...
That you were saying?
The local council has been very supportive. In fact, they've given us a 50% reduction on our rates because they realise what value we have to the youth development of the Devonport region.
How about that? Yes, okay. Is there any construction work required over there, or have you got a new plan of attack that you want to make it bigger? I mean, that's completely different. You can put in for that, or have you got going forward? Do you have any plans to do anything else with that site? How many acres is down there again? Just remind me.
2 hectares.
2 hectares.
2 hectares. We have no plans for the site other than to support the cadets at TS Sheen. The Navy, as I said before, the Navy League established the cadets in the 1920s, and we've always supported cadets as much as we can. So we only have 2 sites left that we do, so we hang on to them very much. The site itself actually has 2 titles, so if we wanted to, we could have subdivided this a long time ago and made a bit of money, but we did not, because the cadets have told us that they use that the rest of that site for sporting activities, for bivouacs and all sorts of things from other cadets from around the Tasmania. So we said, no, we're not going to try and make a profit out of this. This is for the cadets, and that's what our job is.
Okay, and has there been any cost-benefit assessment undertaken of what you guys are doing versus the audit's recommendations?
We've seen no figures whatsoever from anyone about anything. In fact, I've asked, how much is it going to cost to relocate the cadets to somewhere else, and they don't know that figure. But all they know, they can tell me, is that our lease ends in November, and that's it. In the submission I've presented, I've taken pictures of some of the equipment that the cadets have. Where is that going to go? This is defence equipment. This is expensive equipment. They have boats, they have yachts, they have canoes, they have uniforms, they have computers, they have lecture material and so forth. They have a lot of memorabilia as well, a lot of awards and trophies and so forth. Where is that going to go? I put in the submission that if you go to a shared facility like a council sort of a sports oval or something like that, well, you're not going to be able to have any of that stuff on display. It's going to be subject to being broken into, because that seems to happen. When cadets traditionally have been moved to shared facilities, that unit generally dies. So we've got 3 cadet units in Devonport alone that are facing extinction because there's nowhere for them to go. They're being told that we might send you to Launceston. Well, the parents have pretty much said, I'm not going to drive an hour in the dark.
They're not driving down there. I can tell you now. I'm in Ulverston. That we're not driving our kids down there for an hour and a quarter or so to do that once a week. We're just not. We're not capable, and especially with the way the petrol is right now. Yeah. There's no way in hell. And like you said, it's dark down here in the middle of winter at 4:45, mate. No one's expected. That's just putting people's lives in danger. That is ridiculous.
Yep. The site, our current TS Devonport Sheen site, is serviced by public transport as well. So the cadets can get there themselves because none of them drive yet. So they're reliant on their parents. But we've been told that they won't do that. So the 3 cadet units will die. I mean, this particular cadet unit was renamed after Tasmania's first and only VC winner. What's the look with that?
I understand that. So all of you sitting there at the moment, even though you're being told you're being closed down, you've got no direction on where you're going forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, Senator.
So from our perspective, it's a lease. We've just been told it just reverts back to you.
Oh dear. There goes cadets. I have no further questions. Thank you so much. Thanks for all showing up, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. I'll now pass the call to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks all for your engagement. It's your understanding that I think we'll still call it the audit team, even though I think they tried to say they weren't an audit team this morning, but the audit team turned up on a weekday at the Lancer Barracks, is that right?
Yes. That's correct.
Yeah. And just for those who aren't so familiar with the patterns at Lancer Barracks, can you tell me who's best to speak about when you're likely to see activity and when the most activity is at Lancer Barracks, and just take us through a week and why it's pretty foolish to turn up on a weekday?
Phil, will you take that, mate?
As well, Michael's the honorary colonel of the whole corps. So the usual parading, during the weekday, there's people there every day, full-time staff and reservists that are needed to do things. And if there's a course, for example, they could be, you could have reservists there for 2 weeks. But if you rocked up on a normal weekday, it's probably more likely full-timers and the occasional reservists. Tuesday night, you will have a lot of people turning up, because that's the normal parading night from about 7 o'clock onwards. People come from around, depending on the type of activity. So you're going to have your 50 to 100 people there, depending on what's happening. On the weekends, the Lancers also have Holsworthy Barracks, which is a very long way away, particularly in peak hour traffic, as you're probably well aware, from Lancer, Parramatta to Holsworthy. But because of the facilities at Holsworthy not necessarily being suitable, if there's collective training of everyone, let's say professional military education for soldiers and NCOs and officers, then that'll normally be conducted on weekend, and then you literally get as many people of the regiment as you can. And often our folk because we also have a depot at HMAS Harmon that's been mentioned before, the multi-USI depot, you'll have people come up from Canberra. So you'll get large quantities of people on occasional weekends, maybe once a month, that sort of thing. And on top of that, you also have Sydney University Regiment. So they have a bunch of folk who do the same sort of parading activities and training. During the weekdays, Defence Force Reserve Defence Force recruiting in Parramatta very much use Lancer Barracks as their hub. They have equipment and vehicles stored there, but they also use it for their activities like attestation and departing from there to go down to Kapooka or wherever they're going to do their training. And then, of course, you've heard about the association. Probably the other thing, and if you're running a course of some sort that's based there, then you'll get however many people are on the course plus the trainers. But the other thing, the band's based there as well, but the cadets I've mentioned. But the other thing is sometimes during the week you'll discover, so there was a mention before, Senator, about interagency liaison, and I suspect it hasn't been done. Certainly RAC in New South Wales wasn't consulted. I'm also on the Defence Reserves Association. We weren't consulted, and I'm also heavily involved in RSL New South Wales. But New South Wales Police, obviously right next door to it, New South Wales Police regularly use Lancer Barracks, firstly for training on a very regular basis, but also, without going into details, and it's best that the audit committee or whoever discuss it with New South Wales, but it is used for operations initiation, so they base themselves and then go out on operations, and also for command post activities during substantial activities. And why they use Lancer Barracks is because it's a secure location. They know the place is cleared, no bugs and all that sort of stuff, so they can do their work there. So the Lancers have a very close relationship with police next door. I haven't heard it directly, but I have been advised, in fact as early as this morning, from members of the Lancers at the Barracks that New South Wales Police would be a little bit aghast if they lost Lancer Barracks, and because there's not an equivalent place close by to the building that they could sort of do those things like training and those operational type activities. Hopefully that covers it, Senator.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. And if you wanted to persuade a review body to sell Lancer Barracks, you'd take them there on a weekday, you wouldn't notify the museum, you wouldn't notify the association, and you wouldn't tell the police. That's how you'd probably persuade a review body to flog off Lancer Barracks, I would imagine.
Be a good
Senator, I've got absolutely no idea where you're going with this one. What I would add, if I could, to what Phil said, the vast majority of reservists have got 2 jobs, the reserve being the second one. And so therefore, Lancer Barracks being in the middle of a very, very large urban centre, it's actually incredibly convenient for them to go from their first job to the second. And of course, they get no money to travel. So the idea that they will now suddenly go that extra distance out to Holsworthy is a nonsense, and it's untested. This whole thing is about bricks and mortars and money. They've forgotten our people.
And on a good trip, it'd be a 45-minute drive from Parramatta to Holsworthy, and be an hour and a half on public transport if you didn't have wheels. That's if you wanted to promote reserve engagement, this is like a disastrous plan, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. And you say on a good trip, but you remember that the Tuesday night parade starts about 7 o'clock, and look at the hour or two before that. That's very much peak hour traffic in sunny Sydney. Yeah, absolutely agree.
Could I take you to something else that I think is apparent when you read through this review? The Defence Force is, people join the Defence Force with most often with a sense of kind of wanting to be part of something, and that sense of identity is critical to most human organisations, but it's critical in particular to Defence. And part of the identity in a Defence Force is the connection with history, with people who have served before. And it seems to me that this is a site that is just saturated with that history. And that doesn't...
It's not only dripping with history. Yeah, it's not only dripping with history, Senator, but one of the critical differences between the reserve and regular service is you don't get posted around in the reserve. That is your home. You will spend your career with the Lancers in Lancer Barracks. And this seems to have been forgotten.
But this whole review could have been written by a robot. And it seems to ignore the very human things that make us want to be part of something bigger than ourselves, the very human things that make us want to, schlep there in the afternoon after work when you're already knackered, or commit to that, have that emotional and commitment. It seems like none of that even features in this review. And I heard your passion, Mr. Coles. Like that, it's like your passion is irrelevant, but I don't think it is irrelevant to an organisation.
I served in uniform, both full-time and part-time, and the difference is the fact that you can spend 20 years, 25 years, 30 years with an individual who you recruited as an 18-year-old, ran them through courses and training, and eventually they ended up as commanding officers. They are part of the family, and that's why our Veterans Association has such strong feelings, because that's where they grew up. As one person said to me, this is my second home. And I know these guys for 20 years, and we've buried them, we've partied with them, and we've grown up. And that family environment is very, very strong in the Lancers, and hopefully will continue.
And you know this site, you know the history, you know the passion, and then if you read this report, the only time you find the barracks mentioned is in a list of sale properties. None of this seems to have even featured or troubled the reviewers. But that must be the sense of insult that you get when you saw that. I can't imagine.
But it's not only that, Senator. As I said in my evidence, it seems to be completely contradicting the roles and tasks given to the reserve in the Defence Strategic Review, which calls on them to do more, not less. So they're taking away the very tools that allow the reserve to do that.
Do more further away. It's not a great formula,
yes.
is it? Yeah.
Particularly in Oldsmobile.
Senator, the point that taken from every single that we lose takes years to regenerate. If we lose them at the rank of corporal or the rank of sergeant, it takes 5-10 years to regenerate that capability. And we are being asked through the DSR, the Defence Strategic Review, the Reserve Review that was a nexus to that afterwards, that was released in the end of 2024, and later recent announcements by the government to expand capability of defence, and much of that expansion of this is totally contradictory to that intent. We will move. The history shows that when you move units or close down units, you lose a good portion of the reservists there, and then that takes years to regenerate.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I note the time.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I just want to continue on this line of questioning about the history of the units. And again, I want to thank you for your very moving testimony about the parade ground. My understanding is that one of the first things you learn when you join a unit is the history of that unit. So you understand why you're there and what it is that you're meant to achieve. Is that correct?
Correct. Recruits actually come to our museum as part of the recruit training, and we run them through the history, and we say, this is the light horse, this is where it started. And then we take them through the different rooms where we have our memorabilia. And then we say to them, you're in the oldest regiment, maintain the standards. If you can't maintain the standards, go somewhere else. And they see elderly people like me, and I hate to use that word now, we wander around with our tools and our paint, and they see that we've been here for many, many years, and the link is still there. And we address them occasionally when they have what they call O groups, where they get all the soldiers together, and we occasionally they invite us in, and we give them chunks of history. This is Saddleburg, this is Parramatta Ridge at Bougainville, this is the Boer War, this is Stellenbosch. And that's how the Association Museum support them, and we continue to support them.
And could I just emphasise, Senator, what Len just said there? It's not in order to turn them into historians. It's in order to grow the morale that is so essential of a fighting force. It's actually to imbue in them the standards that are expected of them. It's all about future and capability. And you can't get that in some bland, vanilla defence. I mean, that nonsense about naming defence establishment this or that. The integrated force is not about making us all boring and all the same. The integrated force is about building on everyone's unique contribution. So the whole thing is bureaucratic nonsense, is what I would have said if asked.
Well, you did just take my second question from me, so thank you very much, Major General. Look, I think it's really important. My husband has been to your recruitment day. He did end up as a reservist, but at a different unit. But he was very, very impressed with the presentation that day. But of course, it's not just about the recruitment, it's about the retention as well. And if you do move these sites, it makes it extraordinarily difficult, and it's not just about the young people, it's about the people with families as well. And adding an extra half an hour to an already hour-long trip is something that can make or break the retention of these units. I'd just like to ask you about the armoured vehicles that you have at Lancer Barracks and the equipment. Where do you foresee these going should the base be relocated?
Relocation is our biggest nightmare. We have focused on making vehicles operational. We want to demonstrate to the public what a tank is like when it drives past and loosens your teeth. But we need ground to be able to do that, and there's not too many areas available. But what concerns us more is the museum cannot move. It's a physical building. It belongs to the museum. We're an incorporated body, but the vehicles could end up as static displays, which could be vandalised, could be pulled apart. That's not what we're trying to do. We have this major aim, and we have very few possible places we can take it. And I'm being very cautious when I say this, but I'm not in the least confident that our relocation, should it occur, would be of any interest to the military, because it would cost money. And
Senator, in short, there is no plan.
Thank you, Major General. Look, I want to turn to the Navy League now. Mr. Stryker, yours is not the only training ship that has been earmarked for divestment. I've seen 6 that have been recommended and a further 6 that will be under further assessment. What do you think that wholesale selling off of our training ships will do to the cadets for the Navy?
There will be no cadets.
There will be no cadets.
There will be no cadets, particularly in Tasmania. And as I said, the parents have made it clear they're not going to be driving hours and hours at night, because they've got an hour to get there, wait around for 3 hours and an hour to come back, and that's every night. Sorry, that's one night a week, and then one weekend a month as well to do those sorts of things. They have to have a local identity, and that's where we've been saying that co-locating them into a facility like ours will actually help with that. Because the idea is to try and maintain it, make it easy for parents to have their cadets, have their children become cadets and be there. We found out just recently that I think half the cadets that aged out in Tasmania ended up joining the ADF. Cadets make up something like 25% of the ADF's recruitment base. If you're going to lose that, how are you going to fix that? I mean, this audit is doing a state in this stovepipe over here and trying to save money over here, but the stovepipe over here for recruitment is suddenly now going to cost a significant amount more, because this one is trying to sort of rob Peter to pay Paul. It just doesn't work like that. So, I mean, I was in cadets when I was at school, and I ended up joining the Army Reserve as well. So it seems almost like a logical sort of progression. And at this stage, I think Tasmania is going to be completely ADF free. As I said, this is an evacuation from an island like we haven't seen since Crete in 41.
So to refer to what the Major General commented just before, there is no plan for what comes next, would be your assessment?
We have asked what the plan is in regards to the solution that we've provided, and they have no plan. They said we will have one. Is the answer. Speaking to the people in Devonport, there is nowhere for Devonport cadets to go to. No one can identify a school hall or a school oval or something like that where they can go to. I've asked them, I've said, in fact, I've offered to Defence, we'll extend the lease beyond November. No, same conditions, all that sort of thing. Not interested.
It is remarkable, considering that they have said in the terms of reference that the audit will be required to present cost estimates to underpin these recommendations, and clearly they haven't done impact assessments either.
No.
So, with all of that in mind, and given what it seems to be a comedy of errors throughout this audit report, one might even call it false evidence given the claims of underutilisation at a place like Lancer Barracks and at your training ship, TS Sheen. Do you have any confidence in the validity of what has been called the independent audit report?
No, and as I said, when I actually went and sat down with SEG after the announcement and said why, I got fed a bunch of things which were patently untrue. And I've gone back and confirmed those with the people in Devonport. So they've either got the wrong site or they haven't actually done their due diligence with regards to collecting information. The thing that concerns me is the fact that they said they spent $300,000 just last year on our site in Devonport. Well, again, it's our site. Why would they spend that money there? And no one, even going back to one of the former operations officers from 2000, said Defence has not spent any money on that site. So where's $300,000 gone?
The list of things they say they're spending on the Tasmanian defence sites, which makes it apparently unviable for defence, would almost be laughable if it wasn't in the report. They say the costs to defence of excessive land holdings on the 16 defence sites in Tasmania include administrative overheads of developing and updating environmental management plans. I'm sure that's bankrupting defence. Bushfire mitigation measures, weed and invasive species management, conservation efforts, heritage and asset accounting. Like, you couldn't have a more made-up list of costs, could you?
TS Sheen's on the water.
Yeah.
It doesn't really have a bushfire problem. It's also...
You're not hunting foxes and rooting out lantana every weekend?
It still is actually in suburbia. It's a battle axe block in suburbia by the side of the water. It's its own boat ramp. I can't understand any of that would be...
But you've got the costs of asset accounting. So it's on a ledger somewhere, which is no doubt costing defence, to maintain that ledger could be 4 or 5 cents a year on the energy costs.
But that particular site we own it. We pay all the site costs.
It's just a made-up list.
No, it would seem so.
Yep.
And so that's why we came, okay, well, you've got it wrong, we'll come up with a solution. We won't get cranky about this, we'll come up with a solution that meets all the terms of references requirements, and they'll be told we're not going to consider it.
I just want one final question from me, if I may. The renaming of the defence bases, which would effectively remove any base that is named with the prefix of HMAS. What do you think that would do to the morale of the people serving on those bases?
All the bases, when they've got a HMAS, they actually come from a real ship. So Harmon was a real ship at one stage and then said, well, okay, we'll now convert it to a shore establishment. It still has a history. It still has battle honours. It still has a crest. It still has all those sorts of things. So it still is a part of the Navy's tradition to have shore establishments named after that. So why we would want to change that tradition, I don't know. There's no logic behind it whatsoever, but it still is, as I said, when you go to something like HMAS Harmon, you come aboard. You don't just sign in, you actually are coming aboard. You go through the standard sort of naval traditions and procedures that you would for any ship in some respects to get on board and do what you need to do. So that in some respects gives people coming on board an idea of what Navy life is like, if you will. You start that early.
Lancer Barracks predates Federation. What right has someone to call it Defence Establishment Parramatta?
I suspect it has something to do with, the ease of reference for the next audit review, so that when these people who haven't visited these sites know exactly where they are. But
again, Senator, I can't possibly comment on that.
Yeah, or to just separate them from history, separate them from that sort of connection, to make it easier for the next round of divestment. Like it just seems, such a pretty obvious kind of next step in divestment, and all the damage it does to association, to history, to sort of esprit de corps. None of that even gets mentioned.
If I might add to that, putting cadets on defence facilities might seem like a good way of saving money and so forth, but it actually has a lot of disadvantages to it. And I'll give you the example of TS Canberra here at HMAS Harmon. Because it's a Zone 2 facility, none of the cadets can get a pass to actually get through the gate, nor can their parents. So the parents have to drop them off in the car park. They then have to form up and march nearly 600, 700 metres in rain, hail, shine, sleet, snow, heat to get to their training depot. Then they have to be escorted back out late at night to wait for their parents in the car park to come and get them. Putting them on defence sites subjects the cadets potentially to protester activity. It potentially subjects them to terrorist activity as well, because the defence site is actually a site that terrorists potentially look at. Cadet units, they don't. The other thing that TS Canberra's recently just found out is that when there's an operational need, they got booted out. The Army, Navy, Air Force cadets all got booted out because there was an operational need. So they're in limbo until such time as that operational need is over. But that doesn't. So what I'm saying is that's not a great idea to put cadets in current defence facilities either.
But you're ignoring the savings on weed control, you know,
and bushfire.
Important national savings on weed control.
Thank you. All right. Well, I just wanted.
Madam Chair, if I could make a final
Sure.
comment. For many years as the adjutant of the regiment, I had the unpleasant task of rebuffing through the military system developers who wanted to take over the Lancer Barracks, build a skyscraper on the parade ground, use the historic buildings as restaurant and legal offices. And I would say for 12 years that was a regular occurrence. And fortunately, the Army rejected politely all the advances. It grieves me to think now that it's coming to fruition, and soldiers following orders will not get involved with contradicting government policy, but it does create a great deal of tension within serving ranks, because some of the gentlemen who are sitting here have served there, and there are others who have served quite a while ago, and that there is that strong tension to think that the sword of Damocles is actually going to fall upon us, and that causes us great sorrow. Yes, thank you.
Just one question for you. When Defence speaks this afternoon, you might wish to ask them why the one-star head of cadets have been prevented from speaking to you on the effects of the estate audit on their commands.
Thank you very much.
They've been told not to.
Correct.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony today and bringing this very real problem to life. The committee would appreciate if responses to questions on notice are provided by Monday, the 18th of May 2026. We're now going to break for lunch and we will return at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your attendance today. We'll restart this inquiry. I now welcome Abundant Housing Network Australia, which is appearing online. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Jonathan O'Brien. I'm appearing on behalf of the Abundant Housing Network Australia as its spokesperson.
Thank you. Okay, I invite you now to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Wonderful. Well, look, thank you for inviting me. The Abundant Housing Network Australia is focused on enabling governments at all levels to pull all available levers to enable the greater degree of supply our nation needs to confront the housing crisis. The housing crisis being fundamentally a housing shortage. However, in the case of the defence assets, we recognise that housing supply is really only one of many competing objectives stakeholders have for the futures of these sites. So as is often the case, several of these objectives are in kind of direct conflict with each other, right? The objectives, and we've heard from a bunch of people in the inquiry today, they range from a desire to better use limited government resources, to retain and invest in heritage, to retain public land for maximum public value, and also to maximise utility, including through housing development, of well-located urban land to enable the better functioning of our cities. The Commonwealth is actually not really the level of government best positioned to operationalise most of these objectives. State governments and, in some cases, local governments are better placed. That's both constitutional, but also in terms of kind of state capacity and what residents and citizens kind of expect. So that's why our submission really puts forth that state and territory governments and then local governments should be offered a right of first refusal to purchase divested lands at assessed market rates. So if lower tiers of government wish to pay the costs of providing public space, museums, community facilities, or simply wish to develop the land themselves through public developers like Landcom in New South Wales or Development Victoria, we believe that state governments and local governments should be given the opportunity to do so. As sort of a simple, concrete example, if Mosman Council feels it's really important for HMAS Penguin to be retained in its current form, Mosman Council should be empowered to put their money where their press release is and to simply purchase the site and take on the associated responsibilities and costs. And there are costs associated. It's worth noting that very few of the proposed sites would be retained for public use so much as they would need to be upgraded for public use. And this will be expensive. Current maintenance costs estimates from the Defence Department average out to about $1 million per site per year. Someone has to pay this. Right now, it is the taxpayer, and if the land is transacted to either other governments or to private owners, they will probably need to continue to pay those costs if we are going to retain all of these sites in total. The biggest myth about heritage is that it can somehow be costless, but very few things in this world are costless. But that doesn't mean it's not worth paying. There's a lot of value to be found in large central museums of cultural value, but there's much less value in buildings you can only look at from a road outside. To select which buildings and assets should be maintained, the Commonwealth should undertake a pragmatic approach and use willingness to pay modelling. So using a type methodology, you can actually see the opportunity cost of heritage counterbalanced against the social benefits, right? What are people willing to pay to keep these assets under public ownership? How likely are they to go and attend museums at given price points, et cetera, et cetera? We recommend that any reassessment of heritage listings under the EPBC, they should be undertaken prior to the tendering process. That will just make things a lot clearer in terms of the land values, the actual ability to divest the land should that be what goes forth. Our submission goes into a lot of these trade-offs and processes in more detail, and I'm happy to speak to any of it. Thank you again for having me.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will now pass the call to Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Chair, and thanks, Jonathan, for your time today. Just on that role you outlined about state and local governments, what role do you think that they have in terms of maximising opportunities from this divestment process, and maybe unpack a bit from what you've just outlined in your opening remarks?
Yeah, absolutely. So this kind of can extend a little bit to a lot of the discussions that we've had in Parliament, either during the productivity inquiry or in our submissions generally. But so obviously constitutionally, right, the state government kind of typically has, the role over housing, and operationally kind of has most of the land use levers, right? So a good example is in our submission, we've gone through all of the Victorian defence sites and identified whether there's Commonwealth heritage or state heritage. And the reality is that, like, even where there's no EPBC Commonwealth heritage, there's state heritage there as well. So a good example is the Carlton Training Depot. It's in the middle of Melbourne City. It's currently restricted to only be allowed to be built to 4 stories, right? So that is a state imposition that is going to limit the ability for the Commonwealth to be able to divest. So there are sort of binding constraints beyond what the Commonwealth has control over, and that's something that the Commonwealth and the states will need to determine together. The states obviously have state developers. We do have state developers in this country, and there's the real potential that there might be appetite for them to take on these sites. But there also might not. We know that it's not a time of sort of huge budgetary slack, and that is obviously part of what is driving this inquiry on the full.
And I guess with your extensive research and experience, do you find that when governments or scenarios like this happen, and granted this is a very large number of assets that have been put up for divestment, but generally the public would be able to get access to sites, like from a heritage perspective, that they wouldn't have had ordinarily. Like, as I understand it, using the Victoria Barracks example, whether here in Melbourne or in Sydney, people will now be able to publicly go into these historical buildings and actually see and learn, I guess, from what has occurred inside. I know you're nodding, but for the Hansard record, if you're able just to maybe elaborate a bit on that for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Nodding doesn't make its way into Hansard.
No, I wish it did. Maybe AI one day might make it somehow, but anyway.
Maybe, but yes, sure. So, I mean, one of the things that kind of needs to be pointed out is that it's not like we could kind of tomorrow open up the gates and all of a sudden kind of have something that is like publicly accessible or able to really be moved around in a way that is meaningful, but also be it's not necessarily clear that all of these sites have that immense historical element to it. So, like, one model that you could do, for example, is kind of pick a few really key sites, central sites, and actually kind of from these divested assets, find the best kind of collection of historical documents, key items, war tables. I know is like a thing at particularly at a few of these places from World War II and whatnot, and really compile them into one place so that there is a centralized kind of museum that provides sort of a similar level of value that we're getting from things like the Australian War Memorial, right? I think that's a really good opportunity, but it is not like that's costless, right? Upgrading heritage sites is really expensive. You have to pay for additional assurances. It's hard to make these sites accessible. They were built at a time before accessibility standards. The upgrade, and this is something we stress in our submission, it is very much going to be a process of upgrading for public access. It's not as simple as unlocking the doors, taking out the confidential documents and calling it a day.
Yeah, indeed. And in terms of your research, I think it suggests that there are big opportunities for these sites which are no longer required for defence purposes. And I'm assuming this goes to probably the point you just made just then. Granted that there might need to be some upgrades, but what does your research say beyond, I guess, what you've presented to this inquiry?
Yeah, so what we obviously find is that inner city land, we're particularly thinking about let's say the Victoria Barracks across each of the sort of 3 big East Coastal cities. These are areas where if you look at commercial and residential land rates around, these are some of the most well-located patches of land in Australia, right? Now, that doesn't mean that they need to be used for 100% commercial purposes, right? It's actually really good to have central museums that people can access really easily, right? And I note that like Victoria Barracks in Melbourne, where I'm based, is like already kind of quite close to the cultural precincts around there. So it certainly makes sense for sites like that to provide a large amount of public value, and that public value may well be calculated to be, you know, in excess of a skyscraper office building or what have you. But the reality is that there's a lot of insignificant sites, you know, both in Melbourne and around that probably realistically could be redeveloped in part or in full. And that we would gain a lot as a city to be able to do that. But again, you will then need to also butt up against the fact that there are state and local level regulations constraining that development as well. It's not like this is Commonwealth land that is going to be exempt from state controls. But
and I'm
certainly,
a lot of this can be used for things like affordable or social homes.
Certainly, but to build social and affordable homes, there needs to be a subsidy provided, right? You know, these are subsidised housing, and they will either need to be subsidised by the government or by the purchaser. And if the purchaser is subsidising via a reduced, say, hypothetically reducing the land value down because you guys are kind of setting what that price is, that will mean less revenue for the government, which is ostensibly the purpose of the sale. So you will be making a trade-off kind of regardless. As to whether you are trying to maximize returns or whether you are trying to maximize housing delivery, social housing delivery, museum delivery. That was kind of my point in my opening statement. These things are not all really, really easily done all at the same time, and the Commonwealth will need to consider what the goal is other than raising revenue.
Yeah, indeed. And also your submission refers to sites which provide minimal day-to-day benefit to public, and I was hoping, again, you might be able to explain what you mean by this. And in addition to that, how could such sites provide greater benefit to the people, considering that a number of these sites, I believe, are well located? Granted, not all of them are, but many are, and you know, provide better community use, given that they are no longer required for defence purposes.
Yeah, certainly. So we can take a couple of examples, right? One that has been a bugbear down in Victoria for 15 years is sort of the Maribyrnong Defence Site. It's pretty well located. It's huge, but we know it's been going through a long process of decontamination. That obviously it seems like progressing and has progressed well, such to the point that, you know, divestment is possible. So what you would do with a site that is that large, where the buildings, as far as, you know, we can tell, are not sort of as remarkable as something like Victoria Barracks, you know, that's a really clear thing for kind of like a large redevelopment. But if you go to something like Victoria Barracks, like you really might be looking at something that, you know, really lends itself nicely to open plazas for the public, museums, and then some amount of, you know, commercial redevelopment. And that would obviously be in line with sort of a heritage plan and so on. But then there are a lot of like insignificant buildings. The one that we pick as an example is this sort of Carlton training depot, which is just sort of a 3-story office building. It's not particularly remarkable. As far as we can tell, the land would very likely exceed 10 million in value, but would sort of struggle to be redeveloped because of state level policies. But that's like an obvious one where I think it's hard to imagine either a public benefit at the moment or a future public benefit from that, whereas from the existing structure. Whereas I think in the case of Victoria Barracks, you can make a much stronger case that there's real civic infrastructure potential there, and we should think about that.
And I guess in addition to that, I guess one other point would be maintaining and respecting, I guess, the history, the defence history, the many people who have obviously served in these places, and opening up that history for the rest of the public to also to view and learn, I think it has immense public benefit. But I appreciate your evidence today. Chair, I'll leave my comments there. I'm just mindful we are slightly behind schedule today, but happy to come back if there's more time later on.
Thank you
to Jonathan.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. I will now pass the call to Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, yeah, and thanks for your engagement with the inquiry. One of the things no doubt you're looking at when you're trying to work out how best to promote, public housing and the large uptick in public housing that we obviously need across the country is how do you get the public on board to put the pressure on federal and state governments to fund it and build it. And I think that you'd agree with me that kind of public campaign and public social licence is kind of critical.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the big thing that we kind of bring within this sort of Greater Yimby movement is this idea of urban optimism, right? It's good that there's more stuff and more homes to be built in our cities, particularly public housing, particularly where people need high levels of access to amenity. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, and you point out some sites that, one of the sites you point out for, which you see as prominent for development is that Carlton site, which is a pretty much, unremarkable 1960s office block and a car park. And is there a reason you chose that and identified that in? I mean, I have a theory, but is there a reason why you chose that and identified that in your submission to sort of highlight?
Yeah, I think it's like a really obvious inner city piece of land that isn't kind of like as significant, I think, as something like Victoria Barracks. It's representative of kind of the administrative element of defence, which certainly operationally is important, but doesn't carry with it the same weight and gravitas as other areas. And it's very well located land. So it's a perfect example of kind of a Commonwealth asset that could be used a lot better. Yeah, and
it's not really, it doesn't spark a lot of love when you look at it, does it?
It doesn't spark joy, no.
You see, I can imagine a really powerful public campaign if those kinds of sites were the ones that have been identified for repurposing into public housing. But from the public's, much of the public's perception, when they see this project, they're not thinking about Carlton Training Depot. They're thinking about things that just have visual beauty, emotional connection, like the Victoria Barracks in Melbourne, which is just visually extraordinary and prominent with this extraordinary history that people know about. And when the government leads with the sale of those kinds of sites, it just undermines the whole project of getting the public on board, doesn't it?
I think there's sort of a reality where when you've got these large sites, they're the ones you're going to talk about because, the Victoria Barracks, again, across Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, are all very centrally located. We know that, you can imagine the kind of development that can take place there, the kind of demand there is for housing, commercial space, community spaces in those spaces. I think they just carry a much larger number than something like Carlton. And I think also going to some of the sort of controversy in Sydney around HMS Penguin, like it is easier to latch onto those things than it is to latch onto something like this. And our point really is that across the 67 sites, Carlton Training Depot is by no means the only site, in your words, that doesn't spark joy, amazement.
Yeah, but this seems to me one of the complete failures in what the federal government, Labor's proposing here. If they had been serious about getting a bunch of sites that could be made ready in the near or medium term for the kind of public housing development, well, then we would have had a list of 15 sites like the Carlton Training Depot, and there would have been a budget attached to it to build housing, and there would have been a program attached to it to make it real. But instead, they've got the better part of 70 sites, including the sites that are just incredibly valued by their local community, by the broader public, and it's a disaster zone. It's like a bin fire. This is almost the worst example. If you really were serious about repurposing public land for public housing, this is like Exhibit A of how not to do it, isn't it?
I think there's a couple of, like, as I outlined in my opening speech, there's a couple of, like, competing objectives here, right? The first and foremost, it's plugging a defence budget, right? The reason for the audit is to offload a bunch of liabilities and to kind of clear up that budget.
Just stopping you there, assuming that the site remediation costs don't blow out, that you don't get a Maribyrnong, project which lasts for a decade and a half and no one moves it, assuming that the desktop valuations were even close to reality, assuming all of that comes good over the course of relocation costs, additional costs, assuming all of that comes good, I've got to let you in on a secret. The $1.6 billion over 2 decades, you wouldn't even notice it in the defence budget. It's not plugging a hole. It's a little bit of nail varnish in the corner in terms of the defence budget. And I think that's another problem with this sales pitch. But anyhow, sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah. I mean, the second half of my thing there is that, like, look, we can talk about sort of the stated objectives, whatever, but it's not a housing thing. We are here to say very much that we think housing should be a component. A lot of this is earmarked. Maribyrnong is a great example. People have been talking about redeveloping that for, like you said, a decade and a half. But the reality is that there is also, as we sort of spoke about just before, there's also the beloved sites, right? The sites that we're not going to want to turn into housing, but they're all being considered here. Look, we obviously are not experts in site assessment, but what we can say is that of what's on the table, there is potential there.
Yeah, but the reality is, if we're going to look for sites to flip for public housing, and I've got to tell you, for the Commonwealth, if you're looking at public purposes for sites, then public housing should be absolutely right at the top. Keeping this land in public hands, building houses we need. This is just so not the way to go about it. And, and the idea in any conceivable universe that's run by New South Wales Labor or federal Labor, that if they flog off HMAS Penguin, for example, in Mossman, that it's going to suddenly have, a workers' commune on it or a public housing development. Everyone knows that's bullshit. They know that the only thing that would be sold off for would be basically a wealthy enclave of multi-million-dollar housing stocks, and nobody benefits from that. Well, maybe a handful of incredibly wealthy landowners, but that's the reality of this project, because they've said it. They want to maximise market return, and that's the multi-million-dollar housing enclave in Mossman that nobody wants.
Just on a point of order, Chair. I think you'd appreciate this point of order, but I think that the language that Senator Shoebridge just used...
sorry, I withdraw it. I withdraw that
should
word.
be withdrawn.
I withdraw that
word.
Yeah,
thanks.
Sorry, I got distracted by the point of order there, but this is why we fundamentally recommend that the state and local governments be given right of first refusal. So the federal government can't actually build housing, right? You need to contract the states to do that. That's why we've suggested that Landcom and Development Victoria could very much come on board with that. But again, to build the public housing, we need the public subsidy. Now, this is why in previous submissions, we've recommended that the federal government update the tax code to make public housing exempt from GST and to enable public housing developments and units to receive Commonwealth rent assistance, right? Those are some really tangible things that the federal government could do to enable public housing, and those are the things that we would like seen. That's obviously separate from this inquiry, but it's really important if we do want to see more public housing on sites like this or indeed any other site. So those are the kinds of policies that we should be talking about there.
Yeah, so in other words, if this is going to develop any kind of genuine public good in a housing space, it needs to be a package of reforms to make sites like Carlton Training Depot a practical reality rather than just a thought bubble.
I mean, I would stress that market rate development does provide a public good, right? It provides a good to the people who are able to live there, a more healthy housing market. 96% of Australians rent in the private market. A more healthy market there is a fundamental public benefit, but is it the maximum benefit we can get from these sites? That is up to sort of a rigorous cost-benefit analysis.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I'll now pass the call to Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie, are you available?
I don't see. Oh, yeah, I see.
Okay. I will.
Yes, I am. Sorry. Are you there, Chair?
Yes. Go ahead,
Sorry,
please.
Chair. I couldn't get my voice thing to work. I do. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for you. I just have a question. Your submission referred to modelling of heritage assets in Victoria and New South Wales. And I believe you put hyperlinks on them. I'm not sure if the rest of the committee, but we couldn't get those hyperlinks to work. Are you able to resend that?
Absolutely. I can take that on notice.
Yeah, thank you. So we couldn't sort of get into to see what the modelling looked like, but thank you for that. That would be great. Also, where are we here? Number 4. Yeah, should number 5. I see that you're recommending that the restrictions and what's going on with them should be agreed with between the 3 local governments. Is that what I'm reading? Is that correct?
The 3 levels of government, yeah.
Yeah, okay, the 3 levels of government. Okay.
So I can speak to that if you like.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah. So just particularly on the Carlton site. So the Carlton site, as Senator Shoebridge outlined, is a 3-storey unremarkable office block. Under state and local regulations, it could only ever be redeveloped to 4 stories. So this is like a good example where the Commonwealth is going to find it hard to find a buyer of a site that would require demolition and then only the construction of 4 stories on land that we estimate has a market value of at least $10 million. So that's like a good example of where lower levels of government are applying levels of regulation that are going to make it hard for the divestment of these assets to return a real good public benefit.
Okay. And do you have any comment about the disparity that exists between the Commonwealth being able to allow these properties to degrade, as they have, compared to what action would be taken against a private owner?
My understanding is that that both the Commonwealth and private owner would be bound by the same level of regulations. In terms of in the private realm, right now we can't enter these sites. I think there's actually arguably a higher level of accountability in terms of the public being able to interact with it every day. But no, I don't have a huge comment there. I think right now we can't access most of these sites, and I think it would be great if we could.
No worries. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Mr. O'Brien, are you aware that the Carlton Training Depot serves as office space and a training facility for Army reserves?
It does at the moment, yes.
And yet you call the building unremarkable.
There are many unremarkable office buildings.
So what's so unremarkable about a building that's being currently used by a unit?
I mean, I would treat it the same as an office building of the same physical form being used by any sort of, state department or enterprise. There are plenty of unremarkable buildings used to do remarkable and important things for our nation. But we're commenting on the building as it stands.
Okay, so I heard you use the term before, a beloved structure, whatever it might be. Would you regard this particular building as not being loved?
I would regard it as having a low level of salience in the public imagination.
What about the unit's imagination?
I'm sure the units appreciate the 1960s office. I also assume that they would appreciate a more modern office, or an office with greater or equal levels of amenity.
Why would you assume that a unit so steeped in history would want a more modern office?
Modern heating and cooling is a huge benefit for the ability to come to work every day.
So there's no heating and cooling in the office?
No, I'm suggesting that a modern office contains any number of modern benefits.
Have you, I understand that you've researched for this, have you researched the history of the Carlton Training Depot and its attachment to the unit there?
We took a look mostly at it from a perspective of the actual construction. I understand that it's been used by generations of people, as have many of the buildings around our city.
Okay. You referred to some sites before as being potential museums and metro centres. That would be about as useful as their benefit. Are you aware that these are all active bases?
They are currently, yes.
Are you aware that they all have living history and living memories that are enacted every day?
I mean, I would say that's true of most buildings.
Oh, except for the unremarkable one that was built in the 1960s.
Well, I would say it's that to the degree that there is a living history, all buildings have people who serve large amounts of their lives within buildings. I mean, I think that's the case for our cities generally.
Okay, so you brought up heritage before and the different levels of heritage, and you've done research into that. Have you done any research into the military heritage of these sites?
Not specifically, no.
Would you agree that the military heritage of a site is an entirely different concept to Commonwealth or state levels of heritage?
I would have to take that on notice.
Would you agree that you need a certain level of experience or expertise to be able to understand the military heritage of a defence base?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay. Is it your position that a site that may not have, let's say, strategic value, you've mentioned before, and this is a quote, that the sites provide no benefit to regular people, would you agree that a site that had strategic value to the ADF would provide benefit to regular people?
Yes, absolutely. But I take the assessment from the Defence Department for granted that they have made the assessment that these sites can be compensated for should they be divested. Okay.
Well, I mean, these recommendations, as we established this morning, were made by not auditors, potentially an internal review, with, as you said before, the drive for financial gain. So do you think that the strategic value of these sites have actually been taken adequately into account for this review?
I don't pretend to have any expertise in strategic defence sites.
Okay. Do you think that would change your opinion on the remarkable nature of these sites had they been deemed strategic?
If a site was deemed strategic and necessary for the Australian military to perform its important functions, yeah, of course that would change my opinion.
Okay, because we did hear this morning from experts with military experience that no one was able to tell the future needs of the Defence Force when, for example, the Afghanistan conflict emerged. And so I think the strategic nature of these sites is something that I think you could argue would be in Australia's interests. I think that's it from me. Is there anything else you would like to add, Mr. O'Brien?
No, thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for appearing as a witness today. The committee would appreciate it if responses to questions on notice are provided by Monday, 18th of May, 2026. Thank you. You are released.
No dramas. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay, I now welcome representatives from the Department of Defence, Department of Finance and Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Okay. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Perfect. Anil Shavakian, good afternoon. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Divestment Branch within the Department of Finance.
Libo Peletsky, First Assistant Secretary, Property and Construction Division, Department of Finance.
Celia Perkins, Acting Associate Secretary, Department of Defence.
Peter West, First Assistant Secretary of State Transformation, Department of Defence.
Michelle Jumazal, Head of Heritage Division in the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
Carmen Dwyer, Branch Head, Heritage Division, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
Thank you. I now invite you to make an opening statement, after which I'll invite the committee to ask questions.
I don't have an opening statement, Senator.
I don't have an opening statement.
No, we don't have an opening statement.
Senator Shoebridge, would you like to start?
Sure. Why don't we start with the numbers? What do you understand the proposed financial benefit to the Commonwealth will be from the sale of these properties?
So the Defence Audit estimated that they expect that the revenue to be achieved be about $3 billion, cost of $1.2 billion and net proceeds at $1.8 billion.
Now you say the Defence Audit, is that because you haven't checked those numbers at all?
We haven't been involved in those estimates, no.
Has anyone checked the numbers?
Senator Celia Perkins, Acting Associate Secretary, Department of Defence. After the independent audit was handed to the Deputy Prime Minister directed Defence to undertake detailed implementation planning. During that process, we reviewed the elements that made up those costings, and we worked with the three services and other key groups in Defence to validate and verify assumptions and the capacity to implement the recommendations as made to the government. So through that process, we looked specifically at property valuations. We updated a number of those property valuations before government's formal consideration of the audit in 2025. We reviewed proposed costs of relocations, of replication of capability in alternate sites, and remediation activities.
And what figure did you come up with?
Look, I don't have a specific figure. I know we certainly canvassed this, but if you go site by site, we had confidence that those numbers are broadly similar. The headline number that the government announced on the proposed proceeds of sale is slightly lower than the audit recommended, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that a number of properties had been divested that were proposed subsequent to the government's release. We had divested 3 properties. A number of the sites, 3 in fact, the government made the decision based on Defence's advice to retain 1 site and to only partially divest 3 sites, which obviously reduces the valuation of the amount of land for sale.
So I come back to what is the figure that you then have that would, because the only justification that I've seen is financial for this project. So tell me what the return is financially.
So, Senator, I would refer to the headline figures that the Deputy Prime Minister announced when they were released. That is our projected. That's our analysis that we took to government.
Please tell me what they are.
Yes. So the property valuation total 3.148.2 million. The costs to divest 1.275.7. Sorry. That's billions, not millions, 1.275 billion. And the potential net benefit that we would return for defence investment is 1.872 billion. I'd add to that, and very important from my perspective, projected savings to sustainment costs that we analysed to be 746.3 million over the 5 years from announcement of the audit.
So do the disposal costs include the relocation costs and the finding alternate sites?
Yes, they do.
Have you got a breakdown for these figures?
No, I don't have that with me. I can take that on notice. Some of those figures will be commercially in confidence as we'll be negotiating in the market.
Yeah. Well, but if you're just assuming that you have to buy another property, well, that's hardly going to cause. What your assumption is about purchasing another property is hardly going to be commercial in confidence. So I'm asking you to provide the detailed breakdown side by side of what you expect the sales price to be. You may have some reservations about that because that may have some commercial in confidence. Yep. What the remediation and relocation costs would be. I've got to tell you, I can see no rational reason why you can't tell us the remediation costs. And then what the relocation costs would be.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Now, how long do you expect this sales project to last? And I suppose I asked that in light of the evidence about previous defence sales, Maribyrnong, for example. I think it's been sitting there waiting for a use since 2010. But how long do you expect this to take?
It might be best, Senator, if I describe this in 2 parts. So, as the Deputy Prime Minister said when he announced the Defence Estate Audit implementation, the government's direction to us in Defence is to have largely vacated these sites within the next 2 years. And except for a small number of sites where Defence will continue divestment action underway, we will then transition those sites to the Department of Finance, who will undertake the approach to market. What both the Deputy Prime Minister and the Assistant Minister for Defence, Peter Khalil, have said publicly a number of times is they understand that while the intent is for Defence to move rapidly to vacate these sites, some of these sales will be quite straightforward, some will be complex, and we would anticipate the work that the Department of Finance will lead will start to give us the sense of the likely sale time.
Well, then we'll go. It looks like you're going to be the ones, who are having the baby handed to them. When do you expect this sales program to complete?
So we are currently undertaking a due diligence on all the properties to determine the valuations, to assess heritage implications, to assess contamination and any remediation costs. So it's a work to update the work that was done by the audit, because those sites were valued some time ago. The market has changed, and some of the analysis was done on desktop basis, so we are updating all that information.
Well, I think it was all done on a desktop basis. They didn't go on the ground and evaluate the sites.
I understand they visited some of the sites.
But the valuation was all done on a desktop basis.
I'm not sure what methodology was used, but we are doing all this work to update those valuations.
So, just a simple question: how long do you expect this to take?
Well, I think once we complete the due diligence process, that will give us a sense of the timing. There'll be some properties that we think we will be able to dispose relatively quickly, so especially sites that have no defence personnel and that have no contamination. So I would expect we'll be able to divest some of the sites within the next 6 to 8 months, but some sites will be much more complex.
Now, the figures that I saw suggested that this process would cost more than it would bring in the first few years. The cost of the remediation and the lawyers and the real estate agents and the consultants, putting to one side the actual government officials, would cost more than you expect to get in the sales in the first few years. Can you talk me through that, Mr. Pilecki?
Well, we haven't made that determination yet. That's why we are undertaking the due diligence process, because that will give us a sense on when we can divest properties and achieve revenue that then can fund things like remediation of future properties.
You must have a budget somewhere. Now, if it's not in defence, maybe I assumed it would be in finance, that the cash flow is going to be in finance. Are you telling me you can't tell me when this will be cash positive?
Well, not at this stage. That would be determined by the due diligence in terms of timing. So we have received some funding to commence this work that will be announced in the budget. And then the intention is of this program to be self-funded, so to use the revenue to cover the costs.
Yeah, but how long will it be before the sale of this public land actually returns even a net positive dollar to the public? You know, the public's, I'll be quite frank with you, the public is not behind this project. They don't want the land sold. And when they hear that the first few years of this is actually going to cost the public more than they get from the sale, I've got to tell you, the people who've been contacting my office, they hate this idea. So can you throw them a bone and tell them when it might actually see a cash positive, at what point?
Well, we should be in a position to be able to make those judgments once we complete the due diligence process.
So we're at the point where a decision has been made to sell just shy of 70 properties, many of them publicly loved, high-profile properties, and no one sitting here at the table can tell me when it's even going to be cash positive? Can anyone tell me when or if this will be cash positive? Well, anyone? Got 3 government departments.
Well, Senator, we will know, or we will have an estimate on when we think it will be cash flow positive following the due diligence process.
Right. And have you been given access to all of the Departments of Defence's documents that it went through after the audit?
Yes, we have.
Have you been given access to all the audit documents?
Senator Anu Shavakian, Assistant Secretary for the Department of Finance. So we are working closely with the Department of Defence, and we've been given access to the information to commence the due diligence process. As further information is required, we're seeking that from Defence, and that's been provided. So far to undertake the work that the Department of Finance has been asked to undertake, that information has been provided.
That's a very oblique answer to my question, which was much simpler. So can my question just be answered?
To date, the information that we have sought has been provided, Senator.
Have you been given access to all of the audit documents and all the material that was before the audit? It's a simple question, and it could just be answered.
We can certainly take that on notice, but the information that we have needed to undertake our work has been provided by the department.
I can't work out why there's resistance to telling me whether or not the body of documents that formed this in the audit has been given to Finance. So if you don't know, then say you don't know and you'll take it on notice. If you haven't asked for it, tell us you haven't asked for it, or if there's some other explanation. But these weird oblique answers that don't address my question are confusing.
confusing to me and the public.
So, Senator, I could perhaps clarify. So we have engaged a strategic industry partner that is leading this due diligence process. So they are separately seeking access to documents that they need to undertake the due diligence. They are currently going through a gap analysis to determine what information defence has that they can use for the due diligence and what new information they have to source from the market. So we can certainly take on notice what information they have requested, including information from the audit.
Who is did you describe it, strategy industry partner?
Strategic industry partner.
Who's
yes.
the strategic industry partner?
KPMG.
Is that the $6 million contract that they have?
No.
How much is...
So the contract is $16.8 million.
So someone's doing all right. KPMG are going to get 16.8. Are they being funded by finance or are they being funded by defence for the $16.8 billion for KPMG?
So they are being funded from our seed funding that we will receive, or we have received in a budget, and then it will be offset from the sales revenue that we get in the future.
So for now, right now, the Albanese Labor government is going and selling prized public land that people are emotionally connected with, that have historical connections, and right now the benefit is going to KPMG, who are getting $16.8 million in the first contract. That's the reality, isn't it? We're flogging off public land in the defence estate, and the current winners, the $16.8 million winners, are KPMG. Is there any other consultants that are at the table?
Yes. So that was KPMG as our strategic industry partner. We've got Probity Advisors, HWL Ebsworth, for $195,000.
They're doing all right.
We've got legal advisor, Medics, for $3.9 million.
So 2 lawyers, between them getting about $4.5 million. A consultant, KPMG, getting $16.8 million. I assume the real estate industry is gathering round like, seagulls round a packet of hot chips. How much is are we engaging with real estate partners?
Not at this stage.
But you can hear them squawking in the background. I assume there will be real estate.
Well, if we go to an open market to sell properties, then yes, we will use real estate agents to sell those properties.
And how many people inside the actual government department are tasked with this inside finance?
So we have established a team that consists of 25 people.
Okay.
So this is for the next 2 years.
And this is all to sell public land to private developers. All of this, we're spending $16.8 million so far on KPMG, $4.5 million on external lawyers. We've got 25 people inside finance working full time on it, and the net benefit the public get is we lose public land. Is this the defence? How many people inside defence have been allocated to selling off public land?
Senator, at the direction of the Deputy Prime Minister, we established the Estate Transformation Division in 2023, early 2024. I'm sorry. We grew that around our existing property management function. I will take on notice the precise number, noting...
Why don't we ask Mr West? It's his job.
I was just, if I can finish my sentence, noting that they undertake all of the Department of Defence's property functions, which are substantial.
Well, Mr West, you're in charge of, I assume, I think you said you're in charge of the Estate Transformation Division?
Yes, Senator.
How many people are in the Estate Transformation Division?
I have an authorised strength of, I believe, 98, but I will need to take that on notice to confirm that. But noting, as Ms Perkins said, a large proportion of those are our existing property management branch, who are both working on the existing property and working on the estate audit.
Well, you see, this is defence all over, right? Finance can tell us how many people are working on a project, but defence never can. Can you tell me what the full-time equivalent staffing is for the sale of these
and disposal of these public properties.
So just to be clear, the Department of Defence will not be selling the majority of the properties. We will be managing the transition of defence from sites for transition. We will be undertaking the divestment of a number of properties that were in flight. The bulk of our effort will be around replicating capability in new sites and transitioning defence staff to new sites.
So, Ms Perkins, ignore any infelicity of language that I had. How many people what's the full-time equivalent personnel allocation inside the Estate Transformation Division? Did I get the name right, Mr West?
Yes, Senator.
Who will be allocated to this project, howsoever you describe it? Can you give me that answer?
We will take on notice to get you the precise breakdown of who is exclusively working on the estate audit.
No, you are. No. I don't know if you're intentionally misrepresenting my question. You said very clearly that most of the people weren't exclusively working on it. They were working on other projects. And so if you answered your question, you wouldn't be answering my question.
Well, some of them
Can you take my question on notice?
I certainly can.
Thank you. There are a couple of things, but if there's time, we'll come back to it. I hand to you, Chair.
All right, I will now pass the call to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to check everybody can hear me.
Yep.
Excellent. So I have some questions for the Department of Defence to begin with. So one of the things that I think we've heard quite a lot in the commentary about these decisions, and certainly in the hearing today, has been about money, and a lot of suggestion that ultimately this is these are decisions that have been made motivated by making money. Could you perhaps share with the committee, remind us of the purpose of undertaking this audit and what the goals actually are?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. I think that's a really important point. The Defence Estate Audit was undertaken as a direct recommendation of the 2023 Defence Strategic Review. That review set Defence's future strategic direction. And the estate audit, in many ways, it is not dissimilar to force posture reviews that have been undertaken in a normal and periodic way, was to analyse the estate and its alignment to the future strategic policy direction of Defence as set through the 2023 Defence Strategic Review. And the terms of reference ask the independent auditors to consider the size and disposition of the estate and the way that would then support our future policy directions, having mindfulness to the future size and disposition of ADF capabilities and the need for the ADF to operate in different ways as we move towards being an integrated focus force and to implement the AUKUS recommendations, the guided weapons and explosive ordnance new directions, and particularly our future investment in our northern operating bases. So it was on that basis that the work was undertaken. I hasten to add that while we spend a lot of time talking about one of the recommendations, which was a recommendation to divest 67 sites, there are in fact 20 recommendations that speak to the way in which Defence manages the estate, undertakes the future strategic planning of the estate to support the Australian Defence Force, and manages how we develop it into the future. I think as the Deputy Prime Minister said on announcement of the audit, and as the independent leads found, the Defence estate is too big, it is ageing, it is inefficient to maintain and sustain to modern work health and safety standard, and is not typically in the places where we need those new capabilities to operate. So it has been a very integrated strategic consideration of force posture and future ADF capability, and how the totality of the Defence estate can support our future strategic direction. The sites for divestment were those, many of them were sites in fact that had been listed as surplus or for divestment in previous force posture reviews, or as the Senator Shoebridge has already pointed out, has been on a pathway to divestment. But the judgment of the independent reviewers and then the consideration of government was that the 67 sites aren't supporting our future capability needs, but they are a constant drain on the sustainment budget in the order of a number I quoted earlier, probably about $750 million over the next 5 years, that I really want to have the capacity to invest in the living, working, training, accommodation of the ADF in support of our new defence strategy.
Since the government announced its response to the estate audit, and I know I've asked you some questions on this previously in estimates, but I think it's worth covering here, what consultation has been undertaken with defence workforce, existing tenants at the sites, users of the sites, cadets, reserves, etc.?
Thank you. I'm going to get Mr West to talk to that. We are deep into very extensive consultation with the internal workforce and communities around the country, and we can walk through some of those numbers for you in just a moment.
Thank you.
So, Senator, we have undertaken two processes. We have undertaken quite an extensive internal consultation, that is, with all the people impacted by the divestment decisions. And more recently, we're about halfway through community consultations, where we are travelling around to every state and territory and holding community sessions in the area of the impacted sites. Those are open to all community members, and they have been very well attended. We were in Melbourne last week and we were in Sydney this week. So we are trying to engage both our internal and external audiences. I can say to date for our face-to-face town halls, we've had just short of 1,500 participants. For our virtual town halls, we've had almost 8,000 participants.
So that's 9,350 defence staff, including reserves and cadets, have had an engagement either online or face-to-face. And in our community engagements, we've had 10 community events to date. We've got 20 more planned. We've had around 660 community members attend those events so far, and we'll be keeping track of that, obviously, as we get through the next 20 events.
And what happens next after that consultation? How will that feedback be taken into consideration?
I should just add before I go to that, and Mr West won't find the detail, we also undertook a really extensive period of outreach immediately after the government announced the audit with interested parties, veterans groups, and those tenants and residents on our bases, and we certainly have data on that. They were emails, phone calls, letters. Just to come back to the intent of the community consultation, I think they've been very important. The Deputy Prime Minister and the Assistant Minister have led many of those events. Sometimes officials like us do them. But their message has been very clear that this is an important way for community to register with us their interest, their concerns, their thoughts on how sites might be used. So we are capturing in those sessions feedback. We have a feedback process through that, and inviting community to continue to engage with us on the future of sites.
So at the time of the announcement of the audit, I wrote to the impacted parties who are currently either licensees or users of our estate, or were being impacted by the audit in some way directly, to let them know of the outcomes of the audit. We have subsequently either followed up with those people directly, or we are following up with them via the community consultations and inviting them to participate in those community consultations and engage with them through that process, which includes both walk-ins, town halls and roundtables. And I just think it's important to mention that those we are being joined on those community consultation sessions by the Department of Finance as well, so that they can hear that community feedback as well. But as Ms Perkins indicated, those are not just talking. We capture all of the feedback in those sessions through a series of structured forms, and that is being fed into the divestment planning and options for the divestment process.
Thank you. I've got some questions that go to a bit more about the specifics about what some of these sites do. So, according to the Defence Estate Audit, Defence maintains at least 130 known museums, history rooms and displays. Do we know what proportion of that is currently accessible to the public?
We do, and we might be able to find it or we can take it on notice. We certainly analyse that in detail. The headline there would be that most of these sites are operated by volunteers. They're usually within the secure perimeter of a site, and they're typically accessible in quite a limited way. It might be a few hours during the week and a few hours on the weekend or by arrangement. And I think part of the planning that we're now undertaking around history and heritage is to understand the nature of those collections and to make appropriate plans either for their public accessibility or for the treatment of them. And it's really important to understand that we are concerned to have thorough and detailed planning of both at a high level listed, heritage listed buildings, facilities, equipment, through to those really important to us in defence collections of history and heritage, and we will site by site have a plan to deal with those artefacts as we move forward. Not finding the number, I can certainly take on notice the accessibility of those on-site museums. Thanks.
That would be great. Thank you. I would appreciate it. And I guess to that point about preserving some of those significant pieces of history. How do you plan to do that? What thought has the department put into how to protect and enhance that kind of critical history that exists in some of these places?
It's a very important point, and it's a very key part of the work we're doing right now to implement the audit. And I think, as the Deputy Prime Minister has said publicly a number of times, Defence will fully attend to our history and heritage obligations and the defence history. We're doing a couple of things. We're working very closely to undertake a whole of program heritage study that will set guidelines and guidance for us on how we move forward. As I said before, we're concerned to understand at those sites that have significant heritage overlays, and I think it's about 17 sites, what our obligations are and how that information, and my colleague mentioned his due diligence, will be taken forward into the divestment process and how we are attending to that as we prepare to lead the sale. We will be developing plans for those sites with a significant history and heritage overlay. If you can think about it this way, it would be obvious in the case of a Victoria Barracks that the built environment is the heritage listing. I was at Fort Queenscliff last week. The whole site is heritage listed. There are only 3 fixed things on that site that aren't. Everything is, the whole perimeter is listed. Through to how might we deal with retired but important military equipment. In many defence sites you might see a retired tank or an aeroplane at the entrance, through to, as I said, these museums and collections, and then the defence heritage history. So it'll be quite a detailed study that will help guide us site by site, both as we transition to sale, but also how we meet our obligations for those collections. The Assistant Minister for Defence hosted a History and Heritage Roundtable with key cultural institutions around a week ago, which was an important input for other important cultural institutions to be engaged with us on the value of collections and how we support those collections moving forward. There's a lot of stuff out there, and there'll be a solid plan for where it goes and how it is treated moving forward.
And Senator, I can just add that of those identified history and heritage collections, 28 are to some extent publicly accessible, but as Ms Perkins mentioned, that is on a managed basis of some sort.
Thank you. And just one final question. One of the things that's been canvassed quite a bit today is cadets. you know, some of whom use some of the sites that are recommended for divestment. What do you have to say on that? What reassurance can you provide to cadets and their families about how they'll be supported during this period?
Look, I think it's really important. The cadet community is very important to us, and we've been concerned from the start of this process to engage closely and deeply. And I think cadets is a great example of the value and importance of the community consultation underway right now. And in those early engagements the Assistant Minister's had with cadet communities, we've sort of evolved the thinking. With the cadets, we'll be undertaking really close consultation on where an appropriate relocation site is, mindful of the nature of their unit and how they operate. And one of the, I think, important lessons from community engagement is the real criticality of locational stability and closeness to existing sites. So certainly ministers have taken on board through that engagement that that's probably a much shorter distance than perhaps we'd been looking at, and the direction to us will be to work with them on where a site can be identified that is close. They're all quite different. In a number of these locations, we have planned to build what we call a multi-user depot, or a elegantly named MUD. In those communities, they can see what that operating model looks like. That's quite an exciting proposition. In other communities, we'll be looking at community facilities or leased facilities, and I've had some conversations with units about where that model might operate and how we can show them how that might operate in a different location. But we're absolutely committed to engaging regularly as these units need. What will be important in the next few months is, as the planning develops, we'll be able to give more certainty to people at effective sites of when the effect will come to them. I've mentioned we're working on around a 2-year period. It's very important to me that we're able to tell a unit that for them that is in whatever period of time that will be, so that they have stability until we're able to give them the detail of the plan.
Senator, I might just add that the current planning is that all cadet units will remain within their current region. We have, at this stage, through the cadet organisation, written out to local cadet units to seek their views on appropriate local venues or schools where they could be accommodated, and we'll be working with them, and we're also working with at the state level with education departments to identify appropriate sites where not only we can relocate the cadets, but also recognising that we need to ensure that they're provided with the supporting and enabling elements. I know that we have heard earlier testimony today with regards to things like boats will be needed. With Air Force cadets, we need to allow for drone use. So these are things that are being considered as part of the divestment development plan.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Whittaker. Just before I pass on to Senator Lambie, can I just quickly ask, how big is the region in the view of the Department of Defence?
Look, I think to my earlier point, to Senator Whittaker, part of, I think, what we've really heard in community engagement is, that won't be a long kilometre distance. We've been really mindful in the planning for reserves and cadets that the understanding where that population lives as well as where they parade. We think for cadets it'll be quite a short distance. I don't want to commit to a number, but it'd be, it won't be 20 kilometres, it'll be more like 5 to 10 kilometres.
Does that take into account public transport?
I think that's part of the consultation we want to do with these units. It's not a huge number of units, and we want to tailor this engagement including their preferences as we think about this. What we won't do with cadet units is make a choice to move them to an inaccessible or difficult location. That will be a very detailed and close engagement with them.
Just before I pass to Senator Lambie, we keep hearing about consultations. There have been no meaningful consultations. We heard about the sadness of these vets. It's not concerns. You said concerns before. It is deep, deep sadness. Blood and tears have been on these parade grounds, in those walls. We heard ashes of veterans on these parade grounds. They're not concerns. You're tearing out the heart and soul. It's not consultation, it's information sessions. You've already decided to divest. You've already decided that, you've told them, and now you're coming to tell them all about it. So when you say to these cadets that you'll keep them within the region and you'll consult on where to put them, well, I'm afraid they've already walked away. Who would want to sign up to this? Complete affront. Very few, I would have thought, but Senator Lambie, I'll pass over to you now.
Thank you very much. I'll advise in the future you might want to consult before you make your decision and then run around and consult afterwards. That's not the way it's done in this country. I want to go to Tasmania because you have rape. I want to talk about Tasmania because basically you have raped and privileged us. Let's be honest, I have no reserve unit left on the northwest coast. I have no cadet unit left. And you tell me a school that is going to allow you to put some weapons in that school and hold for those cadets. What are you doing about that?
Well, Senator, as I've already described, we will be working in communities with the cadet units and associations on alternate sites. We have a number of models.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you where you're going to store these weapons. So what are you going to do? Do it down the police station? Did you come to the northwest coast of Tasmania at all, let alone the rest of it? Because we have nothing less. So while you're there answering that question, you can tell me where we're going to have our range, where we're going to do our driver training, because you've just taken that office. Is Tasmania no longer part of the Commonwealth? Do we no longer have to join? And before you answer that question, just so we've got this all down pat, per capita, if you haven't done your homework properly, Tasmania per capita has more in the military than any other state and territory in this country. So you may want to rejig what you're looking at and closing down here because we have nothing left. And where are we storing our other ammunitions if you are taking that away from us? So we're going to be down here with no ammunitions, no weapons, no training. So why don't you explain to us what's going on in Tasmania?
So, Senator, let me first address the question you had about cadets. We have a number of models to support cadets in community locations. We have previously used mobile armories and we have mobile storage in the form of modified shipping containers which allow us to provide mobile support and locational support to cadet units off-site from defence bases.
Okay, so could you please explain to me, on the northwest coast, right, of Tasmania, you're shutting it all down, there's nothing left. So the people down the west coast that come up here and travel in Burnie, that takes them 2 hours. The people at Smithton, these are rural and regional areas who go into the military. You are taking that off them. What are we all supposed to go to Launceston? Because it's not happening, mate. Not happening.
So,
have another go.
So, Senator, we currently have plans in place to build a multi-user depot in northern Tasmania, and we're currently exploring options to build a second multi-user depot in northwest Tasmania to support reserve units.
So why would you take 44 transport away when it's sitting there and all you've got to do is a bit of work on it and it could be multi-purpose, but you've got that for sale? Why would you do that? What a waste of money. Want to build something new? You're kidding me, right? It's got workshops, it's got truck parking, it's got offices, it's got cadets in there already, and you're closing that and there's nothing else left. I wouldn't say that's a good thought process, would you?
Senator, we are aware of the impacts of these closures. That's why we're developing plans for alternate sites. There is a need to modernise the defence estate as well as reduce the size of the defence estate, and that is part of the goal of this process.
Okay, before you decide what you're closing down, should you not work out where you're going to put them forward to see how much money that's going to cost you? Should you not do a costing? Common sense brain would say, if we're going to remove them here, we're going to put them here, what's that cost to do all that? You haven't done that though, have you?
Senator,
you haven't done a cost comparison because you don't know what you're doing. What you're saying is I'm closing this, but we've got no cost comparison of what we're doing. Where's your cost comparison of the new stuff that you are doing or what you are doing? You don't have one, do you?
Senator, thank you for your question. As my colleagues in the Department of Finance and Deputy Secretary Celia Perkins indicated, those costs were considered as part of the estate audit process and the advice to government.
So what was your cost and your alternative for the northwest coast of Tasmania then, apart from the north of Tasmania, which, by the way, like I said, it's another hour and a half away? That's for somebody in the Burnie area, let alone anyone past that. So what was your cost if you're putting a new building that in? What's that all look like? I mean, that's only a small part of your little project here. Why don't you explain that to the committee?
Senator, earlier in the hearing we have taken on notice a breakdown of costings, and it might be best if we answer your question when we respond to the committee.
But Ms Perkins, you've been doing this for a while now. Before you shut anything down and put it out there, this is why you consult before you go ahead and close things down. You work all that out beforehand. You're taking the cart before the horse, Ms Perkins. And it's funny that you knew you had this today, but you couldn't bring all that stuff in, knowing very well that more than likely we would ask for that. What is the cost comparison, what you're sitting on now, to what you're going to do when you close down and move all this stuff and do everything with it? Because I will put this to you, Ms Perkins, you don't have that.
Senator, as we canvassed earlier in the hearing, the analysis is complex and looks not just site by site but across a region and a capability impact. And so certainly as we were considering cadets and reserves and we were considering impacts in states like Tasmania, it's a slightly more complex calculation. I think one of the points I like to keep coming back to is that many of the sites are aged and degraded and they cost more to sustain. And some of the solutions that we've used, including in Tasmania, a great facility in Hobart, a leased or a community shared facility can help us do better on meeting our obligations to a youth program and the particular requirements of supporting youth programs and be more fit for purpose for the future. And so the recommendations of the independent audit to government that we have analysed consider that interplay of future costs as well as and sustainment over the next couple of decades as well as the current costs.
Well, Ms Perkins, Hobart's 4.5 hours for me and no one's driving their kids down there to do that stuff. I can assure you
Senator,
of that.
My point would be that we've got a few good models in different parts of the country that we would hope to replicate in other regions, including northwest Tasmania.
Okay, well, can we see that modelling, please?
So we're working through those detailed implementation arrangements now. In many cases, how we do this is through market testing. So it is quite a normal part of our business where we will look at approaching the market around what facilities might be available. In this case, we're also working with state governments on what community facility and local governments on what sort of community facilities might be appropriate for a cadet program.
Okay, and can you do me a favour, Ms Perkins? I would suggest that you go and tell Defence to go and do its homework, because when it says site occupants, there is not 10 to 50 in Burnie, there never has been. All those, they are way overcharged. They are way over. That has never been the sake at all. I want to know those true figures. When it says site occupants, I want to know ADF full-time. I would ask you to go back to Defence and ask them for the true figures, because they were way over for whatever reason. That is not the truth, and I'll call them out now.
Senator, what I could assure you of is that we use Defence's employment data to populate that. We work closely with Defence People Group and with the three services. I'm telling you those figures are incorrect. Ms Perkins, I don't know where you're getting your figures from, but they're incorrect. So go back to Defence and tell them to go back through it again, because there's no way there's that many full-time people running around in those reserve units. That's rubbish. And if you were doing your job, you'd know that, because you'd visit them and you would see that unless there is compassionate posting people in there, there's no way you have 4 to 6 people in there if you're lucky full-time. And that's for all of them, unless they're extremely big. Now, while I'm there, can I please get from Defence the 2016 to 36 Defence Estate Strategy and any subsequent versions or updates of that one? And can I also get the 2016 to 21 Defence Estate Strategy Implementation Plan and any subsequent versions or updates to that? And can I please get Defence's Estate Asset Management Framework? Can we have a copy of that? Thank you, Senator. I'll take that on notice. Some of those documents, yes, I would just need to check the classification of the ones you've specifically requested.
Okay. And Ms Perkins, as the previous Deputy Secretary for Security and State, how did Defence keep you informed of their requirements of the Defence Estate? How did they advise you of them no longer having an operational need for that asset?
Thank you. It's a great question. Thank you, Senator Lambie. I am still technically the Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. I'm acting in the Associate Secretary position for another few weeks. So I remain the Estate Capability Manager. Our planning for the needs of the estate for all of Defence is deeply embedded in our broader strategy process. So I mentioned the Defence Strategic Review. We give life to that now on a rolling 2-yearly cycle through the National Defence Strategy and the accompanying Integrated Investment Program. The most recent 2026 versions were released a week before last. I get directions directly from that. One of those is the estate strategy. The estate strategy is a supporting strategy to the National Defence Strategy, and I will be required to publish the next version of the estate strategy later this year. That is now well underway. But I work very closely with the other capability managers. I'm a member of the Investment Committee that we feed into the Integrated Capability Assessment that is part of that 2-year cycle of our strategy and our investment program to understand the future needs of the estate and the facilities to support current and emerging capabilities. So we think about the force posture, we think about where we need people, and we think about the facilities to support those people as part of the integrated whole of Defence's planning for the current and future ADF, and that then becomes an iterative process. The Integrated Investment Program has one sub-program, the Enterprise Estate Infrastructure Program. I manage that program through the Infrastructure Division, and that is where we hold the future investment for the estate. I also manage an Estate Works program, which is how we sustain the existing estate. So I would describe the future needs of the 3 services and the Integrated Future Force as being a deeply integrated part of the way we're doing strategic planning and investment choices, and you can see that in the NDS and the IIP released 2 weeks ago, including very explicit directions on implementing the estate audit and our continued investment in our northern-based resilience uplift.
Senator, I might also just clarify the information we publicly released about occupants at each site is deliberately a potential band, not an exact number. That is for security reasons. We are not providing an exact number on each site.
Rightio, whatever. Yeah, I don't think there's any security in that, but that's your judgment. That's why you're not in uniform. So while we're there, the recruitment, who took that into talking about people in uniform? When it comes to recruitment, what are the positive and negatives to what you're doing of actually attracting people into the Army Reserve and cadets? Is this having a negative or positive impact? Who's doing this?
Yes.
We forgot about this bit, have we? Well, how are you averaging this? What are you looking at? How are you doing this?
So throughout the analysis we undertook of the independent review and the advice we provided to government, we absolutely were mindful of all the impacts. We worked very closely with senior representatives of each of the services and groups. The Chief Personnel and the Navy, Army and the Air Force were deeply engaged in that analysis. And we were very mindful in the advice we gave to government on implementation was that we retain roughly the same footprint of defence in each geographic region. So while there are sites, 67 sites around the country, some of them haven't had people on them for a long while, but we were very mindful to limit the impact in geographic regions, that there was a visible defence presence. We absolutely understand and accept that visibility is important to attracting people, and it is important that people have places to parade in their communities. And we sought to work through and balance that. I'll give you, as one example, a number of the decisions the government made to not support divestment or to support only partial divestment spoke to that. So in Adelaide in South Australia, one of the sites proposed for divestment, we were very concerned that it would really remove a southern site that is very popular with reserves and cadets in metropolitan Adelaide, and the government accepted our recommendation there, and will largely retain the Warradale site as an important reserve and cadet site. So we haven't seen any impact so far in those recruitment numbers. We are staying close to those communities, and we will be working on maintaining essentially the same number of both permanent defence and reserve populations in metro and regional areas.
Right, okay, so we won't have any cadets or reserves on the northwest coast of Tasmania, so you just lost a heap there because you've got nothing in position at this point in time. Can you tell me how has the...
Senator Lambie, do you have many more questions?
Yeah, I just have two more, sorry,
Sure.
Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell me how the can you please tell me how the Defence estate has ended up so misaligned from Defence's requirements, and while you're there, could you please give the committee, the list that was initially given to you by Defence on what you should have been looking at, not the ones that you've picked out?
So just to be clear, Senator, I didn't pick any sites.
Defence gave you a list. Defence has got a list running around. I don't want to have to bring that out. So either you can or I will.
Well, I'm part
so
of...
that's one or the other. So there is
a
list running out from Defence.
So the divestments proposed by the independent audit were the recommendations of the independent audit. They consulted extensively in Defence.
What did Defence tell you you could have? That's what I want. I want to see that list, and it's running around, Ms Perkins.
Well, I don't know.
If you could show that to the committee, thanks, that'd be great. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Just following on from that, before the review began, did you have an idea of sites that you wanted to be reviewed for divestment?
Look, not in a fixed sense. I think what's important in my role as the Estate Capability Manager is mindfulness about where we need to posture the force. As I've mentioned previously, a reasonable proportion of the sites that made the recommended 68 were sites already listed for divestment or frankly, vacant.
So are you saying that Victoria Barracks was already listed for divestment before the review?
No, Victoria Barracks wasn't listed for divestment.
So how many were already listed for divestment?
I'll take that on notice. I was trying to figure out that number this morning. I had it a few months ago, but I just couldn't put my hand on it this morning.
Let me reframe the question, please. Did you give the auditors a list of sites that you wanted them to look at?
No.
So how did they know where to start?
So we came at it from two angles. One angle was, and I won't speak in detail to this because it is a bit sensitive, we undertake on a regular basis as part of the estate strategy process that Senator Lambie mentioned, analysis of the most critical sites for us for capability generation. So in service of our strategy, and as we enter into the capability assessment process, we tier those sites that are most critical. And they'd be obvious to you.
So then you gave that list to, just in the interest of time, you gave that list to them and you said, don't touch these sites, but we didn't
give them any directions not to touch or not touch anything. We gave them a terms of reference about analysing the estate and its alignment to Defence's future strategic needs and capability delivery.
They haven't actually stayed within the terms of reference. You can see there's a whole section in here about business process improvements. There's also, in the terms of reference, set by the Department of Defence,
set by the Deputy Prime Minister.
Set by the Deputy Prime Minister.
In his capacity as Minister for Defence.
Yes, in his capacity as Minister for Defence. To present cost estimates to underpin the recommendations. Now, they've gone outside the terms of reference here, and recommendation 20, that Defence implement the business process improvements listed at Chapter 5. There's a whole chapter dedicated to business improvements that I would have thought weren't in the DSR. So, do you... Let's just take it back. Given the number of audits the Auditor General does every year for Defence, why did you choose your own people?
Senator, as I've mentioned before, the Defence Strategic Review delivered in 2023 had as a specific recommendation that the government undertake an independent audit of the estate.
It's actually about the protective security of the state, wasn't it?
I'd have to go back and check the explicit wording, but
well,
this was...
I have checked it, and that was what was outlined in the DSR. And yet we have here an audit, basically a shopping list for developers of sites that are strategic and can only be proved by a project that went to tender in 2024 in Glenbrook for a skiff. And in 2025, it seems that, is that the skiff that's been decommissioned already? I mean, you've got a multi-million-dollar project there. Obviously, the site was strategic enough to have a skiff. So why is it that in such a short amount of time, when the strategic conditions are changing so quickly, not in our favour, that is no longer a strategic site?
Senator, one of the recommendations of the independent audit was that Defence consider consolidating what we would call the environmental commands. Glenbrook is the Air Command. That will remain the operational Air Command until such time as we transition that site to another location. Understand the project you refer to had been in planning for some time, and certainly before the government considered and agreed the recommendations of the audit, and I would undertake that the skiff will undertake good usage for a number of years. I wouldn't anticipate we'll be off that site until 27, 28, so they will get certainly good operational use out of that.
So you've got anywhere between $5 and $75 million invested into that skiff. Do you know how much it cost?
I don't know.
Anybody from Department of Finance knows how much that cost?
No, look, I could take on notice the cost. It will have been published on AusTender as we took that project forward.
Plus also the cost of decommissioning it. Because really this whole audit is about finding efficiencies in the Department of Defence because you don't have enough funding. And yet here we are doing strategic projects for the safety of our nation, and then a year later backpedaling on that and spending an enormous amount of taxpayers' dollars on that. We've heard a lot of evidence today about, I guess, the validity of the report, that there are false assumptions in the report. Does Defence still stand by all the recommendations made in the report?
Senator, as I've said a few times, it was an independent report to the government. Defence then analysed a pathway to implement the report and provided advice to government, and the report as released by the Deputy Prime Minister is the government's direction to Defence on implementing the independent audit.
Okay. Because there are forwards in this report basically supporting it, but there are statements in there like, and I quote, "Defence is constrained by the weight of its past." Would you agree with that statement?
As the day-to-day manager of the estate, certainly the cost of maintaining many very aged facilities is really difficult as a facilities manager.
Okay. How does the estate audit align with the reserves review that was conducted in 2024?
I'm sorry?
How does the estate audit align with the reserves review that was conducted in 2024?
Look, I'm not well positioned to speak to the detail of that review, and I'm just not conscious sitting here in my role of where we've gotten to with finalising that one. So I just feel like I'd be cutting outside of my line.
If you could take that on notice, then that would be
but
great.
I would
Thank you
just
very much.
repeat again that we've worked very closely with the Chief Personnel and her team as we've worked through these recommendations.
Recommendation number 16 says that the Defence Act 1903 should be amended to empower the Minister for Defence to make estate decisions in the national interest. the definition of defence purpose must include the imperative for the use of proceeds from divestments to go to other defence purposes. So, you know, I guess the underlying assumption of this whole process is that you sell all these sites, you make $3 million, you get, what is it, 1.8 billion to go into the integrated investment program. But there's actually no guarantee that you can do that unless we make that change in Parliament. Is that correct?
Senator, I'd refer you to the government's response to the audit, which is at the rear of the published documents, page 122. The government will consider this recommendation in the context of future reviews of the Defence Act. But I would make the point in the announcement of the audit by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Finance that the principle we have established of how we will work with the Department of Finance is that that money will be returned to, it's a decision of government that the proceeds of this audit implementation will be returned to Defence for investment in capability.
So will the Defence IPP receive $1.8 billion on a no-win, no-loss basis if, for example, the net proceeds from the divestment don't actually reach $1.8 billion?
They will receive the estimated net proceeds. So as we talked before, we have the original estimate from the audit, which we are currently now updating through our due diligence process. And then, as the Deputy Prime Minister announced, any net proceeds from the divestments will be reinvested back to Defence.
I like your language there, Mr. Blackie, any net proceeds. So no assumption there will be any.
And no assumption that it would be at that 1.8 billion that you've said already. So it could be lower than that.
Well, they could be lower, they could be higher. That's why we're doing the due diligence process.
And you haven't written that into the forward estimates, the potential gains?
Well, any treatment of that will be reviewed in a budget.
It will be what, sorry?
Reviewed in a budget.
Reviewed in the budget?
Revealed in the budget, so, which is next week.
Okay, so the divestment net proceeds will be in the, whatever they model it to be, will be in the forward estimates.
I'm not saying it's the estimates. I'm saying that I think, as I answered before, we received some seed funding to commence the divestment program, and that will be published in a budget next week.
Have you done any impact assessment or cost assessment on the impact on veterans and wellbeing? On their mental health, the needs for services?
Well, any impacts, financials or social impacts, will be considered as part of the due diligence process. So the due diligence process is not just about estimating or updating the valuations, it's also about looking at the heritage and other social impacts, which will then inform development of disposal options.
With the questions on notice, and you bring back the impact, the cost assessments, can you please add the cost of storing and transporting the equipment and vehicles? The extra recruitment drives that you'll have to do to mitigate the loss of members, loss of cadets, the extra travel that the members and cadets and reserves will have to make because you move the bases, the culture change process of renaming the sites, and the business process improvements, please. Why has there been has there been any assessment of the divestment of Defence Plaza Sydney?
Defence Plaza Sydney is a leased facility. It's a relatively recent addition to the estate. Through a market testing process, we moved from a previous Defence Plaza at end of lease. The building owner was seeking to redevelop. It is a very modern fit-for-purpose office facility that allows us to operate in an office environment at the protected secret level. It includes great facilities for conferencing and meetings. So it is sort of the future of how it's most effective to do classified office-based work.
We've already heard evidence today about leased premises that are being divested, so I guess that lease clause doesn't stack up. We've also heard about new facilities and new security facilities that are being divested, so that security element doesn't stack up. It's also underutilised. Many of the people using that facility go to where they prefer to be. There's also conferencing facilities, as far as I'm aware, at Victoria Barracks. It has, probably of all the sites, the most perfect location, best views, etc. So I'm just scratching my head trying to work out why our newest building isn't considered in all of this.
As I said, as we look at the analysis, we consider the cost of ownership, and that's the cost to run a site over the life that we would hold it. Pretty good views from Defence Plaza Sydney, actually, up on those top floors. So, as I said, the considerations put forward in the independent audit and then analysed by us are what kind of work needs to be done where and how does it best support defence capability versus the costs of ownership and sustainment of other sites. And based on that, the government considered those recommendations and Defence Victoria Barracks Sydney was the site they recommended.
What's the difference, the cost of running Victoria Barracks in Sydney versus the cost of running Defence Plaza Sydney?
Look, I can take the specifics on notice.
Thank you.
It can substantially more. It's a very large site, and it's both the heritage overlay provides an added cost every year and extensive grounds to maintain.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions for the Department of Climate Change, Energy and the Environment. Thank you. There's 5 pages in the audit report on net zero and how this contributes to the government's net zero agenda or policy. Have you given it any advice on divested land and how it will contribute to carbon sequestration calculations?
So I'm representing the Heritage Division, and the advice that we've been providing to our defence and our finance colleagues is in relation to heritage matters. I can take that on notice.
So, you're giving advice to heritage, not carbon sequestration?
Yeah, I will take that question on notice for the department.
But you're not the one you weren't giving advice? Were you giving advice to the department on?
Not on. We're providing advice in terms of the heritage values.
Right. But you're from the Department of Climate Change. And
definitely.
So who then would have given advice? There's 5 pages dedicated to it in here, 5 pages. Who would have given advice on that then?
I will take that on notice. It would have been, I expect it would have been that part of our department, but I will take that question on notice.
Have you been made aware of any defence land that will be used for carbon sequestration?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you accept that environmental and heritage risks are far harder to manage once the site leaves Commonwealth hands?
No, not necessarily. The process, particularly in this, for this process, we're supporting our colleagues to undertake their due diligence. It will be a requirement that they meet their obligations under our environmental laws. And that will require the values to demonstrate how those values will be protected.
You are also from the Department of Environment. HMS Penguin has a significant Angophora forest that is going to be divested and most likely sold to developers, and really the only thing you could get there, 6 luxury apartments. Have you given any advice on the environmental impact of that?
So, my understanding is that with the us being in the with the Department of Defence and the Department of Finance being in the early stages of their due diligence process, we will make sure that the right people within the department are providing advice throughout the process. In terms of whether there has existing information so far, I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, but you've already provided advice on heritage, is that right?
So we are on hand to support our defence colleagues and our finance colleagues as they're undertaking their due diligence in terms of those properties that have been identified as having heritage values.
Sorry. Heritage values plus also environmental.
Yes, well, the department overall, so where there will be other aspects, we will make sure that the right people are available to provide the advice.
Making sure the right people are available is all future tense, unless I'm missing something. It's all something that will happen in the future. Is that right?
Sorry, Senator, if I can add there, Carmen Branch Head of Heritage. Ms Dumazel and I are both within the Heritage Division of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and the Water, and therefore we are equipped to speak on the heritage component of the inquiry. Our colleagues in Environment may have provided other advice and expertise. We would need to take that on notice because the two of us do not know that at the table.
What about assume that all of those questions are about the heritage advice that you're in? Did you provide that to the so-called audit, and then have you provided it to Defence when they reviewed the audit? Now, I'm looking at you because you're the department I'm asking, not Defence. Yep. You. Did you provide heritage advice to Defence for the purposes of the audit?
We were aware of the audit being undertaken. We have the information on all the properties that have heritage values. It's at this point that we will support Defence and Finance undertake their due diligence.
Sorry.
So, Senator,
you keep talking. No, I'm really not asking Defence. I'm really asking the Department of Climate Change and Water, the two people from the Heritage Division of that. What I understand your answers to make clear for the first time is that you haven't provided your expertise and advice about heritage so far in the process.
Our staff have been working closely with the staff within Defence and with Finance, but we're at that early stage of the due diligence process.
Did you provide the advice and assistance for the purposes of the audit? Simple question.
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you provide it to Defence after, when they did their initial review that they spoke about earlier? Did you provide your advice then?
We've provided some information, like in terms of the heritage values of those properties, based on the list within the we've got.
But to be clear,
Commonwealth Heritage listing site.
Yeah, but to be clear, when the key artefact was created, which was the audit, the so-called audit, that happened without the benefit of your department providing heritage advice to the audit.
So it's up to the Department of Defence, and I might let the Department of Defence answer. They are the property managers. They are responsible for maintaining and for the values under the Commonwealth.
I don't know, Ms Perkins. I really don't. Ms Perkins, I'll let you answer whatever Defence did, but I'm really not interested in what Defence did. It's a pretty simple question to your department, Ms Dumazel and Ms Dwyer. It appears that you didn't provide assistance to the audit, the so-called audit. Is that right? From your understanding within the department. You run the Heritage Department. Did you do it or not?
So my team has been involved with the Department of Defence and the Department of Finance. We're now at this point where we are going to be providing advice.
No, could you just answer my question about the audit? Please just answer the question about the audit.
I can perhaps help my colleague.
No, Ms Perkins.
On the 26th of September, the Defence Estate Audit Independent Leads held a roundtable with key government departments, which included representatives of the Department of Environment, Climate Change, Energy and Water.
They were at a roundtable. But apart from being at the roundtable that Ms Perkins has said, you see, the reason why I ask you this is apparently there was a desktop valuation done of all of these properties, which have incredible heritage values. And apparently the desktop valuations were done, taking into account the heritage values to work out how much the public would get from selling them. And now it appears that that desktop valuation process didn't have the benefit of information from your department. Or you can't tell me if you did it. And given you're the people from the department, if you can't tell me, it makes me think you probably didn't.
Senator, to be clear, the requirements to protect heritage and the order in which they are protected are set out in the legislation. So the information has been available to the department and the auditor throughout that time. We have, as Ms Perkins said, continued, and Ms Dumazel said, continued to support our colleagues in finance and defence in understanding those requirements as they are set out in the legislation.
Yeah, but this has been a remarkable process of obfuscation. I simply are asking if you engaged with the audit. My conclusion from all the rather strange information you've given to that very, very simple question is no. But if you have anything to shed light on it on notice, feel free.
I would just like to add to that that under the operation of the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, the property owner is responsible for managing that history and heritage. We've been
but the audit didn't happen under the EPBC Act.
No,
the audit was its own little universe, and you would have thought, well, I would have assumed until now, that the Heritage Department would have actually engaged with the audit outside of their statutory framework. But it seems that the answer is no, but remarkable. And that means the figures that we get are even less reliable. You may as well just put a blindfold on it and throw it at a dartboard. But anyhow, let's see another senator has a question.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I'll pass the call to Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Could I also ask the Department of Finance, just from earlier conversations, just about the possibility of sites being transferred to another department rather than being sold. What would the impact be on revenue?
Well, Senator, that would depend on the specific circumstance. So as part of our due diligence process, we are obviously also talking to state governments to see what their interests are in the particular sites. We're also consulting more broadly within the government to seek stakeholder views. In terms of budgetary treatment, that would depend on the specific circumstance.
So where the government doesn't receive any revenue from a private sale, would there still be a monetary or net monetary benefit resulting from another department not having to acquire an alternative site?
Well, again, it would depend on the terms of the arrangement. So you could imagine if, for example, there was a purchase price agreed, it'd be kind of intra-government transaction. So essentially, money would move between departments. And then I suspect, I'm not an accountant, but I suspect the impact be on the individual balance sheets of the agencies.
Okay. For the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, how does the EPBC Act ultimately protect Australia's heritage and specifically about the sites as part of this audit?
Yeah, definitely. Through the provisions of the Act, once the due diligence is undertaken and it's at that point where it's under consideration for divestment, there's a requirement then to notify the Minister of the intent and outline the protections that will be in place. And some of those protections that might be in place is in terms of with the the contract, the sale of contract, around including a covenant that would include the requirement to actually adhere to the heritage management plan. That would be one of the key aspects. Another aspect would be to also where there might be heritage values that would benefit from being on a national heritage list or a state or local list. A covenant could include the provision to the requirement to proceed with that process as well. So they're the kind of key kind of elements in terms of the contract, and then also where that there are other aspects that could be considered as well. There could be a conservation agreement or other protection measures.
So these are all up for negotiation?
Well, the aspect would be to first identify what to ensure what the heritage values that are already protected under the Commonwealth Heritage List as part of a site. And then it would be, as part of that process, then the next step would be in terms of the protections that would be, could be in place to protect that.
Sorry, I'm not very familiar with this, but can you just talk me through what the Commonwealth Heritage Listing or Heritage Place means?
Yeah. So there are three kind of listing aspects for heritage in the Environment and Protection Biodiversity Conservation laws. There's the World Heritage, there's the National Heritage Sites, and there's the Commonwealth Heritage Sites. So they all have different requirements. And for the Commonwealth Heritage Sites, the requirements would be it's beyond local heritage values. So, and it really depends site by site. So each property each property manager responsible for, so each Commonwealth agency responsible for a Commonwealth Heritage listing is required to protect and maintain those values.
So how many of the listings as part of this audit within the scope of the audit, can you provide examples? How many are they?
There are 18 listed with heritage values, and 16 of those properties have been identified for divestment.
Can you, I don't know, if you're able to table or at least provide some examples? I mean, like, what's the state of Victoria Barracks, let's say, in Sydney or Melbourne or Brisbane? Are they part of the listing?
So can I just clarify, there are 18 heritage sites. Of those 18 heritage sites, there are some 38 places, because on an individual site there may be multiple places that have their own acknowledgement. The values of each of those sites is very much site-specific. Defence are perhaps a better place to talk to the state or integrity of each of those heritage values at each of the individual sites.
I'm just interested to know the listings, so if you can provide me with the listings and the places for all the sites that have been part of this audit.
We can, and just for clarity, they are on the Commonwealth Heritage list.
Yeah, I know there's a lot going on at the moment, but it would be great if we could get something that we can put on our website, because I'm sure there'll be a lot of interested parties that could look at that. In terms of the EPBC Act requiring when a Commonwealth Heritage Place is divested, what does that mean? What does it mean for the Commonwealth?
Sorry, Senator, could you repeat that question?
So what does the EPBC Act require when a Commonwealth Heritage Place is divested?
Yeah, so the Act sets clear obligations for Commonwealth agencies that must be met before divestment of the national or the Commonwealth Heritage Place. And they include early notification to the Minister for the Environment and contractual covenants to protect heritage values into the future. And Senator, that was some of those examples that I was speaking about earlier. Notification to the Minister for the Environment must be done 40 business days before signing the contract. And to meet the requirements under the Act, a covenant is often added to the contract of sale that requires anyone who buys the property in the future to keep managing its heritage values. And so, and that's where earlier, as I stated that you could actually include the heritage management plan, an obligation in the covenant where the new owner is required to meet the obligations under the heritage management plan. That could be.
So required to keep it open or open it to the public?
Well, it depends on the
maintain the heritage.
Yes, maintain the heritage values. So a heritage management plan will identify the values, the heritage values for a place. It will also identify what's required to maintain those values and the day-to-day kind of running of the property in relation to the heritage values. So having a covenant that includes reference to a heritage management plan and the requirements within the heritage management plan is a good way to maintain the upkeep of a heritage place. And certainly this is what's so important about the due diligence process that we're supporting our colleagues in Defence and Finance on, is for us to have a deeper look at the cultural heritage and the heritage management plans for these sites, and then that next process, if it does go through to the divestment stage, making sure that we're required that having a covenant that includes that heritage management plan would be useful, as well as potentially having a requirement for the new owner to seek protections of a site through a state or local listing process. And we would, at this point, I think that's why early on in the piece, we'd like to support our colleagues in that process to be able to identify and where a property might be have the values for a state heritage listing and connect them with our colleagues.
Okay, and I'm assuming also nomination for the National Heritage List as well?
Correct, yeah. And at any time, anyone's, like when we open the nominations for heritage listing, anyone is able to bring forward a nomination for a particular place.
So I'm assuming this can help address some of the concerns out in the community at the moment around the maintenance or protection of some of these facilities or aspects of some of these sites. I feel like probably it's not well understood by some in the community that there are these other options that government still has at its disposal, putting these not into contract but a covenant or potentially even a nomination for a heritage listing.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. What are the other elements of the EPBC Act that could potentially be relevant to this process? And can anyone nominate a place for consideration on the heritage list?
So anyone can bring forward a nomination for a place onto the National Heritage List, but we would also point out that there are sometimes value in also considering nomination to a state or a local list, depending on the particulars of the location.
And if a property is on that National Heritage List, let's say, and it's subsequently sold to an owner, is it then retained on that list?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Sorry, just to go back to my first question around the other elements of the EPBC Act that might be relevant to this process. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with the committee today?
No, I just would like to reinforce that just like any proponent, that it'll be important that these sites, as they're going through the divestment process, that they meet the obligations under the EPBC Act.
Defence, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Senator. Just to concur with the comments of my colleagues, I think it's been a really important part of the community consultations today to describe both the way in which we'll live our EPBC Act obligations and then the mechanisms we have and we will be actively working through as we move to transition sites to finance. I would note that we are developing now a high-level history and heritage plan to guide divestment. I would also say, and certainly Defence Portfolio Ministers have said this publicly, that we want to lean in very closely with state, territory and local heritage regimes where one of these sites might not be on the National Heritage List, that we do the work as part of the sale process to recognise it on the state list, in addition to the covenants described by my colleague. And that we have quite a bit of experience in this, that the conditions of sale recognise how that history and heritage will be maintained moving forward. And we have got some great examples in recent years in South Australia in particular.
And so I also, so I understand that I think the department is running community consultations, or at least there are some meetings that are occurring this week and next. Are they predominantly in Melbourne and Sydney, or are they more sites? That
we undertook 3 engagements last week in Victoria, in central Melbourne, in Queenscliff and in Geelong. And we are in Sydney this week. You might run through the Sydney sites.
Yes, so we're in Sydney this week. HMAS Penguin, Victoria Barracks, Sydney, Glenbrook.
And Parramatta.
Yes, thank you. I just might also note on the history and heritage, as previously has been mentioned in previous testimony today, we did convene, chaired by the Assistant Minister, a roundtable of National History and Heritage peak organisations 2 weeks ago. We spent a day talking with them about how we would implement the protections that we've just talked through with DQ.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'll now pass the call to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if you heard the evidence from the witnesses about Lancer Barracks, or do we call it Defence Base Parramatta? Did you hear that evidence? Ms. Perkins?
I didn't hear it. I have seen a short excerpt of the transcript.
Right. Well, what I found remarkable about that evidence was that they said that the auditors, if we're still calling them that, attended on the site during a weekday when there was almost no activity there. Do you know if that was true?
I would have the date that they attended. We could extrapolate from that. Oh, look, I don't have the specific date. It was in the first week of, it was over 30 August or 1 September.
Of?
2023.
You said it was either 30 August or?
1 September.
Okay. Right.
So that would.
Did they do any weekend site inspections?
No, Senator.
Well, then I think we can assume if they did no weekend site inspections, unless I'm missing something in the logic, that they didn't attend. They attended on a weekday.
Certainly, I think we can confirm that.
Yeah, without even going to the diary. We could have just said yes, they attended on a weekday because they did no weekend site inspections, couldn't we? If they did no weekend site inspections, if I asked you if they attended it on a weekday, you could have just said yes.
Certainly, Senator.
Yeah. All right. So not a single site was visited on a weekend, even though many of these sites, particularly reserve sites, cadet sites, other sites like that, their principal activity is on the weekend.
Reserves and cadets are primarily active in the evenings.
Were there visits in the evenings, or were they visits during work hours?
I'd have to take that on notice. They travelled extensively around the country to more than 70 sites.
Did they visit any? I mean, you say cadets meet in the evenings in seeking to defend the process. Did they meet? Did they go on to any sites in the evenings when cadets were on
Let
sites?
me take that on notice for you, Senator.
Yep. The Lancer Barracks pointed out that not only is the site hold deep historical significance, but it's used by New South Wales Police in a variety of essential purposes. Did anyone speak with New South Wales Police before deciding to sell the site?
I'd have to take that on notice. There was extensive consultation with different parts of state and territory governments, but I'd have to check about New South Wales Police specifically.
Could you also check with Home Affairs as well, because I understand it was used as a counter-terrorism training facility as well?
We've certainly had deep engagements with Commonwealth agencies who use different parts of the estate on all elements of our analysis of the implementation.
Including Home Affairs?
Yes.
Well, can you provide an answer to the Chair if Home Affairs were consulted about the decision to sell Lancer Barracks in Parramatta?
I can say yes to that right now because I have undertaken that engagement.
Did you get any pushback on that recommendation from Home Affairs?
I'm reluctant to speak in detail about the sorts of engagements we had, but we certainly worked with agencies. Many agencies use parts of the estate, Bureau of Meteorology are at a number of sites and so on and so forth. We engaged with them all to understand how we could manage their capability needs, and in every case we had a suitable alternative.
We heard from the two associations associated with Lancer Barracks about the deep emotional and historical connections that veterans and serving personnel have with that site. One of the things that I found most telling in that space was that veterans who have deceased had had their ashes spread on the parade grounds. Were you aware of that fact at the time the decision was made to divest the site?
I was not.
Yeah. It's also clear when you talk with the veterans community, and indeed you talk with those serving personnel who engage on this, that a number of these sites, Victoria Barracks in Sydney, Victoria Barracks in Melbourne, Lancer Barracks in Parramatta, and you could go on, HMAS Penguin and others, they have enormous emotional and historical importance to the veteran and service community. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Did you at any point take into account how important it is to have a sense of esprit de corps, have a sense of history, have a sense of connection to a defence force who will be, if they're put on into conflict, need to have those emotional and other connections to the people they're serving with, to their unit? Did you at any point take into account those non-financial benefits to these sites? And if so, how?
Senator, I would say I was a part of many of the internal consultations the independent leads did in defence. That included engagements with all of the group heads and service chiefs and very large cohorts of senior serving officers, and they met with many people around the country. They could have been left in no doubt about that importance. I think that is very clear to us. It's certainly been an important part of the analysis we've undertaken.
It's not mentioned in the so-called audit. It's not even referenced. Like the Lancer Barracks, which has the longest continuous defence facility in the country with this extraordinary history, none of that's even mentioned in the audit. The only mention of Lancer Barracks is there in a list that has been sold. Was any of that provided to the audit? And was it part of the reference for the audit? It definitely isn't in the terms of reference.
All I can repeat is that the audit had the benefit of engaging with very large numbers of serving and former serving members in defence and a range of stakeholders. Certainly in the engagements I was involved in, people spoke to them in some detail about these matters.
Yeah. And then they were ignored. They were just totally ignored because they didn't fit into the terms of reference. Does Defence recognise that history, connection, identity can actually be really critical to any organisation, and particularly an organisation where we're asking people to put their lives on the line? Do you recognise that that can be important?
Absolutely, we do.
But you're selling it. you're selling it, and you're selling it for bugger all. Have you heard from when you go to these consultations just how angry the veterans community is, how angry the broader community is that you're flogging off the history?
Senator, if I can finish the answer I started, yes, we absolutely accept that, and that is why one of the key lines of effort is a very detailed history and heritage management approach. I've been in 3 of the 10 community consultations to date and will be in many more in the weeks ahead. So I've engaged personally with many people. They have been respectful and polite engagements. And I would come back to the strategic rationale described by the Deputy Prime Minister, the ways in which we hope that the future use of these sites will in fact make these sites more accessible to the community and to veterans, and that we will make the history and heritage more lived in the day-to-day life of these communities.
I mean, I'm sorry, I can't let that be the pass. Are you seriously telling this committee that the veteran community, the serving personnel think that there's going to be some benefit, some net benefit, because these properties are being sold and the property developer who buys it is going to let people in, let the public in? Is that what you're getting back from your consultation sessions, that they're thinking this is a ripper, that this is going to be a good thing for heritage? Is that seriously what you're getting?
Senator, we absolutely understand and are hearing deep concerns in community about how history and heritage can be maintained. And as I've noted at a number of times this afternoon, are taking on board elements of that feedback of how we can respond.
Yeah. But you're getting the feedback after you've decided to sell them.
Well, the government has
and
made
no,
a
is it any wonder that the community is furious? You come and talk to them only after you've made the decision to sell it, and sell it to the highest bidder for the maximum financial return. You know, this so-called consultation process you're going, you're just patting the community on the head, giving them an overpriced cup of tea. No wonder they're furious. This isn't consultation, this is palliative care.
The evidence that we heard today about the ashes being spread on the parade ground, now that is a tradition, as we heard today, in the British military. They had to get special dispensation to be able to do this. It speaks to the connection that people serving in uniform have to the family of their unit. That is their chosen resting place. And it wasn't just one person, it was many that followed up. Was it 13 in total? Something like that. Doesn't. But the number doesn't actually matter, because the identity forms a framework through which these people live their lives and the way in which they operate in their unit. The identity of a unit informs a doctrine that is the framework through which they make operational decisions. And desk research saying that this Lancer Barracks should be sold off takes none of that into consideration. And I would like to hear from you whether that, because you said that it was new evidence to you today about the ashes of these veterans that had chosen to be on that site, on the parade ground, whether that changes your perspective or your advice on whether that site should be divested. Has that evidence changed your position?
Senator, as the Estate Capability Manager challenged each year to spread a budget to all the places the current and future serving ADF need to operate, I am moved by the testimony provided earlier. I am committed to the history and heritage treatment and the appropriate future use of the site as part of the sales condition. We will be at Lancer Barracks later this week, and we'll seek to have some conversations about that lived experience. But the government's decisions around the divestments and realigning the estate to the future strategic needs of Australia is the task that's been given to me to implement. All right, one final question from me. On the renaming of all the
sites to defence base and geographic location, will you also be changing the mascots of all the units and the badges?
Senator, this would be another example where it might be beneficial to turn to the government's response to the independent audit, and that is an important way where, after the government considered all the detail of the audit, there are some nuance, if you will, on that particular recommendation, and I'm just trying to find it here. The government's agreed in principle to the recommendation, but will only consider renaming basis where there's been a significant change in the nature of activity, personnel or capability on an establishment as a result of implementing the audit. So there is no current plan in Defence to start changing names of bases. It's quite expensive to rename a base, but there have certainly been examples over the year, and Defence Establishment Berrima in the Northern Territory would be a good example, where a base shifts from being primarily Army, Navy or Air Force and it better represents the population. We have absolutely no interest or intent in being involved in changing mascots or unit identity, and I would just refer you to the government's recommendation where they've responded in more detail to some of those
Okay, thank you.
proposals.
I appreciate that. That was interesting to hear that it's quite an expensive process, because it was the recommendation that all bases had their names changed. You would also have to probably change all the mottos as well, because if you took something like HMAS Albatross and changed it to Defence Base, don't know Nara, wherever it is down south, you would then have to completely change the identity of that whole unit and their motto. And the terms of reference that you set out, and I've said this several times today, but said that all the recommendations had to be costed. Now, this Defence Estate Review was meant to find financial efficiencies. We've found that already there is no efficiency in divesting these sites that have had significant upgrades. And now we're hearing that actually changing the defence base is a significantly costly exercise to do, let alone the effect that it'll have on military history, morale, doctrine, the way these people operate, their links to identity and family. So a very interesting piece of evidence, and we will be looking forward to seeing the costings that you bring forward as part of that. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, I just wanted to add some extra information around to give people confidence, to give confidence around the process in relation to heritage as well. So as well as the requirements that I outlined before around in terms of the covenant, the EPBC Act requires that any action that will have or is likely to have a significant impact on any of the 9 matters of national environment significance must be referred to the Minister for the Environment for assessment. So it's a self-assessment and referral process that is undertaken by the person undertaking the action. The Minister for the Environment must decide whether a referred action needs further assessment or approval before it can be undertaken. So as well as the World Heritage properties and the National Heritage places, there's also the wetlands of international importance and listed threatened species as other examples. There's 9 in total, but the point I wanted to make was around the same referral requirements also apply to Commonwealth Heritage listed places as it does for World Heritage and National Heritage places. And an action is defined broadly in the Act and includes a project, development undertaking, and it can include the sale or lease of land. So impacts can be direct or indirect and can include facilitated impacts, so i.e. those impacts which result from further actions, including actions by third parties. So I think that's important. And so a significant impact, whether direct or indirect, is one that is important, notable, or of consequence with regard in its context or its intensity. So for actions on or impacting on Commonwealth land, or for actions taken by a Commonwealth agency, impacts on the whole of the environment, including all heritage values, must be considered.
Okay, so has referral to your Minister been made yet, considering it's already been recommended to be divested?
as the process is in the due diligence phase, so that then once that process is finalised, then as outlined by my colleague in Department of Finance, then at that point, those first couple of steps that I identified in terms of the covenant and what's included in the covenant, and then once a divestment will occur, then we will
I'm just going to have to jump in there. Divestments have already occurred. So why hasn't it been referred yet?
The process is, I might...
Yeah, so just to be clear, the process would happen site by site. So there's a couple of technical things that will happen. As properties transition from Defence to the Department of Finance and a sale is prepared, that would be part of the activity by which a referral would be made. Of the sites that Defence has already divested, we followed the normal processes. 3 sites have been divested. One of those had environmental aspects. There were no heritage aspects on those sites, but we follow a normal process as we work through a sale under the terms of the Commonwealth Property Framework.
So will we? I mean, obviously, HMAS Penguin is. Has a lot of environmental concerns.
Yeah.
At what point are we going to be informed as to when that due diligence process is finished, the Minister's making its advice, it's been referred to the Minister? Are we kept abreast of all the processes?
So Senator, once we complete the due diligence process and develop disposal options for HMS Penguin, then that's the point where we would do any referral. So the site is currently designated as for defence use. Once we develop a disposal option, which could, for example, involve commercial development, the site would have to be repurposed from defence use only to, say, residential development. And at that point, it would require a referral under the EPBC Act.
Just on that, we're going to be going there this Friday. Have you reached out to the Sydney Harbour Trust that owns all of those other former defence properties around it, manage them in the public interest? There's huge public support for the work of the Trust. The obvious place for the Penguin to go is the Trust. Have you reached out to the Trust?
So they were part of the heritage roundtable that my colleague
In fact, we held it at their headquarters, and we will be having subsequent discussions with them next week.
And is there a proposal anywhere to hand that property over so we can, maintain the integrity of those properties? As I said, they're all former defence properties.
The disposal options will be informed by the due diligence process and the disposal process.
But that's all based on market value, and the Trust doesn't have any money to buy it. So if the Trust doesn't have any money to buy it, they may as well be, whistling in the wind.
So Senator, currently we manage expressions of interest for the various properties. So there is a link on our website where people or entities can express interest in the individual properties. So we also have discussions with non-for-profit state governments and so on. So not all proposals will be maximising revenue. There could be proposals that, for example, Sydney Harbour Federation Trust could develop and put forward for consideration for potentially, as you described, a kind of involving non-monetary transfer.
Are there any sites where the due diligence process is already happening?
Not finalised, so it's being currently undertaken by KPMG. I would envisage that over the next month or so, as we get deeper to finalising the due diligence process, we would have much better views on timings, as we discussed before, but also when we on the sites that can be disposed of relatively quickly.
I would just add that there are 3 sites on the remaining defence divestment site, list that are on the market and close to conclusion. The Londonderry Transmitting Station in Sydney, we anticipate finalising a sale this financial year, and the Penrith Multi-User Depot is currently on the market, and we're receiving quite a bit of interest there. And the Maribyrnong site, which has been discussed, is in the middle of a market approach. So due diligence was dealt with many years ago on that site.
Sorry, just to get some sense of what the returns are, you said 3 of the properties that were on the list have already been sold.
Yes.
Can you provide us on notice, A, each of the properties, B,
yes.
what they sold for,
yes.
and C,
I
what
think
the
I've
costs,
already done that for Senate estimates, but we can do
were.
that for this committee as well, yes.
Thank you. And just final question from me, so I can understand this correctly. With HMAS Penguin, if you earmark it for partial divestment, goes through due diligence, then it gets referred off to the Minister for their advice. Are we then too far in the process to be able to say, we don't want to divest this? We don't want to sell it. We don't want to move on, part ways from this.
So as part of our divestment work, once we finalise the due diligence and consultation with stakeholders, our intention is to develop disposal options for the individual sites that we then will take to the government for consideration.
So it's up to the government?
Yes.
To have listened to the voices in the consultation. All right. Thank you very much for appearing today as witnesses. That concludes today's hearing. And thank you to all the witnesses who appeared, and to Hansard and to Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee stands adjourned. And if the committee would appreciate if you would send responses to questions on notice by Monday the 18th of May 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.